Version 3.0 for Windows registered. User Guide. Copyright 1998 NetObjects, Incorporated. All rights reserved. This manual, as well as the software described in it, is furnished under license and may only be used or copied in accordance with the terms of such license. The information in this manual is furnished for informational use only, is subject to change without notice, and should not be construed as a commitment by NetObjects, Incorporated. NetObjects, Inc. assumes no responsibility for the consequences of any errors or inaccuracies that may appear in this book. Except as permitted by the license for this manual, no part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted, in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of NetObjects, Incorporated. Trademarks. NetObjects, page draw and site styles are registered trademarks, and auto sites. Everywhere HTML, NetObjects Fusion, NetObjects Script Builder, NetObjects Team Fusion, Site Structure, and The Web Needs You are trademarks of NetObjects, Incorporated. All other brand and product names may be trademarks or registered trademarks of their respective companies. GIF LZW compression licensed under U.S. Patent Number 4,558,302 and foreign counterparts from Unisys Corporation. NetObjects Fusion was developed using Neo-Access, copyright 1992-1995 Neologic Systems, Incorporated. International Proofreader Trademark English. Prung Software copyright 1995 by Inso Corporation. All rights reserved. Reproduction or disassembly of embodied algorithms or database prohibited. Microsoft TrueType Web. Fonts copyright 1996 by Microsoft Corporation. Portions of this product were created using Lead Tools copyright 1991 Lead Technologies, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Beatnik copyright 1997 by Headspace, Incorporated. RMF copyright 1997 by Headspace Music Publishing. Companies, names, and dates used in examples herein are fictitious unless otherwise noted. Government restricted rights. For units of the Department of Defense, use, duplication, or disclosure by the government is subject to restrictions as set forth in subparagraph C. 1, 2, of the rights in Technical Data and Computer Software clause at DFARS 252.227-7013. Contractor/manufacturer is NetObjects, Inc., 602 Galveston Drive, Redwood City, California 94063. If the Commercial Computer Software Restricted Rights Clause at FAR 52.227-19 or its successors apply, the software and documentation constitute restricted computer software as deemed in that clause, and the government shall not have the license for published software set forth in subparagraph C. 3 of that clause. Printed in the USA. User Guide for NetObjects Fusion version 3.0.1. I. Contents. 0. Welcome to NetObjects Fusion. About this user guide. 17. Getting help. 18. 1. NetObjects Fusion Basics. Introducing NetObjects Fusion 3.0. 1-2. Work in an open environment. 1-2. Generate HTML that works everywhere. 1-2. Add dynamic content. 1-3. NetObjects Fusion Views. 1-3. Using the new button. 1-4. NetObjects Fusion Window. 1-4. About the Properties palette. 1-5. About toolbars. 1-6. Previewing your site. 1-7. Navigating in NetObjects Fusion. 1-7. Finding an object. 1-7. Switching between views. 1-8. Using the Go menu. 1-8. Using shortcut menus. 1-9. Choosing colors. 1-9. Using color palettes. 1-10. Choosing a color palette. 1-11. Loading a custom color palette. 1-11. Creating or editing a color palette. 1-11. Setting preferences. 1-12. 2. Editing objects and assets. 1-18. NetObjects Fusion folder structure. 1-19. 2. Creating and managing sites. Starting NetObjects Fusion. 2-2. Working with site files. 2-2. Creating and opening sites. 2-3. Starting with a blank site. 2-3. Opening an existing site. 2-6. Viewing a site. 2-7. Saving your work. 2-7. Using the site view tools. 2-8. Selecting pages. 2-8. Working with sections. 2-9. Setting page and section properties. 2-9. Zooming in and out. 2-11. Adding, deleting, and moving pages. 2-12. Adding pages. 2-12. Deleting pages. 2-13. Moving pages. 2-13. Renaming pages. 2-14. Using custom page names and extensions. 2-15. Setting site view properties. 2-17. Collapsing the site structure display. 2-18. Printing site or section structures. 2-19. Working in site outline view. 2-19. Sorting the display in outline view. 2-20. Backing up your site. 2-21. 3. Importing and exporting. Using templates and sample sites. 3-2. Templates included with NetObjects Fusion. 3-2. 3. Sample sites included with NetObjects Fusion. 3-4. Creating new sites. 3-4. Creating a site from a template. 3-4. importing an existing site. 3 to 7. Expanding your site. 3 to 11. Importing templates. 3 to 11. Importing existing sites. 3 to 14. Exporting a site. 3 to 17. Creating a template. 3 to 17. Changing an existing template. 3 to 18. Sharing NetObjects Fusion site files. 3 to 21. 4. Page view basics. Displaying a page in page view. 4 to 2. Adjusting the size of the layout and master border areas. 4 to 3. Forcing objects to snap to grids, guides, and each other. 4 to 4. Adding, moving, and deleting guides. 4 to 4. Showing and hiding rulers, guides, and grids. 4 to 5. Moving between pages in page view. 4 to 5. Using page navigation buttons. 4 to 6. Using the site navigation window. 4 to 6. Importing HTML pages. 4 to 6. Placing objects. 4 to 7. Dragging and dropping objects. 4 to 8. Selecting objects. 4 to 9. Zooming in and out. 4 to 9. Moving and copying objects. 4 to 9. Editing objects. 4 to 10. Adding and modifying alt tags. 4 to 10. Embedding objects in containers. 4 to 11. Creating overlapping objects. 4 to 12. Locating and renaming objects. 4 to 12. Rearranging layered objects. 4 to 13. Aligning and distributing objects. 4 to 14. 4. Making multiple objects the same size. 4 to 15. Using the standard toolbar. 4 to 15. Using the advanced toolbar. 4 to 16. Using the components toolbar. 4 to 17. Using the form toolbar. 4 to 18. Interpreting the warning icon. 4 to 19. 5. Planning your site. Preserving your design intentions. 5 to 2. Selecting HTML output. 5 to 3. Publishing with nested tables. 5 to 4. Publishing with regular tables. 5 to 5. Publishing with CSS and layers. 5 to 5. Optimizing nested tables output. 5 to 7. Optimizing autoframes. 5 to 11. Locking or maximizing a text box. 5 to 11. Supporting your design with HTML output. 5 to 14. 6. Managing master borders and autoframes. Looking at master borders. 6 to 2. Working with master borders. 6 to 3. Modifying and creating master borders. 6 to 3. Modifying a master border. 6 to 4. Resizing a master border. 6 to 5. Creating a new master border. 6 to 6. Changing master borders. 6 to 8. Applying a master border to a section. 6 to 8. Renaming master borders. 6 to 8. Deleting master borders. 6 to 9. Using autoframes. 6 to 9. Looking at autoframes. 6 to 11. Adding an autoframe. 6 to 13. V. Generating HTML frame borders. 6 to 15. Setting frame properties. 6 to 16. Adding scroll bars to frames. 6 to 17. Making frames resizable. 6 to 17. Setting the frame background. 6 to 18. 7. Laying out the page. Using layouts. 7 to 2. Controlling layout appearance. 7 to 2. Creating and selecting layouts. 7 to 2. Renaming a layout. 7 to 4. Changing layout size. 7 to 5. Adding objects to the layout. 7 to 8. Setting the layout's HTML output method. 7 to 8. Setting the table formatting preference for layouts. 7 to 9. Denning the layout as a form. 7 to 10. Adding HTML and scripts to a layout. 7 to 11. Setting layout background properties. 7 to 11. Changing the master border selection. 7 to 13. Making layouts dynamic. 7 to 13. Using layout regions. 7 to 14. Creating layout regions. 7 to 15. Adding objects to a layout region. 7 to 15. Displaying the layout region grid and guides. 7 to 16. Setting the layout region's HTML output. 7 to 17. Setting the table formatting preference for layout regions. 7 to 18. Denning the layout region as a form. 7 to 19. Setting layout region background properties. 7 to 19. Making layout regions dynamic. 7 to 20. Using text boxes. 7 to 21. Sizing a text box. 7 to 21. Embedding objects in a text box. 7 to 24. Aligning objects in a text box. 7 to 28. Denning the text box as a form. 7 to 29. Making text boxes dynamic. 7 to 30. Using tables for page layout. 7 to 30. 6. Using external HTML for page layout. 7 to 30. Selecting layout method. 7 to 31. Text box considerations. 7 to 31. Layout considerations. 7 to 32. Layout region considerations. 7 to 33. Design priorities and method choices. 7 to 34. 8. Designing with text. Working with text boxes. 8 to 2. Working with a text box as a text editor. 8 to 2. Working with a text box as an object. 8 to 3. Adding text. 8 to 4. using the text tool. 8 to 4. Dragging and dropping a text file. 8 to 5. Pasting text from the clipboard. 8 to 5. Setting text box properties. 8 to 5. Applying text styles. 8 to 6. Formatting text and paragraphs. 8 to 6. Formatting text. 8 to 7. Formatting paragraphs. 8 to 7. Creating multi-leveled numbered and bulleted lists. 8 to 8. Creating and modifying text styles. 8 to 9. Creating a text style. 8 to 9. Modifying styles. 8 to 12. Modifying styles by example. 8 to 12. Inserting symbols. 8 to 13. Wrapping text around objects. 8 to 13. Setting paragraphs to clear wrapped objects. 8 to 15. Creating and editing fields. 8 to 16. Inserting a NetObjects FusionDean field. 8 to 16. Creating a UserDean variable. 8 to 16. Formatting a date and time field. 8 to 17. Checking spelling. 8 to 17. Finding text. 8 to 18. 7. Replacing text. 8 to 19. Counting words, lines, and paragraphs. 8 to 19. 9. Adding tables. Working with tables. 9 to 2. Adding a table. 9 to 3. Selecting a table. 9 to 4. Selecting a table cell. 9 to 5. Selecting a text box in a cell. 9 to 5. Making a table cell a form. 9 to 6. Adding text and objects to a table cell. 9 to 6. Modifying a table. 9 to 6. Modifying cell properties. 9 to 6. Modifying a cell's text box properties. 9 to 7. Resizing columns and rows. 9 to 7. Inserting a row. 9 to 7. Making table cells the same size. 9 to 7. Removing a row. 9 to 8. Inserting a column. 9 to 8. Removing a column. 9 to 8. 10. Placing pictures. Choosing an image format. 10 to 2. Adding pictures. 10 to 3. Modifying a picture. 10 to 6. Resizing a picture. 10 to 6. Cropping a picture. 10 to 7. Tiling a picture. 10 to 7. Rotating a picture. 10 to 8. Creating a border around a picture. 10 to 9. Creating a transparent GIF. 10 to 10. Moving or copying pictures. 10 to 11. Adding text to a picture. 10 to 12. 8. Using image assets. 10 to 13. Editing a picture. 10 to 15. 11. Drawing shapes and lines. Drawing shapes. 11 to 2. Adding text to a shape. 11 to 3. Adding HTML horizontal rules. 11 to 6. Adding a site style line. 11 to 7. Drawing lines and arrows. 11 to 7. Editing lines and arrows. 11 to 9. 12. Using site styles. What is a site style? 12 to 2. Style view. 12 to 2. About style elements. 12 to 3. Applying site styles. 12 to 4. Editing site styles. 12 to 5. Editing a style background. 12 to 5. Editing a style banner. 12 to 6. Editing text settings for buttons and banners. 12 to 7. Editing a navigation bar. 12 to 9. Editing a data list icon. 12 to 10. Editing the site style line. 12 to 11. Editing text colors. 12 to 11. Creating a site style. 12 to 12. Managing site styles. 12 to 14. Adding a site style. 12 to 14. Adding all available site styles. 12 to 15. Removing site styles. 12 to 15. Styles folder structure. 12 to 16. 9. 13. Creating navigation bars and banners. Working with banners and navigation bars. 13 to 2. Using navigation bars. 13 to 3. Adding button navigation bars. 13 to 3. Setting the display options. 13 to 4. Setting the navigation bar type. 13 to 6. Setting the button spacing. 13 to 7. Setting the navigation bar style. 13 to 7. Setting the navigation bar background. 13 to 8. Using banners. 13 to 8. Adding a banner. 13 to 9. Setting the banner style and orientation. 13 to 10. Customizing banners and buttons. 13 to 11. Changing the image for one banner. 13 to 11. Changing the picture for one button. 13 to 13. Removing banner or button image customization. 13 to 15. 14. Creating links and anchors. Working with links. 14 to 2. Creating an internal link. 14 to 3. Adding an anchor. 14 to 5. Creating a smart link. 14 to 7. Creating an external link. 14 to 9. Creating a file link. 14 to 11. Adding HTML to a link. 14 to 12. Creating an image map. 14 to 13. Editing an image map. 14 to 14. 15. Placing media. Media tools. 15 to 2. Inserting shockwave files. 15 to 2. X. Inserting a QuickTime movie. 15 to 6. Inserting a video file. 15 to 9. Inserting a sound file. 15 to 11. Inserting other types of files. 15 to 14. Replacing a media file. 15 to 17. Editing a media file's properties. 15 to 17. 16. Adding Java and ActiveX. Inserting a Java applet or servlet. 16 to 2. Inserting an ActiveX control. 16 to 5. 17. Designing and implementing forms. Creating a form. 17 to 2. Adding objects to a form. 17 to 4. Naming form objects. 17 to 5. Adding a single-line text field. 17 to 5. Adding a multiple-line text field. 17 to 7. Adding radio buttons. 17 to 8. Adding check boxes. 17 to 9. Adding a combo box. 17 to 10. Adding submit, reset, and custom buttons. 17 to 12. Submitting responses as plain text. 17 to 14. Submitting data to a text file. 17 to 14. Submitting data in an email. 17 to 16. Processing data with a CGI script. 17 to 17. Adding hidden fields. 17 to 19. 18. Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding Dyna buttons. 18 to 2. Adding sub-buttons. 18 to 4. 11. Using ticker tape. 18 to 5. Adding a sitemap button. 18 to 6. Adding a message board. 18 to 8. Adding pictures that roll over. 18 to 11. Adding time-based pictures. 18 to 13. Loading pictures onto your site. 18 to 15. Adding rotating pictures. 18 to 16. Adding other NetObjects Fusion components. 18 to 18. 19. Referencing and editing. External HTML. Referencing HTML from site view. 19 to 2. Referencing HTML from page view. 19 to 4. Referencing HTML as an object. 19 to 6. Toggling referenced layouts and objects. 19 to 9. Managing referenced assets. 19 to 9. Publishing native HTML. 19 to 11. Publishing unmanaged assets. 19 to 13. Editing referenced HTML. 19 to 13. 20. Data publishing. Static and dynamic data publishing. 20 to 2. Storing data with NetObjects Fusion. 20 to 2. Publishing data. 20 to 5. Creating a data object. 20 to 6. Creating a data object for internal data. 20 to 7. Changing an internal data field name. 20 to 10. Creating a data object for external data. 20 to 10. Creating an external data object from a desktop database. 20 to 11. Creating an external data object from a SQL data source. 20 to 14. Importing images from an external data source. 20-17. 12. Creating a data list. 20-18. Deleting a data object. 20-22. Creating stacked pages. 20-22. Designing the stacked page layout. 20-22. Adding navigation buttons for stacked pages. 20-25. Adding stacked pages for internal data. 20-25. Deleting stacked pages. 20-26. Adding text and images for stacked pages. 20-26. 21. Building dynamic pages. The basics of dynamic pages. 21-2. Objects, actions, and messages. 21-3. Triggering actions. 21-3. An active object's example. 21-4. The dynamic page building process. 21-5. Adding actions to objects. 21-5. Specifying a trigger event. 21-7. Specifying an action target. 21-9. Specifying an action message. 21-10. Specifying an action parameter value. 21-12. Creating cascading actions. 21-15. Assigning an action to a text link. 21-17. Customizing actions. 21-17. Creating custom messages. 21-18. Deleting a custom message. 21-19. Scripting custom actions. 21-20. Scripting JavaScript expressions. 21-23. Modifying existing actions. 21-26. Customizing action choices. 21-27. 22. Working with HTML directly. Accessing the page's HTML. 22-2. Examples of adding page HTML. 22-4. 13. Centering a page's contents. 22-4. Indexing pages for search engines. 22-4. Auto-forwarding from a transition page. 22-6. Accessing an object's HTML. 22-6. Examples of object HTML. 22-8. Displaying a message on mouse click. 22-8. Linking to a new window. 22-9. Inserting HTML in a text box. 22-10. Coding your own objects. 22-11. 23. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Understanding frames. 23-2. The frame scripting process. 23-3. Planning your use of frames. 23-3. Denning a frame set. 23-4. Frame set paths and file names. 23-5. Relative path scenarios. 23-5. Creating frame content. 23-6. Scripting and targeting links. 23-7. Scripting a default target frame. 23-8. Scripting targeted links. 23-9. Adding content for frameless browsers. 23-10. 24. Working with autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. 24-2. Targeting specific links. 24-3. Targeting the full browser window. 24-8. Targeting a new browser window. 24-9. Autoframes and browser refresh. 24-10. Adding content for frameless browsers. 24-10. Adding other scripts to autoframes. 24-13. 14. 25. Managing assets. Working in Assets view. 25-2. Managing file assets. 25-3. Adding file assets. 25-4. Editing asset names and locations. 25-5. Displaying pages containing file assets. 25-6. Replacing file assets. 25-6. Deleting file assets. 25-7. Deleting all unused file assets. 25-8. Verifying file assets. 25-8. Opening file assets. 25-9. Managing links. 25-9. Updating an external link. 25-10. Displaying the page containing a link. 25-10. Adding a link. 25-10. Deleting a link. 25-11. Verifying links. 25-11. Managing data objects. 25-12. Managing variables. 25-12. Adding a variable. 25-12. Editing a variable. 25-13. Deleting a variable. 25-14. 26. Publishing your site. The publishing process. 26-2. Using Publish View. 26-3. Configuring Publish Setup. 26-4. Setting the directory structure. 26-4. Setting the site's HTML output. 26-7. Denning server roles. 26-10. Customizing your directory structure. 26-21. Creating a custom folder. 26-21. Renaming folders and files. 26-21. Deleting folders. 26-22. 15. Rearranging the directory structure. 26-22. Viewing and setting publication properties. 26-23. Suppressing a page or asset from the published site. 26-24. Publishing your site. 26-24. Additional publishing guidelines. 26-26. Publishing with firewalls or proxy servers. 26-27. Publishing special assets. 26 to 28. Managing script assets. 26 to 29. Remote server access checklist. 26 to 29. A working around browser problems. Problems with actions. A2. Problems with forms. A3. Problems with sounds and shockwave. A3. B. International features. Setting date, time, and number formats. B1. Setting the sort order. B2. Setting the spelling dictionary. B3. Working with character sets. B3. Available character sets. B4. Setting the site's default character set. B4. Setting the character set for an individual page. B5. Setting the character set for a section. B5. Setting the character set for imported pages. B6. URL and page name character requirements. B7. Index. 16. Welcome to NetObjects Fusion 17. Welcome to NetObjects Fusion. 0. NetObjects Fusion Trademark 3.0 is the essential tool for building dynamic websites. You can use NetObjects Fusion to create and maintain an entire site, whether or not you know HTML. NetObjects Fusion's Everywhere HTML trademark eliminates the problems and confusion caused by browser differences. Because NetObjects Fusion generates HTML pages based on page layout and publish settings you control, you can build your site once and publish it everywhere. In NetObjects Fusion's open site environment, you can work the way you want to. You can design pages using NetObjects Fusion's position-based editor, its text-based editor, an external HTML editor, or a combination of all three. Powerful message-based animation and interactive authoring features included in NetObjects Fusion make it easy for you to create sophisticated effects. You'll also find it easy to add scripts, Java TM applets and servlets, Shockwave TM Flash, Headspace registered RMF, ActiveX trademark controls, and more. About this user guide. This book explains how to build a website using NetObjects Fusion. In addition to the basics of designing with text and graphics, creating links, and so on, you'll find chapters that elaborate on special topics, including data publishing and using NetObjects Fusion components, pre-built mini applications that add functionality to your site. Before you begin your projects, refer to the NetObjects Fusion 3.0 installation and Quick Start card and work through the lessons in NetObjects Fusion 3.0 getting started. This is the most efficient way to learn NetObjects Fusion. If you are already familiar with an earlier version of NetObjects Fusion, read Chapter 11, Upgrading. 18. Welcome to NetObjects Fusion. Getting help. From previous versions of NetObjects Fusion, in NetObjects Fusion 3.0 getting started. The manuals and online help assume you are proficient with Windows Registered 95 or Windows NT trademark If you need help using these systems, consult their respective user guides. This guide also assumes you are familiar with the World Wide Web and its terminology. For general advice about the web and examples of how to use NetObjects Fusion, visit the NetObjects trademark website, www.netobjects.com. For readability, this manual presents all li names, path names, li extensions, HTML tags, and URLs in boldface. Example names that you should replace with your own appear in bold italic. Note, if you have upgraded your copy of NetObjects Fusion, its folder name might include an incremental version number that does not appear in path name. Examples, for example, 3.0.1. Getting help. NetObjects Fusion offers several options for getting online help. Select Help topics from the Help menu to launch the help system and display the table of contents. Right-click an object in any NetObjects Fusion window or a control in a dialog or palette, then select What's this? From the shortcut menu. Click the question mark icon in the title bar of a dialog or palette, then click the item you want to learn about. Highlight a menu command, then press F1. Select NetObjects website from the Help menu to open your browser and display the NetObjects home page, which contains links to information about NetObjects Fusion. You must be connected to the Internet for this to work. Chapter 1. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-1. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1. NetObjects Fusion 3.0 incorporates new technologies with the current browser environment to help you meet today's site building challenges. Using NetObjects Fusion, you'll find it easy to build dynamic, content-rich sites that use the latest interactive technologies, including CSS positioning and dynamic HTML. And you don't need to build multiple versions of your site, you can depend on NetObjects Fusion's Everywhere HTML to generate HTML that works on all browsers. This chapter provides an introduction to NetObjects Fusion, including basic concepts, NetObjects Fusion window, NetObjects Fusion views, navigating in NetObjects Fusion, choosing colors, setting preferences, NetObjects Fusion folder structure. 1-2 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Introducing NetObjects Fusion 3.0. Introducing NetObjects Fusion 3.0. NetObjects Fusion is a fully integrated, visual website builder. It provides an open environment that lets you work in your own way with a variety of tools. Using NetObjects Fusion, you can design and publish visually enticing, dynamic content using the latest interactive technologies. Work in an open environment. NetObjects Fusion provides an open site building environment. You can use a variety of other tools for specialized purposes and then return to NetObjects Fusion to integrate the content into one cohesive site. Think of NetObjects Fusion as the control center where you create and manage all of the site's resources. Depending on your preference, you can lay out pages in graphical mode, text mode, or using an HTML editor. In graphical mode, you can place objects anywhere on the page and see exactly how they will look when you publish the site. In text mode, you can work on a page as if you were working in a word processor. You draw a text box and then use it to contain graphics, Java applets, and servlets, components, and other objects, as well as text. This design method keeps your HTML code lean. For more information about graphical and text layout options, see Chapter 7, Laying Out the Page. If you want more control over HTML, you can use your favorite HTML editor for all or part of a page, for as many pages as you want. For more information, see Chapter 19, Referencing and Editing External HTML. Generate HTML that works everywhere. A major challenge when building sites today is overcoming browser disparity problems. If you use the wrong site building tool, you can waste time and energy building and maintaining several versions of a site, each one targeting a different browser. When you use NetObjects Fusion 3.0, these problems disappear. You can depend on the NetObjects Fusion 3.0 HTML generation capability to provide everywhere HTML. Whether you're designing for a 2.0 browser or for the latest DHTML-capable browser, NetObjects Fusion 3.0 generates HTML that works. For NetObjects Fusion Views, NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-3. Information about the publishing options available in NetObjects Fusion 3.0, see Chapter 5, Planning Your Site. Add dynamic content. NetObjects Fusion 3.0 makes it easy for you to add dynamic content to your site. Whether you want simple object animation or custom JavaScript trademark actions, you can have objects Y across the screen as the result of a site visitor's action. Or you can launch a sequence of animations at any given time. You can also reduce your visitor's download time by having text, graphics, or other objects appear as needed. NetObjects Fusion 3.0 contains powerful message-based animation and interactive authoring capabilities that you can use to achieve these effects. For complete information, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. NetObjects Fusion Views. NetObjects Fusion provides VE views that correspond to the tasks you complete when you design and build a website. Changes you make in one view are recorded in the other views. You can go to any view at any time by clicking one of the view buttons on the control bar at the top of the NetObjects Fusion window. Start with Site View to create the hierarchical structure of a new site or to import an existing site. You can see a structure map of your site, which is a graphical view that shows how the pages relate to each other, or an outline view that is similar to the Windows Explorer. You can quickly rearrange your site by dragging and dropping pages and sections. For complete information about working in Site View, see Chapter 2, Creating and Managing Sites. Use Page View to design pages and add content. In page view you see the master border and layout area of each page. The master border contains objects that repeat on a set of pages, much as headers and footers appear in a word processing document. The layout area displays objects that are unique to that page. In page view you can use the undo command on the edit menu repeatedly to step back through a series of changes. 1 to 4 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Using the new button. Note, if you try to use undo and nothing happens, click in the layout area or master border and then select undo again. For information about working in page view, see Chapter 4, Page View Basics. A site style consists of a variety of elements, including navigation buttons, banners, lines, and text color. In Style View, you can create your own site style, or choose from more than 50 pre-built site styles trademark to give your entire site a consistent look and feel. For information about working with site styles, see Chapter 12, Using Site Styles. Assets include the links, data objects, and variables that you reference in your site. Assets view gives you centralized control over all these referenced entities. When you change an asset, NetObjects Fusion updates every reference to that asset throughout the site. For example, if your company's logo changes, you just replace the old logo with the new one in Assets View and NetObjects Fusion automatically updates every page that displays the logo. For information about working in Assets View, see Chapter 25, Managing Assets. When you are ready to publish the completed site, go to Publish View to configure your transfer settings, generate the HTML for your site, and transfer your site to a local or remote server. For information about working in Publish View, see Chapter 26, Publishing Your Site. Using the new button. To create a new page in Site or Page View, click the new button on the control bar. In Style View, you use this button to create a new site style, in Assets View, to create a new link, data object, or variable, and in Publish View to create a new folder. NetObjects Fusion window. When you start NetObjects Fusion and create a new site, you see a window containing a home page icon, a standard toolbar docked at the left side of the screen, and a properties palette. NetObjects Fusion window. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1 to 5. The title bar, menu bar, and control bar are at the top of the application window. The title bar shows name of the current site. About the properties palette. When you click an object in Site or Page View, the properties palette changes to display the properties available for that object. Properties appear on tabs that also might change when the selected object changes. For example, when you select a text box in Page View, the Text Properties palette includes Text Box and Actions tabs. When you double-click in the text box to edit the text, the Format tab is added to the display. You might not always be aware of making a selection, but in NetObjects Fusion, something is always selected. For example, when you switch from Site View to Page View, the Layout Properties palette appears. You might not immediately see evidence that the layout is selected, but it is indicated on the Properties palette. 2. Check what is selected at any time. Look at the Properties palette. Title bar, Menu bar, Properties, Standard toolbar, Control bar. 126 NetObjects Fusion Basics. NetObjects Fusion window. To shrink the Properties palette to display just its title bar, click the Minimize button. Click the button again to restore the full display. To completely hide the Properties palette, click its close box. To show the palette again, from the View menu, select Palettes, Properties palette. A check mark on the menu indicates that the palette is displayed. About Toolbars. When you open NetObjects Fusion, the standard toolbar is docked at the left side of the Site View window. Additional toolbars are available in Page View. You can move a toolbar by positioning the pointer over the double line at its top and dragging it anywhere in the window. To dock the toolbar again, double-click its title bar or drag it to the left side or top of the window. A small triangle in the lower right corner of a tool button indicates that the tool is one of a group. To see the entire group, point to the tool and hold down the left mouse button. A U containing the other tools in the group appears. As you move the pointer over each tool, a tooltip identifies the tool group and the name of the specific tool. To select a tool from a U, position the pointer over the tool and release the mouse button. The tool you select is displayed on the toolbar. For example, if you point to the Draw tool on the Page View standard toolbar and hold down the left mouse button, you can select the rectangle, rounded rectangle, ellipse, or polygon tool. In Page View, after you use a selected tool to create an object on the page, the Select tool automatically becomes active. If you want to use a tool repeatedly to add several objects, you can double-click it to keep it active. To hide and show toolbars, from the View menu choose Toolbars, name of toolbar. A check mark on the menu indicates that a toolbar is displayed. Previewing your site. NetObjects Fusion Basics 127. Previewing your site. As you build your site, to see how it will appear in the browser of your choice, click the Preview button on the control bar. NetObjects Fusion generates HTML from your pages and displays your site in the browser specified in the Preferences dialog. In the Preferences dialog you can also choose to preview the whole site or just the page you are working on. For information, see Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12. Although previewing creates folders and LE on your disk, they do not comprise a working site. Certain information critical to a published site, for example, relative paths to assets, are not included in Preview LE. By not including this information, previewing displays your site quickly. When you're satisfied with your preview, go on to publish your site as described in Chapter 26, Publishing Your Site. Navigating in NetObjects Fusion. NetObjects Fusion offers several navigation tools, including the Go menu and buttons on the control bar. You use the buttons on the left side of the control bar to move between views. For an introduction to the NetObjects Fusion views, see NetObjects Fusion views on page 123. Finding an object. Use the Go to button on the control bar to end any named object in NetObjects Fusion. Click the Go to button, enter the name, or partial name, of the object you want to locate in the Go to dialog, and click OK. If only one object meets your criteria, NetObjects Fusion opens the appropriate view or dialog to display the object. If several objects meet your criteria, NetObjects Fusion displays a list you can pick from. 1 to 8 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Navigating in NetObjects Fusion. Switching between views. To return to the previous view, click the last button on the control bar. Click the button again to redisplay the current page or view. Use this button to quickly switch back and forth between the current and last view or page. Using the Go menu. The Go menu provides all the navigation features in one place and shows equivalent keyboard shortcuts. A dot to the left of a command indicates your current view. The Go menu commands vary slightly from view to view. L from all views, you can go to any other view. From Site View and Assets View you can also navigate to the subviews. From Page View you can go to other pages. L use the Go to command the same way you use the Go to button on the control bar to end any named NetObjects Fusion object in your site. L use the last command to go to the last page or view you were working on. L use the recent command to select from a list of the views and pages you displayed during the current NetObjects Fusion session. L use the preview command to launch your browser and display a preview of your site. Keyboard navigation. Shortcuts. Using shortcut menus. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1 to 9. Using shortcut menus. NetObjects Fusion provides shortcut menus you open by right-clicking an item in Site, Page, and Publish views. The menu lists commands you can use on the item you clicked. In all views, and in dialogues and properties palettes, you can right-click an item and select "What's this?" from the menu to display context-sensitive help for the item. Choosing colors. In NetObjects Fusion, whenever the Properties palette includes a color button, you can change the color of the selected object. For example, you can change the color of the page icons or the background in Site View, objects in Page View, or link text color in Style View. To choose a color for a selected object. 1. Click the color button in any Properties palette where it is offered or double-click a text style element in Style View. Shortcut menu for a text box in Page View. 1 to 10 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Using color palettes. The color picker appears. The name of the current palette is shown above the color display. The last 8 colors you selected from the palette are displayed in the recent colors boxes. 2. Click the color you want to assign to the object. The original and new boxes show the original color and the color you just selected. The RGB and HTML hexadecimal values are also displayed. If you are not using the browser safe palette, you might see a warning that the selected color is not web safe. To avoid unexpected results for your site visitors, it is best to choose colors that are web safe. 3. Click OK. The new color appears in the selected object. Using color palettes. When you choose colors for the objects in your site, you select from the palette offered in the color picker. You can use the browser safe palette, which contains colors that are web safe, the palette used by Windows, a palette you import from another application such as Adobe Photoshop, or a custom palette you create using color palettes. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-11. Choosing a color palette. 1. Click the color button in any properties palette where it is offered. The color picker appears. 2. Select a palette from the drop-down list at the top of the dialog. If you choose Custom Palette and want to load an existing custom palette, see Loading a custom color palette. If you want to create your own custom palette, see Creating or editing a color palette. The palette is displayed in the color picker until you change it. 3. Click OK. Loading a custom color palette. 1. Click the color button in any properties palette where it is offered. The color picker appears with a blank palette. 2. Select Custom Palette from the drop-down list at the top of the dialog. 3. Click Load. 4. In the open dialog, navigate to the palette you want to use, then click Open. This palette is displayed in the color picker until you change it. 5. Click OK to close the color picker. Creating or editing a color palette. 1. Click the color button in any properties palette where it is offered. The color picker appears with a blank palette. 2. Select Custom Palette from the drop-down list at the top of the dialog. 3. Click a blank box in the palette area. 4. Set the RGB values for the color you want to add to the palette or type the hexadecimal, HTML, value for the color. 5. Repeat step 4 for each color you want to add to the palette. 1-12 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Setting Preferences. 6. Click Save. 7. In the Save As dialog, type a name for the palette, and click Save. 8. The new palette is displayed in the color picker until you change it to reload this palette. Follow the steps in loading a custom color palette. On page 1-11. Setting Preferences. You can change your preferences from any view at any time. Changes take place as soon as you click OK to close the Preferences dialog. General and Backup. Preferences apply throughout NetObjects Fusion and affect all sites. Page. Preferences affect the current site only and are saved with the site. For information about setting international preferences, see Appendix B, International Features. 1. From the Edit menu, choose Preferences. The Preferences dialog appears. 2. Set the preferences on the General tab. Setting Preferences. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-13. L Autosave. When this option is selected, your site is saved each time you change views or pages. If you clear the Autosave checkbox, be sure to save your site periodically by choosing Save Site from the File menu. L Application window maximized at startup. If you clear the check box for this option, the NetObjects Fusion window opens in the last size you set, rather than full screen size. L Open to most recently used Li at startup. If you select this option, when you start NetObjects Fusion, the last site you worked on opens automatically, displayed in the last view you worked in. L Use small fonts in Properties palette. If you clear this checkbox, you see larger Properties palettes in page view. To maximize the area available for your page layout, leave this option selected. L Preview. Choose the web browser you want to use for previewing sites by selecting it from the browser drop-down list. If you have more than one version of a browser installed, when you select Preview, NetObjects Fusion launches the version that was most recently opened. To use other versions, you must launch them manually from the Windows Start menu. For example, suppose you have both Netscape Navigator Trademark 3.0 and 4.0 installed. You open 4.0 to check your stock portfolio, then close it, and begin working on a site in NetObjects Fusion. When you preview the site, NetObjects Fusion launches Navigator 4.0 because it was the last version opened. To preview in Netscape Navigator 3.0, you must launch it manually. Once you open 3.0, NetObjects Fusion uses it for previews until you manually launch another version. Also choose whether you want to preview only the current page or the entire site. Previewing the entire site takes longer, but you can move from page to page in the browser to test your sites. Navigation buttons. Set the current page option to preview only the current page or the current section of pages. 1-14 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Setting Preferences. You can also use keyboard shortcuts to preview either the whole site or just the current page or section. If entire site is selected in Preferences, pressing Alt+P or clicking the Preview button previews the entire site. Pressing Ctrl+Alt+P or clicking the Preview button while pressing Ctrl previews just the current page or section. If current page is selected in Preferences, pressing Alt+P or clicking the Preview button previews the current page or section. Pressing Ctrl+Alt+P or clicking the Preview button while pressing Ctrl previews the entire site. L WYSIWYG optimization. Choose whether page view should display text spacing as it will appear in Netscape Navigator or in Microsoft Registered Internet Explorer. L HTML editor. Click Browse and ND the Li that launches your Editor. When you want to edit the HTML of an external HTML object, double-click the external HTML's X in page view to launch the editor you specify here. For example, you can designate all HomeSite Trademark 3.0 as your HTML editor if you installed it with NetObjects Fusion 3.0. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML, directly for details. Setting Preferences. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-15. 3. To set page preferences, click the Page tab. Browser Font Settings. Choose Proportional and Fixed Width Font Settings. To ensure that your pages appear in your browser the way you design them in NetObjects Fusion, choose the same font settings in your browser. For example, if you use Times, size 12, and Courier, size 10, for your browser proportional and XED width fonts, choose the same fonts and sizes in NetObjects Fusion. Note that the suggested settings are the defaults used by the browser when it was installed. Be aware that NetObjects Fusion sizes text boxes based on the expected font size, so when you change sizes, you change the layout of the page slightly. General. Choose the measurement unit you want to use as you build your site. Then specify a width and height in this unit of measurement for your default page and grid sizes. When you add a new page to your site, it will have this size. Changing this option does not change the size of existing pages in your site. However, if 1-16 NetObjects Fusion Basics Setting Preferences, you change the grid size setting, it will change the size of the grid on both new and existing pages. For more information about page size, see Displaying a Page in Page View on page 4-2. Background image, pixels. Most web browsers add a margin at the top and left of the page. This margin can vary from 6 to 16 pixels. However, no margin is added for background images. A background image is aligned at the top and left edges of the page. If you need to match a background pattern to objects on the page, use this setting to compensate for the shift of your content in the browser. Note that this option does not affect the generation of HTML in any way. It affects only the appearance of your page layout in NetObjects Fusion. The default settings, offset selected, left 10, top 16, are optimized for Netscape Navigator 3.0 and Microsoft Internet Explorer 3.0 and 4.0 running on Windows. However, not all browsers on all platforms use the same margin. For example, Netscape Navigator 4.0 for Windows and 3.0 for Macintosh use offset selected, left 8, top 8. These settings also do not apply if you use frames. In that case the settings are always left 2, top 2. If you set the background image offset, be sure to test your pages using the browsers you want to support. Setting preferences. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-17. 4. To set backup preferences, click the Backup tab. L. Automatic Backup. This option is selected by default. When you close NetObjects Fusion, the program automatically backs up your NODLI and saves it in the /backups subfolder under the user sites /site name folder. If you need to use one of these backup drag it from the /backups folder into the user sites /site name folder before you open it so the asset paths will be correct. If you do not want NetObjects Fusion to automatically back up your sites, clear the checkbox. L. Backup Settings. NetObjects Fusion saves backup in the user sites /site name folder by default. To change the location of the backup type a new path name in the backup location LD, or click Browse and select a new location. Select a backup name convention from the drop-down list. You can choose a plain format, or one that includes the date and time. 1-18 NetObjects Fusion Basics. Editing objects and assets. Indicate the number of backups you want NetObjects Fusion to keep. The oldest backups are overwritten as newer backups are created. L. Compact Database upon exit. This option is selected by default. Compacting the can save you substantial hard disk space. In addition, when this option is selected, NetObjects Fusion performs an error-checking procedure to verify your database as it compacts the It is recommended that you do not change this setting. Warning: do not shut down Windows while the is being compacted. This could cause your NODLI to become unstable. Editing objects and assets. You can edit objects created in other software applications from within NetObjects Fusion. In Page View, you select the object on the page, and then from the Object menu, select Open Object. In Assets View, you select the asset, and then from the Asset menu, select Open Asset. If the correct application does not open, the type of the object or asset is probably not associated with the correct application. For example, if you want to edit a GIF image, you select the picture in Page View and select Open Object from the Object menu. If Microsoft Internet Explorer opens rather than an image editing application, you must change the application associated with GIF to set the application associated with a specific type in Windows. 1. Double-click the My Computer icon on your Windows desktop. 2. From the View menu, select Options. 3. Click the File Types tab. 4. For every image type in the list, click Edit and choose the appropriate content type. 5. Click OK to close the Options dialog and close the My Computer window. NetObjects Fusion Folder Structure. NetObjects Fusion Basics 1-19. NetObjects Fusion Folder Structure. The NetObjects Fusion 3.0 folder contains all the you need to use NetObjects Fusion. Do not move or rename the NetObjects Fusion 3.0 folder, or any folders within it. NetObjects Fusion performs best when the application and its parts remain in the folder recommended during installation. This is especially true with the user sites folder. Since NetObjects Fusion keeps track of assets and links, folder names and locations are very important. If you change names and / or locations using Windows Explorer or File Manager, NetObjects Fusion might not be able to track assets and links properly. The subfolders organize according to their use. L Components contains the NetObjects Fusion components, mini applications that can add sophisticated functions to your site. See Chapter 18, Using NetObjects Fusion Components for information. L Samples contains design parts such as picture and animated GIFs, as well as plug-in parts such as media and Java applets that you can use to enhance your site design. L NetObjects system contains used by the program. Do not delete or remove these L styles contains a separate folder for each site style, including the ones you create. NetObjects Fusion style have an SSF extension. See Chapter 12, Using Site Styles for information. L Templates contains AutoSite's trademark and page templates. A NetObjects Fusion Template has an NFT extension and its own assets folder. See Chapter 2. Creating and managing sites for information about templates. 1 to 20 NetObjects Fusion Basics. NetObjects Fusion folder structure. L tutorial contains the assets you need for the lessons in NetObjects Fusion getting started. L user sites contains all the sites you create. NetObjects Fusion automatically creates a new subfolder within user sites to keep your projects organized. Each NetObjects Fusion site is saved with a NOD extension. The site folder also includes an assets folder where all the assets used in the site are saved and a backups folders where backup NOD are saved. You can also save sites in other locations. Chapter 2. Creating and managing sites 2 to 1. Creating and managing sites. 2. Site view is where you create, view, and maintain the architecture of your site. Site view frees you from the details of and link management, so you can focus on organizing and updating your site. For example, you can drag a page or section to any location in site view, and NetObjects Fusion updates the links to other pages automatically. This chapter describes site view and its automated site building capabilities, including L starting NetObjects Fusion, L starting with a blank site, L opening an existing site, L using site view tools to select pages and create sections, L setting properties, L adding, deleting, and moving pages, L renaming pages, L printing the site structure, L working with the site outline, L saving and backing up your site. 2 to 2 Creating and managing sites. Starting NetObjects Fusion. Starting NetObjects Fusion. When you install NetObjects Fusion, it is automatically added to the Windows 95 Start menu. To start NetObjects Fusion. From the Start menu, choose Programs, NetObjects Fusion. When the program starts, it displays this dialog. Creating a blank site and opening an existing site are described in Creating and Opening Sites on page 2 to 3. Creating a new site based on a NetObjects Fusion autosite or template is described in Chapter 3, Importing and Exporting. The default option in this dialog is to open the lastly you were working on. You can set preferences so NetObjects Fusion automatically opens your lastly each time you start the program. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12. Working with site files. A NetObjects Fusion sitely is a database of information about your site. Sitele have a NOD extension. Sitele are stored in a folder that has the same name you give the site. For example, if you name the site Apples plus Oranges, the site's folder is called Apples plus Oranges. And the sitely Apples plus Oranges node is saved inside the folder. In addition, the site folder contains a folder with the site's assets embedded links, data, objects, and variables as well as a backups folder. Creating and opening sites. Creating and managing sites 2 to 3. By default your site folder is saved inside the user sites folder, but you can store the site in any location on your local computer. Because the paths to the assets in a site are absolute, they include the drive and folder names. You cannot save the site on another computer on a network. To do that, export the site as a template, as described in Chapter 3, Importing and Exporting. Creating and opening sites. When you create a site, you always work from a template, ranging from the most simple the blank site template to the professionally designed templates provided with NetObjects Fusion. You can even derive templates from your own sites. A template is a fully designed page or site that you can use as a starting point for your own pages or sites. A typical template might include a banner and navigation buttons, an assigned site style, and in some cases text or other content. You can start a new site from a template or insert one into your current site. Templates are described in detail in Chapter 3, Importing and Exporting. You can also open an existing site and add to it, change its style, or modify it. Starting with a blank site. You can start building a new site from a blank site, which is a template consisting of a home page with a banner and navigation buttons. The blank site provides a starting point for creating a new site. 2 to 4 Creating and managing sites. Creating and opening sites. To start with a blank site. 1. From the File menu, choose New Site, Blank Site. The new blank site dialog appears. You can also start a blank site by selecting the blank site option in the Welcome to NetObjects Fusion dialog. 2. Enter a site name in the dialog. Note: for compatibility with NetObjects Fusion for Macintosh and Macintosh web servers, do not give your site a name with more than 26 characters. Type a sitely name here. Click here to store the site in another location. Creating and opening sites. Creating and managing sites 2 to 5. 3. Click Save. Site view opens a new site, based on the blank site NFT template, and displays a home page. You're ready to begin adding pages to create your site structure, as described on page 2 to 12. 2 to 6. Creating and managing sites. Creating and opening sites. Opening an existing site. 1. From the File menu, choose Open Site. The Open dialog appears. 2. Double-click the folder that contains the site you want to open. 3. Select the site's Nodly and click Open. You can also open an existing site by doing any of the following. L. Selecting it in the Welcome to NetObjects Fusion dialog. L. Choosing it from the list of recently used LE on the File menu. NetObjects Fusion remembers the last 4 site LE opened. L. Dragging the Nodly name from the Windows 95 Explorer and dropping it in the NetObjects Fusion window. L. Double-clicking the Nodly name in the Windows 95 Explorer. Creating and opening sites. Creating and managing sites 2 to 7. Viewing a site. In Site View, the structure of your site is represented by page icons. As in a family tree, pages have parent, child, and sibling relationships. The pages named apples, oranges, and grapes are all children of the home page, and are siblings of each other. The grapes page is the parent of 2 additional pages, raisins and wine. In Site View you can add pages to the site, rename pages, move them, and complete other site-oriented actions. To add content to a particular page, for example, to add text or pictures, use Page View. As you construct a site, you typically go back and forth between Site View and Page View. In Site View, one page is always selected, as indicated by a blue border. See Selecting Pages on page 2 to 8. Saving your work. To save your work, choose Save Site from the File menu. NetObjects Fusion also has an auto-save feature that saves your work each time you change views. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12. 2 to 8. Creating and managing sites. Using the Site View tools. Using the Site View tools. When you work in Site View, the toolbar contains one tool for selecting pages, and another for zooming in and out on the site view. The zoom tools are discussed on page 2 to 11. Selecting pages. Before you can add, rename, or move pages, or set page properties, you must rst select a page. By selecting a page, you identify it as the one you will work with. NetObjects Fusion places a blue border around the selected page. To select a page, do either of the following. Using the mouse, click the selection tool and then click the icon for the page you want to select. If you click directly on the page's name, NetObjects Fusion selects the page name and switches into text editing mode. See Renaming Pages on page 2 to 14. Using the keyboard, press the arrow keys to select the current pages. parent, child, or sibling pages. Selection tool. Zoom tool. Selected page. Using the site view tools. Creating and managing sites 2 to 9. Working with sections. In addition to selecting individual pages, you can select sections of your site. A section is any page and all its children, their children, and so on. You can move a section to a different location in the site, set section properties including master borders, see Chapter 6, Managing Master Borders and Auto Frames, and preview a section independently of the rest of the site. To select a section, do either of the following. You hold down the Shift key as you click the parent page of the section. You with the keyboard, select the parent page of the section, and then press Shift plus Enter. NetObjects Fusion places a blue border around the pages in the section. Sections are not permanent entities. You can deselect the section by clicking any page in the site, by clicking the site view background, or by pressing an arrow key or Shift plus Enter. You can preview just the selected section. For more information on previewing a section of pages, see Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12. Setting page and section properties. Pages and sections have a number of properties. Some properties affect the published site, others are for your information. For example, you can assign colors to the page icons to create visual groups that indicate which pages are niched or which are assigned to a particular author. You can instruct NetObjects Fusion. This page and its children are a section, as indicated by the blue border. 2 to 10 Creating and managing sites. Using the site view tools. Whether to publish a particular page, note whether a page is done, and enter comments about the selected page. To set properties, select a page or section to display the properties palette. Page properties. L page name. The name assigned to the page. C renaming pages on page 2 to 14 and using custom page names and extensions on page 2 to 15. L custom names. C using custom page names and extensions on page 2 to 15. L page type. Shows whether the page is a normal page or a stacked page. Stacked pages are created when you use a data list. For information about stacked pages, see Chapter 20, Data Publishing. L color. Sets the color of individual page icons in site view. You can use colors to help you manage work on the site. For instance, use colors to specify pages that need updating or for sections that you need from another designer. The page icon's color has no effect on the published site. L status. Marks pages as done or not done, a convenient way to manage individual pages in a large site. This setting is for your information only and has no effect on the functioning of the site. The page icon displays a check mark when you select Done. Page properties. Section properties. Using the site view tools. Creating and managing sites 2 to 11. L publish/don't publish. makes it possible to publish some pages while not publishing others that might be under construction or private. The page icon displays a red bullet when you select Don't Publish. NetObjects Fusion removes pages marked Don't Publish from the navigation bars of other pages in the site, disables manually created links to such pages, and does not produce HTML for these pages during publishing. However, you can preview a page that is designated Don't Publish as an individual page. Do not use the Don't Publish setting to exclude pages in an attempt to publish changed pages only to an already published site. Doing so causes broken links and other undesirable results. L. Comments. Enter notes to yourself or your co-workers about the status or content of individual pages. Section Properties. L. Custom Names. You can only set a custom li extension. C. Using custom page names and extensions on page 2 to 15. L. Color. Applies a color to the section. L. Status. Marks the section as done or not done. L. Publish/Don't Publish. Sets the publication egg for the section. L. Master Border. Sets a master border for a section of pages. Setting a master border for a section is described in applying a master border to a section on page 6 to 8. Zooming in and out. You can select the Zoom In or Zoom Out tool from the toolbar. The Zoom In tool is a magnifying glass with a plus sign. The Zoom Out tool has a minus sign. For information on using the toolbar, see About Toolbars on page 1 to 6. Zoom Out tool. Zoom In tool. 2 to 12 Creating and managing sites. Adding, deleting, and moving pages. You can reverse the function of the current Zoom tool by holding down the Alt key. For example, if the current tool is Zoom In, pressing Alt makes it zoom out. As soon as you release the Alt key, it becomes Zoom In again. Adding, deleting, and moving pages. In Site View, you can modify the structure of a site at any time by adding, deleting, and moving pages. NetObjects Fusion automatically changes the links between pages when you modify the structure. Adding pages. 1. In Site View, select the page you want to be the parent of the new page. 2. Do any of the following. L. Click the New button on the control bar. L. From the Edit menu, choose New Page, or press Ctrl+N. L. Right-click the parent page and choose New Page from the shortcut menu. In Site View, the new page appears beneath the selected page. The new page is named Untitled. Adding, deleting, and moving pages. Creating and managing sites 2 to 13. Deleting pages. 1. In Site View, select the page you want to delete and do any of the following. L. From the Edit menu, choose Delete Page. L. Right-click the page and choose Delete Page from the shortcut menu. L. Press the Delete key. 2. Click Yes in the NetObjects Fusion warning dialog to confirm the deletion. Note: deleting a page removes all its child pages and cannot be undone. You cannot delete the home page. Moving pages. When you move pages in Site View, NetObjects Fusion automatically updates all affected links within the site. 1. In Site View, select the page you want to move. You cannot move the home page. 2. Drag the page to the target page, where it becomes either a sibling or a child in its new location. As you drag the page, a colored outline highlights the target page. The outline is red unless you change the Site View background color. A triangle to the left or right of the target page's border indicates the moved page will be a sibling. A triangle below the target page's border indicates the moved page will be a child. A triangle on the side of the target page icon shows that the moved page will be a sibling. A triangle on the bottom of the target page icon shows that the moved page will be a child. 2-14 Creating and managing sites. Renaming pages. If the moved page will be the child of a page that already has children, the moved page becomes a sibling of those children. In that case, the outline and triangle appear on the target sibling page. Renaming pages. You can rename a page to suggest its contents. By default, NetObjects Fusion uses the page name on banners and navigation buttons that identify the page. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion uses the page name as the HTML name for the page. It also uses the page name when it creates links to the page. NetObjects Fusion converts spaces and non-alphanumeric characters except periods and hyphens in the page name to underscores, underscore in the HTML name. To change this default, see Denning Server Proles on page 26-10. If you give two pages the same name, NetObjects Fusion adds a numeral to the name when it creates the HTML for the second and any additional pages. For example, if you have two pages named Great, NetObjects Fusion creates Great HTML and GREAT1 HTML. You can change the name directly on the page icon or in the name eld on the page tab of the Properties palette. To rename a page on the page icon. 1. In Site View, click the page name text and type a new name. 2. Press Enter or click anywhere outside the page icon to enter the name. You can switch immediately into edit mode on a selected page by pressing Enter. Once in edit mode, you can tap between sibling pages to edit their names. NetObjects Fusion remains in edit mode until you press Enter. If the page has no siblings, pressing Tab moves the text edit selection to the page's parent. To rename a page in the Properties palette. 1. Select the page you want to rename. 2. Edit the text in the name eld. Renaming pages. Creating and managing sites 2-15. 3. Press Tab or click anywhere outside the page icon. Note, for compatibility with NetObjects Fusion for Macintosh and Macintosh Web servers, do not give your page a name with more than 26 characters. Using custom page names and extensions. By default, the browser window title bar, banners, and navigation buttons use the Page name. If you prefer, you can specify different values to be used for your title. Navigation buttons, banner, and HTML extension. If you have a long page name, you can break it into 2 lines so it's on the banner and button pictures. To specify custom page names. 1. In Site View, select the page you want to give a custom name. 2. On the Page tab of the Properties palette, click the Custom Names button, or choose Custom Names from the Edit menu. Click here to specify a custom name. 2-16 Creating and managing sites. Renaming pages. 3. Set the custom names options. Page title appears in the title bar of the browser's window when it displays this page. When your site visitors creates a bookmark on this page, it is named from the page title. The title is also emphasized in search engines queries. Navigation button appears in navigation buttons leading to this page, useful when your page's name is too long for a button. 2. Add a second line to the button text, press enter after the RST line. Banner appears in the page's banner, makes possible a banner with a longer name than practical for a name or button. To add a second line to the banner text, press enter after the RST line. File extension, species a custom extension for your page. Page usually have an HTML or HTML extension. In some special cases, a page requires a different extension to function with some server software. For example, pages for secure locations use the extension SHTML. For information on changing the default extension for pages, see Denning server proles on page 26-10. When a section is selected, you can only set a custom extension, which applies to the whole section. 4. When you finish, click OK. Setting site view properties. Creating and managing sites 2-17. Setting site view properties. The Site tab of the Properties palette displays site information, the site name, date created, date last moded, the number of pages in the site, and the site's author. When you enter an author name, NetObjects Fusion includes it in a meta tag that appears in each page's HTML header when the site is published. On the View tab of the Properties palette, you can change the site view orientation and background color. The orientation and background color are strictly for working in site view. They have no effect on the published site. Click here to change the orientation in site view. Click here to change the background color in site view. 2-18 Creating and managing sites. Collapsing the site structure display. To change background color, click the color button and select a new color from the color picker. To change orientation, click the button for the orientation you want. Collapsing the site structure display. By collapsing the display of the site structure, you hide the child pages of a selected page, displaying only the page icons you want to see. A page with hidden child pages displays a plus symbol beneath its icon. To collapse the display of child pages, click the triangle beneath the Parents page icon. To expand the display to see child pages again, click the plus sign. Horizontal orientation, vertical orientation. Click here to collapse the site structure. Click here to expand the site structure. Printing site or section structures. Creating and managing sites 2 to 19. You can also collapse the display by selecting a parent page and pressing Tab. 2. Expand the display, press Tab again. The structure and outline views display the same expanded and collapsed pages. If you change the child pages hidden and shown in one view, the other view reeks your changes. See Sorting the display in outline view on page 2 to 20 for a description of outline view. Printing site or section structures. In site view, the print command on the file menu prints the site structure view of your site or of a section. You cannot print the site outline view. The printed structure shows the same magnification, colors, orientation, and expanded or collapsed child pages that you see on the screen. Its footer includes the author name, number of site or section pages, and the date the site was last moded. L to print the entire site, select the home page, or click All in the print dialog. L to print a specific page and its children, do any of the following. Select the top level page. Select a section. Click selected page and its children in the print dialog. This option is selected by default. L to view what will be printed, select Print Preview from the File menu. L if you have a large site that might not be on a single page, you can scale the printed site to the page. From the File menu, choose Print Setup, and click the Print to T option in the Print Setup dialog. Working in Site Outline View. Site Outline View displays the site structure in outline format, including a table of the properties, child name, page type, status, publishing status, and comments of the child pages of the currently selected page. If the selected page has no children, the table describes the selected page itself. To see the site as an outline. 2 to 20 Creating and managing sites. Working in Site Outline View. You click the Outline tab. Like Site Structure View, Site Outline View shows if a branch of the site is collapsed. A collapsed branch is indicated by a plus sign to the left of the page icon, an expanded branch is indicated by a minus sign. To expand a branch, click the plus sign to the left of a page. To collapse a branch, click the minus sign to the left of a page. You can select sections in Site Outline View. See Working with Sections on page 2 to 9. Sorting the display in Outline View. In Outline View you can sort the child pages by their properties so you can quickly identify pages with common characteristics. You click the heading of the column you want to use to sort the list. NetObjects Fusion sorts the list in ascending, AZ, order. To sort the list in descending, ZA, order, point to the column heading and press Shift plus click. For information about managing your site, see Chapter 25, Managing Assets. This branch of the site is collapsed. Click the plus sign to expand it. Click the minus sign to collapse this branch of the site. Backing up your site. Creating and managing sites 2 to 21. Backing up your site. You can back up your site manually or automatically. To make a manual backup, 1. From the File menu, choose Save Site Asia. The Save Site as dialog appears. 2. Type a descriptive name for your backup and select a location. 3. Click Save. NetObjects Fusion creates a copy of your NOD in the location you specified and automatically opens that li. Note, the backup you make with the Save Site as command does not collect all assets and make all links relative. Your backup will still refer to assets and components in the original site li folder. To make a backup with assets and relative links, export your site li as a template, as described in Chapter 3, Importing and Exporting. For information on automatic site li backups, see Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12. Type your backup li's name here. Select a location for your backup li. The user sites folder is the default. 2 to 22 Creating and managing sites. Backing up your site. Chapter 3. Importing and exporting 3 to 1. Importing and exporting. 3. NetObjects Fusion offers several ways for you to create or expand the structure and content of your site. You can create new sites from templates such as the auto sites provided with NetObjects Fusion. You can expand an existing site quickly by importing page or section templates. You can import existing HTML sites and pages and convert them to NetObjects Fusion format. You can also expand your site by referencing external HTML resources, see Chapter 19, Referencing and Editing. External HTML, for information. You can export your completed NetObjects Fusion site as a site template, so you can share your work with other NetObjects Fusion authors or move your site to another computer system. This chapter describes NetObjects Fusion's import and export capabilities, including L. Creating new sites from auto site templates or existing sites. L. Expanding your site by importing sites, sections, pages, or other content. L. Exporting all or part of your site for use by others. 3 to 2 Importing and exporting. Using templates and sample sites. Using templates and sample sites. A NetObjects Fusion template is a pre-defined set of pages and assets that you can modify to meet your needs. A template folder contains L. The source site's collected assets, stored in a template name /assets folder. A. Site's assets are its pages, pictures, media, and other content sources any other than the site name NOD that make up the site. L. The site styles used by the source site, stored in a template name /styles folder. Site styles are discussed in Using Site Styles on page 12 to 1. L. A template template name NFT, that includes the source site's structure, page layouts, and references to the site's assets. Templates can contain a single page, a site section, or an entire site. Net objects. Fusion comes with a variety of site and page templates. See Templates included. With Net Objects Fusion on page 3-2 for information. You can open a template to create a new site. Net Objects Fusion includes several templates that provide the basic structure for common types of sites. See Creating New Sites on page 3-4 for information. You can import any Net Objects Fusion or custom templates into your current site to expand its structure or content. To ensure consistency with the current site, all imported pages, sections, and sites take on the site style of the current site. See Expanding your site on page 3-11 for information. You can also export your current site into template format, so you can move or distribute it. See Exporting a site on page 3-17 for information. When you add a new blank page to your site, the appearance and content of that page is set by the default blank site template. To change the default appearance of new blank pages, you can modify the blank site template. See Changing an existing template on page 3-18 for details. Templates included with Net Objects Fusion. Net Objects Fusion includes 3 types of templates that you can use as a starting point for your site, or import as a section or page that you add to your current site. Using templates and sample sites. Importing and exporting 3-3. Auto site trademark templates provide a complete site with pre-designed pages, a suggested site structure, and placeholder content. Auto site templates are stored in the Net Objects Fusion 30/templates/auto sites folder. There are VE auto site templates included with Net Objects Fusion. An internet-style company site. A departmental intranet site. A business presentation site. An import site. A blank site. Page templates are professionally designed pages containing generic content that you can replace with your own information. Page templates are stored in the Net Objects Fusion /templates/pages folder. Net Objects Fusion includes a blank page template that is used whenever you add a new page to your current Net Objects Fusion site. Special use pages, such as a table of contents, a calendar, an FAQ page, an Office directory, and a What's New page. Sample navigation pages, which provide examples of top and left frame navigation, a text-based page, and an empty page. Data-derived pages, such as an employee directory, a Who's Who function, and a press release catalog. Form templates, which are pre-designed form pages containing generic or placeholder content for typical forms. A billing form. A guest book. An order form. A shipping form. You can also modify or replace these templates with your own. See Creating a template on page 3-17 or Changing an existing template on page 3-18 for details. 3-4 Importing and exporting. Creating new sites. Sample sites included with NetObjects Fusion. In addition to auto site and page templates, NetObjects Fusion comes with 2 sample sites, a small business site and a demonstration site. These are templates with real content rather than placeholder content. They're designed to showcase many NetObjects Fusion features. You can use them as examples of how to implement various effects and results. See Creating a Site from a Template on page 3 to 4 for information. Sample site templates are stored in the NetObjects Fusion 30/samples/sites folder. Creating new sites. When you want to create a new NetObjects Fusion site, you have 3 choices. You can start with a blank site and add all pages and content yourself. Starting from a blank site is described in Creating and Opening Sites on page 2 to 3. You can start from an auto site, a NetObjects Fusion page template, or a custom template, and add or delete content as needed. Starting from a template is described in Creating a Site from a Template on page 3 to 4. You can start from an existing site created without NetObjects Fusion, import it into NetObjects Fusion, and add, delete, or rearrange content as needed. Starting from an HTML-based site is described in Importing an existing site on page 3 to 7. Creating a site from a template. Auto site templates provided by NetObjects Fusion provide a complete site structure with pre-designed pages and suggested content. You can also use templates that you or your colleagues create, or templates created in previous versions of NetObjects Fusion. If a template contains a data object, NetObjects Fusion stores its image ELDs only as path names to the image LE. Therefore, if you create a new site from a template created on your computer, the image ELDs on stacked pages will still display the Creating New Sites. Importing and exporting 3 to 5 image. But if you move the template to another computer and create a new site from it, the image ELDs will be empty. To create a new site based on an auto site or other template. 1. If your preferences are set to display the welcome dialog when the program opens. A. Open NetObjects Fusion. The Welcome to NetObjects Fusion dialog appears. B. Select from Auto Site or Template, *NFT, in the Create a New Site section of the dialog, and click OK. If NetObjects Fusion is already running, select New Site, from Template. From the File menu of any view, the Select a Template file dialog appears with the Auto Sites folder shown by default. 3 to 6 Importing and exporting. Creating new sites. 2. Navigate to the folder containing the template you want. Select the appropriate template name NFT and click Open. The Save Site as dialog appears. 3. Enter a site name in the file name ELD. To ensure cross-platform compatibility, limit your site name to a maximum of 26 characters. The site name is the LI name for the NetObjects Fusion site, NOD, LI. And the name of the parent folder for the site's assets and content folders. 4. Select the location where you want your site saved. By default, NetObjects Fusion saves your site in the NetObjects Fusion 30/user sites folder, but you can store it in the location of your choice. 5. Click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates the /site name folder, which contains a site name nodly and a site name /assets subfolder. NetObjects Fusion opens in Site View and displays the page icons of the site you created. You can now modify the site structure as described in adding, deleting, and moving pages on page 2 to 12. The rest time you work with an auto-site or page template, explore the individual pages in page view before you delete or rearrange them. These pages include helpful content that can save you significant development time. Type a site name here. Click here to store the site in another location. Creating new sites. Importing and exporting 3 to 7. Importing an existing site. You can create a new site by importing and converting an existing site that was created using a different site or page development tool. When you import and convert an existing site, NetObjects Fusion analyzes and duplicates the structure of the source site. Analyzes and duplicates the content of each page. Arranges source content into objects in a layout design as close as possible to the original. Duplicates navigation and content links. Assigns the default plain site style and the default master border, if you select one. You can use this import and conversion function to bring previously created sites into NetObjects Fusion format. Then you can use NetObjects Fusion for updates, revisions, and maintenance. When you create a new site by importing and converting an existing site, follow these guidelines. When you begin to import and convert a source site, you can select one master border from the currently displayed site to apply to the new site. If you have an existing site with a master border similar to what you want the newly created site to have, open that site rest, then create the new site. NetObjects Fusion applies the selected master border to the new site as it is created. Be aware that importing a complex site might take more processing time than you expect. If the source site was created in NetObjects Fusion, it is more efficient to import it as a template than to import the published HTML pages. You can import an existing site from a local or networked drive, or from a remote location such as an intranet server or the World Wide Web. To import from a local drive, you must know the drive and folder where the site's home page, usually named index.htm or index.html, is stored. To import from a remote location, you must know the URL of the main site, such as index.htm. 3 to 8 Importing and exporting. Creating new sites. You can limit the number of pages and the number of levels that NetObjects Fusion captures from either a local or remote site. Levels are based on the hierarchy of pages in the source site, deemed by the site's navigation. The RST level is always the site's home page. The second level of the source site consists of pages that are linked from the home page. Third-level pages are those linked from second-level pages, and so on. You must be connected to the internet when you're ready to activate the remote capture. When NetObjects Fusion imports a site, it starts with the page you specify and stops importing when it hits the page number limit, the site level limit, or the end of the site. If you don't define import limits, NetObjects Fusion imports to the end of the site no matter how long that takes or how much it requires in system resources. In determining the number of levels, NetObjects Fusion counts the designated top-level page as level 1, then works down the site's structure, stopping when it reaches the limit you set. NetObjects Fusion imports as many pages as possible at a higher level before going to a lower level. HTML coding practices vary, so the contents of the source site pages are unpredictable. Not all HTML coding syntax translates identically into NetObjects Fusion format, particularly incomplete or non-standard tags. Some pages will convert more accurately than others. Spaces in HTML names might cause problems importing a site. NetObjects Fusion imports assets such as Java applets, Shockwave, and other media. It does not import server-side image maps or manage server-side resources. If the imported site originally used server resources such as a CGI script or server-side includes, you must manually recreate these on your server. NetObjects Fusion imports and converts HTML tables. If the source table has a visible border, no row or column spans, and a maximum size of 20 x 20 cells, then NetObjects Fusion converts it as a table. This works for regular and nested tables that meet the criteria. Otherwise, NetObjects Fusion converts the table into a series of text boxes and positions them on the page to represent the table structure. NetObjects Fusion tables do not support vertical alignment attributes. Creating new sites. Importing and exporting 3 to 9. NetObjects Fusion's import feature supports the HTML 3.2 specification. Cascading style sheet, CSS, coding is removed from pages during import. Content with no other alignment formatting is placed left on its respective page. When you import a site that was built using HTML frames, NetObjects Fusion imports the frame set's content pages as regular pages, and references the original frame set page as an external HTML page. Be prepared to perform some cleanup on an imported and converted site. Adjust font size and style if needed, and add NetObjects Fusion navigation bars and banners as appropriate to your design. If a page does not import the way you expect, check the original source for incorrect HTML code or data. Creating a new site from an existing site. 1. To use an existing site's master border when building the new site, open the existing site RST. 2. From the File menu, choose New Site, from Local Import, or from Remote Import. L. Select from local import to import a site located on your hard disk or network drive. The Import Local website dialog appears. L. Select from remote import to import a site stored in a remote location, such as an intranet server or the World Wide Web. 3 to 10 Importing and exporting. Creating new sites. The Import Remote website dialog appears. 3. Enter the exactly location and path to the top-level page you want to import. L. To specify a local site, enter the full drive and path to the local site's top-level source page in the home page LD, or click Browse. A Open dialog appears. Navigate to and select the appropriate top-level page and click OK. L. To specify a remote site, enter the full URL to the site's top-level source page in the home page URL LD. To ensure accuracy, navigate to the site or page using your browser, then cut and paste the URL from the browser. The starting page of your site import does not have to be the source site's home page, usually named index.html or index.html. It can be any page of any accessible web or intranet site. 4. From the Assign Master Border drop-down list, select the master border you want to apply to the imported site or section. NetObjects Fusion displays the list of master borders available in the current site. If there is no site currently open, the master border import is applied by default. 5. Set the limits for the number of pages and number of levels you want to apply to the import process. Expanding your site. Importing and exporting 3 to 11. 6. If you are importing and converting a local site, enter the domain name for the site's home page in the domain name LD. If the local site was ever published on the web, use the domain name that was used to access it. If not, leave the placeholder www.domain.com in the LD. When it imports a local site, NetObjects Fusion needs to know the home base domain of that site, so it can tell whether to convert the links it NDS into external or internal links. It does that by comparing the targeted domain, if there is one, to the domain name you entered. 7. If you are importing and converting a remote site, make sure your system is connected to the internet or intranet so NetObjects Fusion can link to and import the site. 8. Click OK. NetObjects Fusion imports the site and converts its content, structure, and links into NetObjects Fusion format. It stores the site's assets in the site name /import folder, and assigns the master border you selected earlier to each page in the new site. 9. Navigate to each page and make necessary adjustments. Expanding your site. One of the most efficient ways to expand your site and add new content is to import structures and content from other sources. You can import NetObjects Fusion templates at selected locations in your site. See Importing Templates on page 3 to 11 for information. You can import and convert existing sites or parts of sites using Site View and attach them to selected locations in your site. You can also import existing pages using Page View. See Importing existing sites on page 3 to 14. Importing templates. One way to expand your site is to import NetObjects Fusion templates into a specific location in your site. Templates can be either pages or whole sites. You can use either to assemble the basic structure of your site very quickly. 3 to 12 Importing and exporting. Expanding your site. Importing templates is especially helpful if you have standard boilerplate sections or pages that you want to add to multiple sites, or share among multiple authors. You can save those sections or pages as templates, and then incorporate them anywhere in your site with a few mouse clicks. When you import templates, follow these guidelines. Before you import, select the location where you want to append the imported section. The imported site, page, or section becomes a child of the selected page. You can move pages as needed once they are imported. When you import a site or multi-page template, you are in effect adding a section to your site. See Working with Sections on page 2 to 9 for information. All imported pages take on the site style of the current site. For example, if several authors separately develop parts of a site, export their work as templates, and import the templates into a single master site for publishing, the master site's site style ensures that the compiled site has a consistent look and feel. See Chapter 12, Using Site Styles, for more information. When NetObjects Fusion imports a template, it renames the templates master borders by prixing them with imported, and adds them to the current site's library of master borders. For example, if the template has a master border named No Frames, it is renamed and stored with the current site as Imported No Frames. You can rename, manipulate, or delete these extra master borders as appropriate. See Modifying and Creating Master Borders on page 6 to 3 for information. Every template begins with a single root page, which is helpful if you are adding the template to your site as a page or section. However, if you want the root page of your template to be the home page of your site, you must create a new site based on the template, rather than importing it. See Creating New Sites on page 3 to 4 for information. Although this information refers to the templates provided with NetObjects Fusion, the procedure is the same for importing custom templates. You can also reference external HTML pages as a part of your NetObjects Fusion site. NetObjects Fusion attaches referenced pages to the site, but does not import or convert their contents to NetObjects Fusion format. See Chapter 19. Referencing and editing external HTML, for information. Expanding your site. Importing and exporting 3 to 13. If a template contains a data object, NetObjects Fusion stores its image ELDs only as path names to the image LE. Therefore, if you import a template created on your computer, the image ELDs on stacked pages will still display the image, but if you move the template to another computer and import it, the image ELDs will be empty. L. If you add custom actions to a site, save the site as a template, and then import the template into a new site. The custom actions will not display in the custom actions menu in the new site. To import a site or page template. 1. In Site View, right-click the page under which you want to import the template. This page becomes the parent of the imported page or pages. 2. Select Import Template from the shortcut menu. The Import Template dialog appears. 3. Select the template you want to import. L. To import an AutoSite template, open the \AutoSites folder, and ND the folder containing the template you want to use. Open the selected template folder and select the template name NFTly within it. L. To import a page template, open the \pages folder and ND the folder containing the template you want to use. Open the selected template folder and select the template name NFTly within it. 3 to 14 Importing and exporting. Expanding your site. L. To import a template located elsewhere on your system or network. Use the Import Template dialog to ND the folder containing the template you want to use. Open the folder and select the template name NFTly within it. 4. After you select the template, click Open. NetObjects Fusion imports the template and appends it under the page you selected. The page data and all assets are stored in your current site folder. The original template is still available in the NetObjects Fusion 30 \templates folder. Importing existing sites. You can expand your current site by importing and converting an existing site that was built without NetObjects Fusion. The process is similar to creating a new site from an existing site, but you are appending the existing site to your current site structure, rather than building a new site from scratch with it. Be aware that importing a complex site might take more processing time than you expect. If you created the site in NetObjects Fusion, it is far more efficient to import it as a template than to import the published HTML pages. To expand your site by importing an existing site. 1. In Site View, select the page you want to serve as the parent of the imported and converted content. 2. From the File menu, choose Import Website, from Local Import or from Remote Import. L. Select from Local Import if you want to import a site located on your hard disk or network drive. Expanding your site. Importing and exporting 3 to 15. The Import Local Website dialog appears. L. Select from Remote Import to import a site stored in a remote location such as an intranet server or the World Wide Web. The Import Remote Website dialog appears. 3. Enter the exactly location and path to the top-level page you want to import. L. To specify a local site, enter the full drive and path to the local site's top-level source page in the home page LD, or click Browse. A Open dialog appears. Navigate to and select the appropriate top-level page and click OK. 3 to 16 Importing and exporting. Expanding your site. L. To specify a remote site, enter the full URL to the site's top level source page in the home page URL LD. To ensure accuracy, navigate to the site or page using your browser, then cut and paste the URL from the browser. The starting page of your site import does not have to be the source site's home page, usually named index.html or index.html, it can be any page of any accessible web or intranet site. 4. From the Assign Master Border drop-down list, select the master border you want to apply to the imported site or section. NetObjects Fusion displays the list of master borders available in the current site. If there is no site currently open, the master border import is applied by default. 5. Set the limits for the number of pages and number of levels you want to apply to the import process. 6. If you are importing and converting a local site, enter the domain name for the site's home page in the domain name LD. If the local site was ever published on the web, use the domain name that was used to access it. If not, leave the placeholder www.domain.com in the LD. When it imports a local site, NetObjects Fusion needs to know the home base domain of that site, so it can tell whether to convert the links it NDS into external or internal links. It does that by comparing the targeted domain, if there is one, to the domain name you entered. 7. If you are importing and converting a remote site, make sure your system is connected to the internet or intranet so NetObjects Fusion can link to and import the site. 8. Click OK. NetObjects Fusion imports the site, converts its content, structure, and links, stores its assets in the site name /assets folder, and assigns the master border you selected earlier to each page in the new site. 9. Navigate to each page and make necessary adjustments. Exporting a site. Importing and exporting 3 to 17. Exporting a site. You can export any site as a template to use its style or content in another site. When you export a site as a template, NetObjects Fusion copies all assets into the /assets folder of the template and converts absolute paths to relative paths. NetObjects Fusion includes in the exported template the site style layout and resources for any site style in use by the source site. Therefore, exporting a site as a template, NFT, is the only way to share sites with other NetObjects Fusion authors, or to incorporate it into another site. You cannot move or replicate your site by copying and distributing the site name nodly and its /assets folder because your site's assets are not necessarily stored in the site name /assets folder, they could be elsewhere on your disk, somewhere on the network, or out on the web. The site name nodly contains absolute paths to all asset locations, so it doesn't need to move or copy your assets until you publish your site. The new computer to which you move the site name nodly might not have the same assets in the same locations. If it doesn't, the site will be missing assets. A customized site style used for the site might not be available in the site's new location. Export is only available from site view. Creating a template. 1. To export the template to a new folder, create the folder RST, using the Windows Explorer or NT File Manager. 2. In Site View, from the File menu, choose Export Site. 3-18 Importing and Exporting. Exporting a site. The Select Destination dialog appears. 3. Navigate to and select the folder where you want to store the template. And click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates the template and stores it in a subfolder of the folder you selected. The current site remains open. Changing an existing template. You can change or customize any NetObjects Fusion template. For example, if you have a standard company template for department pages, you can customize your copy so it contains your department name, location, and personnel information. If your company develops sites for customers and other organizations, you can customize the templates you use most frequently with your company name, contact information, and default links. If you routinely create new pages or new sites, but need them to have a consistent look and feel, you can customize NetObjects Fusion's blank site template to contain the standard objects you want. To preserve the original template, copy the entire template folder, including the template name /assets subfolder, before you edit or modify a default template. If you need to undo changes to a default NetObjects Fusion template, you can reinstall it. Exporting a site. Importing and exporting 3-19. If your moded template includes a custom site style, see Customizing a template. With a site style on page 3-19. Customizing a template. 1. In Site View, from the File menu, choose Open Site to display the Open dialog. 2. Select NetObjects Fusion Template Files, *NFT, from the Files of Type drop-down list. 3. Navigate to and select the template, then click OK. 4. Identify new assets you want to add to the template and copy them to the templates /asset folder, using Windows Explorer or NT File Manager. 5. Modify the template page, as needed. 6. To record the changes as part of the original template, choose File, Save, Site. To rename or move the template to a different folder, choose File, Save, Site Asia. Navigate to and select a new parent folder, or enter a new name for the site. 7. Click OK. You can now import the customized template as needed. Customizing a template with a site style. 1. In Site View, from the File menu, choose New Site, from Template. The New Site from Template dialog appears. 2. Navigate to and select the template you want to customize and click Open. The Save Site as dialog appears. 3. Enter a new name for the template. NetObjects Fusion creates a new site based on the selected template, and gives it your new name. 4. Make changes to the template's content, structure, or properties. 3 to 20 Importing and exporting. Exporting a site. 5. Switch to Style View. From the Style menu, choose Add Style to List. The Open dialog appears with a Files of Type setting of Style sheet. Files, *SSF. 6. Navigate to and select the style name SSF of the site style you want to apply to the template, and click OK. NetObjects Fusion adds the site style to the list and displays an alert box asking if you want to apply the new site style to the site. 7. Click Yes. 8. Switch to Site View and from the File menu, choose Export Site to display the Export Destination dialog. 9. To replace the original template. A. To export the template to a new folder, create the folder RST using the Windows Explorer or NT File Manager. B. In Site View, from the File menu, choose Export Site to display the Select Destination dialog. C. Navigate to and select the folder under which you want to store the template and click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates the template and stores it in a subfolder of the folder you selected. The current site remains open. 10. To create a new template, export the site to a new location. You can now import the customized template as needed. Exporting a site. Importing and exporting 3 to 21. Sharing NetObjects Fusion site files. Templates are the only effective way to share NetObjects Fusion site among multiple authors or across operating platforms. You cannot simply copy a site name nodly created by NetObjects Fusion to another computer and open it, because the site name nodly refers to layout and styles that are not contained in the site name nodly itself. Note, if most of your sites involve the efforts of 3 or more developers using NetObjects Fusion, you should consider NetObjects Team Fusion, which uses client-server technology to manage, integrate, and safeguard the contributions of each team member. See www.netobjects.com for more information. To distribute or move a NetObjects Fusion site. 1. Export the site as a template according to the information in creating a template on page 3 to 17. 2. Copy the new template folder to the target computer via network, diskette, or other storage media. Make sure the folder and names are not truncated or changed in the process. 3. Start NetObjects Fusion on the destination computer. 4. From the File menu, choose New Site, from Template. The New Site dialog appears. 5. Navigate to and open the Templates folder and select the template name. NFT 6. Enter a name for the new site in the site name field and click OK. The site that was created in NetObjects Fusion on the source computer is now the active site, with its own site name nodly on the destination computer. 3 to 22 Importing and exporting. Exporting a site. Chapter 4. Page View Basics 4 to 1. Page View Basics. 4. NetObjects Fusion supports 3 ways to lay out your page: position-based, text-based, and HTML-based. Once you select a layout method, you either place objects within a layout container or import an HTML page to construct your page. Tools, properties palettes, and layout aids, such as rulers, guides, and grids, help you arrange and align objects on the page. This chapter describes how to use page view features, including L. Displaying pages, L. Working in the master border and layout areas, L. Moving between pages, L. Placing objects, L. Using tools, L. Aligning and distributing objects, L. Overlapping objects, L. Rearranging layered objects, L. Renaming objects. 4 to 2 Page View Basics. Displaying a page in Page View. Displaying a page in Page View. From Site View, there are several ways to display a page in Page View. You double-click the page icon. You click the page icon, then click the Page View button on the control bar. You click the page icon, then from the Go menu, choose Page. You click the page icon, then press Ctrl+2. The page you selected appears in Page View. Pages consist of a layout area and a master border area. The layout area is the body of the page. It contains objects that are unique to a page. Master borders are optional. Margin sets. They contain objects, such as navigation bars, that appear on multiple pages. You can design multiple layouts and master borders, then assign one of each to a page. Modifying and creating master borders on page 6 to 3 describes how to create layout area, master border area, master border area, page name, layout name, dock toolbars, properties palette, grid, rulers, guides. Displaying a page in Page View. Page View Basics 4 to 3. Master borders, creating and selecting layouts on page 7 to 2 describes how to create layouts. The size of a NetObjects Fusion page is defined by the combined size of the master border and layout. The blank site template sets the default page size at 600x555 pixels, which is appropriate for the majority of site visitors. You can redefine the default page size setting in Preferences, as described on page 1 to 15, or by adjusting the size of the master border area, the layout area, or both. See Adjusting the size of the layout and master border areas on page 4 to 3 for more information. Adjusting the size of the layout and master border areas. You can adjust the size of the master border and layout areas. Resizing these areas also changes your page size. Master border handles, layout handles, master border handles, layout width and height elds. 4 to 4 Page View Basics. Displaying a page in Page View. To resize the layout and master border areas, do one of the following. You click in the layout area, then change the layout width, height, or both. In the layout width and height fields on the General tab of the layout. Properties palette. You with the rulers showing, click one of the layout handles and drag it to change the layout height and width. You with the rulers showing, click the rightmost master border handle to increase the size of the right master border. Click the bottom master border handle to increase the size of the bottom master border. Forcing objects to snap to grids, guides, and each other. When you select a snap to command, NetObjects Fusion creates a magnetic attraction between the selected object and the grids, guides, or other objects. Forcing objects to snap to grids, guides, and each other helps create more efficient HTML code. To force objects to snap to grids, select Snap to Grids from the View menu. To force objects to snap to guides, select Snap to Guides from the View menu. To force objects to snap to each other, select Snap to Object Outlines from the View menu. Adding, moving, and deleting guides. You can add as many guides as you want to either the master border area or the layout area, move the guides, and delete them. Moving between pages in Page View. Page View Basics 4 to 5. You click in the area for which you want to add, move, or delete a guide. Then do one of the following. L to add a vertical guide, click in the top ruler. L to add a horizontal guide, click in the side ruler. L to move a guide, click its arrow on the ruler and drag it. L to delete a guide, click its arrow and drag it off the ruler. Showing and hiding rulers, guides, and grids. Grids, rulers, and movable guides help you place and align objects in the master border and layout areas. Guides associated with a master border appear on all pages that use that master border. You can set the size of the grid in the Preferences dialog as described on page 12. 2. Show and hide rulers, guides, and grids in Page View, do one of the following. You select Rulers and Guides from the View menu to show and hide rulers and guides. You select Grids from the View menu to show and hide grids. Moving between pages in Page View. You can easily move between pages in Page View using the page navigation buttons, the Site Navigation window, or the Go to command on the Go menu. 4. Information about the Go to command, see, using the Go menu, on page 1 to 8. The page navigation buttons and button for displaying the Site Navigation window are at the bottom of the NetObjects Fusion window. Parent Page button, Previous Page button, Next Page button, Child Page button, Site Navigation window button. 4 to 6 Page View Basics. Importing HTML pages. Using page navigation buttons. To move between pages using the page navigation buttons, do one of the following. On a child page, click the Parent Page button to display its parent page. On a parent page, click the Child Page button to display its child page. Click the Previous Page button to move to the preceding sibling page. Click the Next Page button to move to the next sibling page. Using the site navigation window. 1. In page view, click the Site Navigation Window button. The Site Navigation window appears. 2. Double-click the page you want to open, or select the page and press Enter to open it. Importing HTML pages. In page view, you can import an HTML page authored elsewhere and convert it to NetObjects Fusion format, so you can visually edit its contents as you would any other page. You can import HTML documents with HTML or HTML extensions. If you prefer not to convert the HTML page to NetObjects Fusion format, place it as an object as described in Referencing HTML from Page View on page 19 to 4. Placing objects. Page View Basics 4 to 7. Note, because of variations in HTML code, not all pages import exactly as you see them, especially if their content is not indeed tables. Unpredictable results can occur if the page contains incorrect HTML. Non-HTML, such as JavaScripts and CGI scripts, do not import. 1. In page view, display the page on which you want to import the HTML page. It is easiest to import an HTML onto a layout that contains no content, because objects from the HTML overlay any existing objects. 2. From the File menu, choose Import HTML Page. The open dialog appears. 3. Select an HTML or HTML from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 4. Click Open. NetObjects Fusion places the contents of the HTML or HTML on the current page, beginning in the upper left corner of the layout area. Placing objects. You can use the tools on the 4 toolbars, or drag and drop onto the page to place objects. To place an object using a tool. 1. In page view, select the tool you want to use. Double-click the tool if you want to place multiple objects of the same type. 2. Draw a box where you want to place the object on the page. If you are placing a picture, select from the Picture File Open dialog and click Open. 4 to 8 Page View Basics. Placing objects. The object appears on the page as well as the appropriate properties. Palette. For example, if you place a picture, the following appears. 3. Set the properties of the object. The tabs and options displayed on the Properties palette vary depending on the object you are placing. See the appropriate chapter for information about setting properties for objects. Dragging and dropping objects. You can drag and drop text or rich text format, RTF, from Microsoft Explorer or a word processor. 1. Locate and select the text or text you want to place. 2. Drag the text or into the NetObjects Fusion application window and drop it on the page. 3. Use the Properties palette to set the text's properties. Selecting objects. Page View Basics 4 to 9. Selecting objects. Use the Selection tool to select, then move, or resize objects. Selection tool. You click the selection tool on the standard toolbar. Then, L click an object to select it. Click elsewhere to deselect it. L drag an object to move it. L click an object and drag the selection handles to resize the object. L drag a marquee around multiple objects, or Shift plus click to select multiple objects. L Shift plus click selected objects one by one to deselect them. Zooming in and out. Zoom tools. Use the zoom tools to zoom in and out on an object or area on your page. You can press Alt while using the tool to toggle between zooming in and out on an object, or you can use the zoom command on the view menu to select a magnification. Moving and copying objects. You click and drag an object to move it. U to prevent an object from dropping into a container, such as a layout, region or text box. Select the object and press Alt while moving it over a container. You press Ctrl, then click and drag an object to copy it. 4 to 10 page view basics. Editing objects. Editing objects. You can edit objects you place on your page by launching editing applications right from NetObjects Fusion. To learn how to link a li type to the application of your choice, C. To create or modify a li type in Windows 95 or Windows NT Online. Help. 1. In Page View, select the object and choose Open Object from the Object menu. 2. The object appears in the application associated with it. Adding and modifying alt tags. To make pages load faster, some visitors set up their browsers so they do not display images. To ensure that your pages provide the information you want to convey. Regardless of how the site visitor's browser is set up, use alt tags to provide descriptive text that appears when images are not displayed. Also, Microsoft Internet Explorer 3x and 4x can display alt tag text in a tooltip when the site visitor points at an object, so make sure every alt tag is appropriate for a tooltip. NetObjects Fusion assigns a picture's li name as the alt tag when you place picture objects. You can change the name to a more descriptive one in the alt tag eld on the Picture Properties palette. You can add an alt tag to Java, Drawn Shape, Hotspot, Generic Plugin, QuickTime Trademark, Shockwave, Audio, and Video objects in the alt tag eld of their Properties palette. Alt tag. Embedding objects in containers. Page View Basics 4 to 11. To add or modify an alt tag. You in the Objects Properties palette, type a descriptive name in the alt tag eld. Embedding objects in containers. In NetObjects Fusion, a container is an object into which you can embed other objects. A container can be any size and can hold any kind of object. NetObjects Fusion provides 4 types of containers you can use to design and lay out your page. L. The layout is the body of the page, surrounded on all 4 sides by the master border. Each page has at least one layout, although you can create additional layouts as needed. Text boxes are a special class of objects because you can embed other objects within them. You can also maximize a text box so it lets the entire layout in effect, using a single text box to lay out the entire page. Layout regions are mini layouts that you can use to subdivide the page. You can draw and place layout regions anywhere on the page, and place any kind of objects including text boxes or other layout regions within their borders. Tables serve as containers for objects. If your page design calls for a tabular design, you can create a table to the page, and lay out your content within the cells of the table. Each cell of a table is a text box, so you can embed any other objects in the cell. Note, if your page design requires hand-coded HTML pages, you can incorporate them as is into your NetObjects Fusion page by referencing them. See Referencing HTML from Page View on page 19-4 for information. To embed an object in a container, select it and drag it over the container into which you want to embed it. The object automatically drops into the container. For details, see Chapter 7, Laying Out the Page. 4-12 Page View Basics. Creating overlapping objects. Creating overlapping objects. NetObjects Fusion supports CSS and layers, an advanced form of HTML output that lets you overlap objects. Site visitors who have newer browsers Microsoft Internet Explorer 4X or Netscape Communicator 4X can see an object superimposed on top of another one. When you choose the CSS and Layers output option, you can place overlapped objects anywhere in a layout, or embed them in a layout region. To overlap two or more objects. 1. In Page View, in the Layout Properties palette, if you have not selected CSS and Layers for your entire site, select CSS and Layers from the Use drop-down list. 2. Place two or more objects in the layout or a layout region. 3. Determine the object you want to be on the bottom layer, then drag the object you want to be on the next layer on top of it. 4. Repeat step 3 to continue layering objects. See Selecting HTML Output on page 5-3 for a complete discussion of the CSS and Layers output type. If you want to change the order by which objects are layered, see Rearranging Layered Objects on page 4-13. Locating and renaming objects. The object tree provides a convenient way to locate and rename objects on a page. This is particularly useful when you are working with layered or hidden objects. If you added several of the same type of objects, NetObjects Fusion numbers each object in the order in which you placed it. 1. In Page View, from the View menu, choose Palettes, Object Tree. Rearranging Layered Objects. Page View Basics 4-13. The object tree appears. 2. Click an object in the object tree to locate it on the page. Selection handles appear around the object on the page. 3. To rename the object, select the name of the object and type a new name. Rearranging layered objects. You can rearrange the layering of objects using commands on the object menu or by moving the object in the object tree. 1. In page view, open the object tree, and click the object you want to move. Handles appear around the object on the page. 2. Click and drag the object up or down the tree to move it to a different layer, or from the object menu, choose Arrange Objects, and L select Bring to Front to bring the object to the top of the layer. L select Bring Forward to bring the object up one layer. L select Send to Back to send the object to the bottom layer. L select Send Backward to send the object down one layer. 4 to 14 Page View Basics. Aligning and distributing objects. Aligning and distributing objects. In a layout or layout region, you can align two or more objects to each other and distribute three or more objects equidistant from each other. Or, you can align and distribute objects relative to the layout or layout region. 1. In page view, select the objects you want to align by Shift plus clicking each. 1. The multi-object palette appears. 2. If you want the objects to align or be distributed relative to the layout or layout region in which the objects are placed, select Relative to Layout. 3. In the Align section, specify the horizontal and vertical alignment. L select an option from the Horizontally section to align objects left or right sides, or if you want them to be centered on top of each other. If you select Relative to Layout, the objects align to the right or left side of the layout, or are centered in the layout, one on top of the other. L select an option from the Vertically section if you want to align objects top or bottom sides, or if you want them to be centered next to each other. If you select Relative to Layout, the objects align to the top or bottom of the layout, or are centered in the layout side by side, making multiple objects the same size. Page View Basics 4 to 15. L select horizontally from the Distribute section if you want 3 or more objects that are on top of each other to be equidistant. Select vertically from the Distribute section if you want 3 or more objects that are next to each other to be equidistant. Note, object alignment can have an impact on preserving your design. See Optimizing Nested Tables output on page 5 to 7 for information. Making multiple objects the same size. You can adjust objects so they are all the same size. 1. In page view, select the objects by Shift plus clicking each one or by drawing a selection box around them. The selected object's size to match the largest object you select. 2. From the Objects menu, choose Size Objects, Width to make 2 objects the same width. From the Objects menu, choose Size Objects, Height to make 2 objects the same height. Using the Standard toolbar, standard objects such as text, pictures, tables, forms, and so on are the basic building blocks of any site. Text tool. Use the text tool to add text to your pages. See Chapter 8, Designing with Text for information. Picture tool. Use the picture tool to add pictures to your pages. See Chapter 10, Placing Pictures for information. Rectangle Hotspot Tool. Use the tools in the Hotspot Tools group to create image maps. See Creating an image map on page 14 to 13 for information. 4 to 16 Page View Basics. Using the Advanced Toolbar. Layout Region Tool. Use the Layout Region tool to add layout regions to your pages. See Using Layout Regions on page 7 to 14 for information. Table Tool. Use the Table tool to place tables on your pages. See Chapter 9, Adding Tables for information. Form Area Tool. Use the Form Area tool to add a form container to your page. See Chapter 17. Designing and Implementing Forms for Information. Navigation Bar Tool. Use the Navigation Bar tool to add navigation bars to a page. See Chapter 13. Creating navigation bars and banners for information. Banner Tool. Use the Banner tool to add a banner based on your site style to your page. See Chapter 13, Creating Navigation Bars and Banners for Information. Rectangle Tool. Use the tools in the Draw Shape group to draw shapes. See Chapter 11, Drawing Shapes and Lines for information about drawing shapes. HR Tool. Use the tools in the Line Tools group to draw rules, lines, and arrows. See Chapter 11, Drawing Shapes and Lines for information about drawing lines and arrows. Using the Advanced Toolbar. The Advanced Toolbar contains tools you use to add media that require plugins, such as Shockwave and QuickTime, Java applets and servlets, ActiveX controls, data, objects, and external HTML. Plugin Tool. Use the tools in the Media Tools group to add popular plugins, such as Shockwave for Director, Shockwave Flash, or QuickTime Movies to your pages. See Chapter 15. Placing media for information about adding these objects. Java Tool. Use the Java tool to place Java applets and servlets. See Chapter 16, Adding Java and ActiveX for information. Using the Components toolbar. Page View Basics 4 to 17. ActiveX Control Tool. Use the ActiveX Control tool to place ActiveX, OCX, LE on your page. See Chapter 16, Adding Java and ActiveX for information. Data List Tool. Use a Data List tool to add data list objects. See Chapter 20, Data Publishing for information. External HTML Tool. Use the External HTML tool to reference an external HTML page. See Chapter 19. Referencing and editing external HTML for information. Using the Components toolbar. The Components toolbar contains tools you use to add components, such as a ticker tape or message board, to your pages. Dynabutton Tool. Dynabuttons are buttons site visitors use to navigate to links, including pages or sites. See Adding Dynabuttons on page 18 to 2 for information. Ticker Tape Tool. Ticker tape adds a scrolling LED message to your site. See Using ticker tape on page 18 to 5 for information. Site Mapper tool. Site Mapper helps site visitors create a site map. See Adding a site map button on page 18 to 6 for information. Message board tool. Message board provides visitors with a means to post, read, and reply to messages. See Adding a message board on page 18 to 8 for information. Form Handler tool. Use the Form Handler tool to add a submit button to forms. See Submitting responses as plain text on page 17 to 14 for information. Picture Rollover tool. Picture Rollover displays different images when a site visitor moves the mouse pointer over an image. See Loading pictures onto your site on page 18 to 15 for information. 4 to 18 Page View Basics. Using the Form toolbar. Time-based picture tool. Time-based picture displays an image for a specified period of time. See Adding time-based pictures on page 18 to 13 for information. Picture Loader tool. Picture Loader loads an image dynamically at browser request from a URL. See Loading pictures onto your site on page 18 to 15 for information. Rotating Picture tool. Rotating picture displays several images in a continuous loop. See Adding pictures that roll over on page 18 to 11 for information. NetObjects Fusion Components tool. Use the NetObjects Fusion Components tool to add components to your site. See Adding other NetObjects Fusion components on page 18 to 18 for information. Using the Form toolbar. A form provides a way for you to collect information from site visitors and provides the visitor with a way to request information. You use the form tools to design forms after you designate an area of the page as the form area. Forms Button tool. Use this tool to add a reset button or, if your form will use either your own or a third party's CGI script, to add a submit button. See Adding Submit, Reset, and Custom buttons on page 17 to 12 for information. Checkbox tool. Checkboxes provide site visitors with a way to select one or more items from a group of items, or to toggle a single item on and off. See Adding checkboxes on page 17 to 9 for information. Radio button tool. Radio buttons limit the site visitor to selecting one item at a time. See Adding radio buttons on page 17 to 8 for information. Edit field tool. Single-line text fields accept text input from site visitors. They can be any width but only one line high. See Adding a single-line text field on page 17 to 5 for information. Multi-line tool. Multiple line text fields can hold more than one line of text. See Adding a multiple line text field on page 17 to 7 for information. Interpreting the warning icon. Page View Basics 4 to 19. Forms Combo Box tool. Combo boxes create drop-down lists to display multiple options. Combo boxes allow site visitors to select one or several items from a list. See adding a combo box on page 17 to 10 for information. Interpreting the warning icon. NetObjects Fusion displays a warning icon on an object when it detects a potential layout problem or other error condition. Mouse over the warning icon to display a tooltip that identifies the problem, which can be one of the following. A picture is not web safe, because it is in an unsupported format. To remove the icon, replace the picture with one in a supported format. C. Choosing an image format on page 10 to 2 for information. A form object, such as a submit button, is outside a form. To remove the icon, drag the form object inside a form. C. Adding objects to a form on page 17 to 4. For information. Two or more objects overlap and you have not selected CSS and layers as your HTML output option. To remove the icon, drag objects apart so they don't overlap or choose CSS and layers as the output option. C. Creating overlapping objects on page 4 to 12 for information. Warning icon. 4 to 20 page view basics. Interpreting the warning icon. Chapter 5. Planning your site 5 to 1. Planning your site. 5. The default settings for NetObjects Fusion generate efficient HTML that faithfully reproduces your visual design on the published page. The design of your text content, however, is subject to the browser settings of each site visitor. Preserving your design intentions on page 5 to 2 describes potential variations that can happen in the site visitor's browser. NetObjects Fusion offers several ways to control published output. You can manipulate the HTML output method used to generate your site. NetObjects Fusion supports 3 output methods, each of which provides unique binates in selected circumstances. Selecting HTML output on page 5 to 3 describes these methods and their use. You can control the table formatting priority, horizontal or vertical used to generate the page. This helps preserve your design intentions when a browser's font settings change the size of your text. Optimizing nested tables output on page 5 to 7 describes the table format setting. You can select from 4 different types of page containers, each with different characteristics, to serve as your page layout medium. Chapter 7, Laying out the page, describes these containers and their use. This chapter describes these HTML output methods and text choices, including NetObjects Fusion's 3 publishing methods, their pros and cons, and their application to different parts of your site. The difference between horizontal and vertical preference for page formatting. Matching your design priorities with the appropriate HTML output method. 5 to 2 Planning your site. Preserving your design intentions. Preserving your design intentions. When you place a text box on a page, it's shown in the default display font. You then format the text, size the object, and position it relative to other objects on the page, basing your efforts on the effects of your default display font and the size of the text box it creates. When you preview or publish the page and view it in your browser, the size of the text box and its alignment with the objects around it is controlled by the base font settings in your browser. If your NetObjects Fusion base font is 10 times Roman, and your browser base font is set to 14 Arial, you'll see an immediate difference in the arrangement and spacing of your objects, because your text boxes expand to accommodate the new font size. This is why you are advised to set the display fonts in NetObjects Fusion to match those of your browser, so you are working in a WYSIWYG environment. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12 for information. This font variation is not caused by NetObjects Fusion, it's a consequence of site visitors controlling their browser environment. It might not be an issue when you preview, but when you publish your site, you should be aware of potential problems. Page view at 10 times Roman, browser view at 14 Arial. Selecting HTML output. Planning your site 5 to 3. If a site visitor has a different browser base font setting, the text boxes on your page change size and other objects are rearranged around them. Microsoft Internet Explorer places slightly more blank space between text lines than the Netscape browsers do. If you design your page using one browser as a preview tool, visitors using the other browser see different results. You can set WYSIWYG optimization for either Netscape or Microsoft Internet Explorer to account for the browser differences. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12 for information. There are differences in font display between operating systems. If your site visitor is using a Macintosh, for example, its version of 14 Arial is physically smaller than yours. Using the nested tables output method, you can control this rearrangement of content. See Publishing with Nested Tables on page 5 to 4 for information. You can also specify the horizontal or vertical formatting priority, so resized text impacts your page design in predictable ways. See Optimizing Nested Tables output on page 5 to 7 for information. Selecting HTML output. Ongoing advances in browser technology and HTML standards have created several possibilities for controlling the way your site presents content. NetObjects Fusion supports these advances by offering 3 HTML output methods. Nested Tables uses nested table tagging and other features of the 3.2 HTML specification to produce your site. This is NetObjects Fusion's default output, because it produces the most predictable and consistent results on screen, regardless of the type, version, or font configuration of the browser. Publishing with nested tables on page 5 to 4 describes this output option in detail. Regular tables uses basic, non-nested HTML table tagging to format your site pages. Regular tables is the lowest common denominator output setting. generating basic HTML that is compatible with the widest range of browser versions. C. Publishing with regular tables, on page 5-5 for a description of regular tables output. CSS and layers uses a combination of cascading style sheets positioning code, JavaScript trademark, and the tag to control the placement and delivery of content. 5-4 Planning your site. Selecting HTML output. Content published with CSS and layers requires an advanced browser site. Visitors must use Microsoft Internet Explorer 4.0 or higher or Netscape Navigator 4.0 or higher to get the full effect of your design. Publishing with CSS and layers on page 5-5 describes effective applications of CSS and layers output. CSS and layers is also the best output method to use for dynamic pages and objects with actions. See Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages, for more information. NetObjects Fusion gives you several options for applying these HTML output methods. You can publish your entire site with any method. Override the site publishing method for a specific page. Override the site or page publishing method for a specific layout region. The rest of this chapter describes the differences between these formatting options and the results they deliver. For additional information on setting output methods in specific situations, see Selecting layout output options on page 7-33 for the steps necessary to set a page-specific publishing method. Selecting region output options on page 7-43 for the steps to set the publishing method for a layout region. Setting the site's HTML output on page 26-7 for the steps to set the publishing method for the entire site. Publishing with nested tables. When NetObjects Fusion publishes your site layout or layout region using the nested tables method, it places all your content in nested table cells. This method has several advantages. You get relative placement of your content as you designed it in page view, with relative spacing preserved regardless of the site visitor's display configuration, such as browser fonts, browser type and version, and operating system. You can prioritize either the vertical or horizontal relationship between objects. As a result, site visitors are more likely to see the pages as you designed them. Selecting HTML output. Planning your site 5-5. Regardless of their local browser, font, and display configurations. By default, NetObjects Fusion assumes vertical relationships are most important. Pages published using nested tables can be viewed in most browsers that support the 3.2 HTML specification. This includes Microsoft Internet Explorer 3.0 or higher and Netscape Navigator 3.0 or higher. Nested tables is the default publishing method for NetObjects Fusion. Publishing with regular tables. When NetObjects Fusion publishes your site layout or layout region using regular tables, it translates each page or layout region into an HTML table with rows and columns, and places your content into table cells. This table is the underlying structure of the page, not a visible table object. This output method gives you relative placement of content on the page. Your content maintains its position in the underlying table. If text content expands because of a browser font setting, its table row expands with it, and the content below it on the page is moved down. Regular tables is the recommended output method in the following circumstances. L. When you want your pages to display successfully in older versions of some browsers. L. When you have embedded form objects in the page's layout or layout region. L. When you have objects with actions on the page, and you choose not to use CSS and layers as the output method. Publishing with CSS and layers. CSS and layers is an application of CSS concepts that NetObjects Fusion uses to express the location of content in terms of absolute positioning. For example, instead of using HTML workarounds such as empty table rows and transparent GIFs to position a line of text a certain amount of space below the top of the page, the absolute positioning supported by CSS and layers means placement of the text box a specific distance from the top left corner of the page in a simple statement of X, Y coordinates. 5 to 6. Planning your site. Selecting HTML output. CSS and layers uses a combination of CSS positioning code, JavaScript, and browser specific codes such as Netscape's tag to control the placement and delivery of content. Pages published using CSS and layers can only be viewed accurately in Microsoft Internet Explorer 4.0 or higher or Netscape Communicator 4.0 or higher. Older browsers can view the pages, but their results will be unpredictable. In most cases, the page content is stacked left down the page. When you select CSS and layers as your output method, NetObjects Fusion generates everywhere HTML code that produces the same results in either browser. You can use this to take advantage of the advanced capabilities built into newer versions of Microsoft Internet Explorer and Netscape Communicator, without worrying about browser compatibility issues. Like the other two HTML output methods, you can apply CSS and layers as L, the default output method for your site. Note that this makes a 4.0 level browser the minimum requirement for viewing your entire site, which can exclude site visitors who use older browsers. L, the HTML output method override for a specific layout. When you publish selected pages in CSS and layers while publishing the rest of the site in one of the table-based formats, you can keep the bulk of your site accessible to most browsers, while providing specialized content to those with browsers that support it. L, the HTML output method override for a specific layout region. Publishing a selected layout region in CSS and layers while publishing the rest of the page and site in a table-based format makes an evener distinction between the content available in basic HTML format and specialized content for newer browsers. CSS and layers, pros. L, pages published using CSS and layers as the output method are typically more compact and download faster than table-based HTML pages. L. You can overlap objects on layouts or layout regions that are published with CSS and layers. Because CSS and layers includes a way to express depth, NetObjects Fusion can generate code that designates one object to display in front of another. C. Creating overlapping objects on page 4 to 12 for details. Optimizing nested tables output. Planning your site 5 to 7. LCSS and layers is the most efficient output method for dynamic pages containing objects that have actions. See Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages, for information on developing DHTML. CSS and layers, cons. L. If you publish using CSS and layers, site visitors who have older browser versions see the content stacked vertically against the left margin of the browser, not laid out in your page design. L. Because of its use of absolute positioning, CSS and layers is less suited for text rich pages. If a CSS and layers page is viewed in a browser with large font settings, the text boxes expand without regard for other objects on the page. The result can be unintended overlapping of objects. Optimizing nested tables output. If you use nested tables to output HTML for a layout or layout region, you can control the text for each container by setting the table formatting priority. Columns or rows that NetObjects Fusion uses to generate the page. This helps preserve your design intentions when a browser's font settings change the size of your text content. For example, a columns or vertical priority keeps text together in a vertical orientation. When text size changes, rearrange the page. 5 to 8. Planning your site. Optimizing nested tables output. A rows or horizontal priority keeps text together in a horizontal orientation. When text size changes, rearrange the page. In addition to selecting the formatting priority that best supports your design, you can also make your pages more efficient and more predictable by optimizing the placement of objects, particularly text objects, within the site's underlying table structure. There's no XED standard, but as a general rule it's best to align objects to the page with a column setting in page view. At left, adjusts vertically to changes in browser text size, as shown at right. The page with a rows setting in page view, at left, adjusts horizontally to changes in browser text size, as shown at right. Optimizing nested tables output. Planning your site 5 to 9. Each other, and to isolate text boxes in their own cells within the underlying table structure so they can resize themselves as necessary in response to browser font changes. To help you determine the best alignment, you can preview the underlying table row and column structure to see if NetObjects Fusion can divide your layout into cells efficiently, or if you need to rearrange some objects. To preview NetObjects Fusion's arrangement of underlying table cells on your page and set your table alignment setting. 1. In page view, select the layout or layout region you want to preview. The General tab of the appropriate properties palette appears. by staggering the text boxes and image objects, as shown in the diagram at left. You require NetObjects Fusion to create multiple tables with different sized columns. By aligning the page objects, as shown at right, you create a simpler underlying table structure for the page. 5 to 10 Planning your site. Optimizing nested tables output. 2. Select columns or rows in the HTML output section of the General tab to set the table alignment priority. 3. Click and hold the Show button. NetObjects Fusion hides grid lines, guidelines, and object borders in the layout and displays solid gray lines that show where it is dividing the layout into rows and columns. 4. Identify underlying table cells that contain multiple text or other objects. 5. Release the Show button. 6. Move objects around as needed to improve the efficiency of your HTML output. If the row and column dividers are not separating objects the way you think they should, those objects might not be aligned to each other with pixel accuracy. Show table structure button. Optimizing nested tables output. Planning your site 5 to 11. To correct this, Shift plus click all the objects you want to align. The multi-object palette appears. Click the alignment setting that your design requires for the selected objects. 7. Repeat steps 3 through 6 as needed. 8. Preview the site or page. 9. To test the results, reset your browser display fonts to a significantly larger size and preview the site again. You can also preview table structure in the browser by holding down Shift when you click the preview button. Optimizing autoframes. You can control realignment of autoframe content by selecting, for each frame, the primary table alignment setting that best preserves your design intentions. When you press and hold the Show button to preview the layout's table row and column structure, the preview includes the table structure that NetObjects Fusion expects to use within autoframes. Locking or maximizing a text box. There are 3 text box properties you can apply to reduce the impact of variations. In browser configurations, locking the minimize size of the text box, sizing the text box to LL the layout, and wrapping the text box contents to the browser width. 5 to 12 Planning your site. Optimizing nested tables output. Locking the minimum size of a text box prevents automatic resizing by the browser if the display font is smaller than anticipated. When you publish a page with a locked text box, NetObjects Fusion generates HTML code that hard wires the minimum size of the text box. If the display font is bigger than expected, the height of the text box expands as needed. It will not shrink to a size less than the locked size. You can set the text box to automatically maximize itself to the full size of the layout that contains it. If you embed all the page's objects into a text box, for example, then you might want to make sure the text box grows to LL the layout, so there's no unexpected white space if your master borders or page dimensions change. If you embed your page content in a maximized text box, NetObjects Fusion generates extremely efficient HTML when it publishes your site. See Embedding Objects in a text box on page 7 to 24 for details. L. If you size your text box to the layout and you select the 0 margins master border, you can set the text box to wrap to the width of the browser window. Text and images embedded in the text box rewrap themselves to T within the browser window. If the browser window is resized, then the text box contents rewrap themselves to the new size. Note, if you wrap the page contents to the browser window, then NetObjects Fusion generates the page's HTML without using tables. For information on formatting text, see Chapter 8, Designing with Text. For information on designing layouts with text boxes, see Using Text Boxes on page 7 to 21. Optimizing nested tables output. Planning your site 5 to 13. Locking or maximizing the text box size. 1. In page view, create or select the text box. 2. Select the text box tab on the text properties palette. 3. Select lock height to lock the text box's minimum height. 4. Select size to layout to maximize the text box to LL the layout. Setting the text box to wrap to browser width. 1. In page view, click the master border or select it from the object tree. 2. On the General tab of the Master Border Properties palette, select the 0 margins master border. 3. Select the text box. 4. Select the text box tab of the Text Properties palette. 5. Select the Contents Wrap to Browser's Width option. 5 to 14 Planning your site. Supporting your design with HTML output. Supporting your design with HTML output. To determine which HTML output method best supports your site's design and delivery priorities, ND the description that best matches your main priority, then note the suggested HTML output choices. See Chapter 7, Laying out the page for details about choosing the layout method that most effectively supports your HTML output method. Design priorities and method choices on page 7 to 34 matches design priorities with appropriate HTML output and layout methods. Chapter 6. Managing Master Borders and Autoframe 6 to 1. Managing Master Borders and Autoframes. 6. NetObjects Fusion divides a page into two areas, the layout area and the master border area. The master border is the set of margins top, bottom, left, and right on your page. Although master borders are especially suited to repeating objects such as navigation buttons and logos, you can place anything in a master border that you can place in the layout, including banners, pictures, and text. You can set any or all of the margins as an autoframe, which permits site visitors to scroll the body of the page while objects in the autoframe, such as navigation buttons, remain in view. You can create a master border and apply it to all the pages in your site or just to selected pages. A site can use more than one master border. When you modify a master border, NetObjects Fusion automatically makes that change on every page that shares the master border. This chapter describes editing, creating, applying, and importing master borders. Creating autoframes. 6-2 Managing master borders and autoframes. Looking at master borders. Looking at master borders. The illustration below shows a typical page with a master border. By default, the left, right, and bottom margins are separated from each other visually by an outline. The lack of an outline between the left margin and the top margin indicates that, as in the illustration above, objects can straddle that boundary. This is not the case if the top or left margin is set as an autoframe. For information, see Adding an autoframe on page 6-13. You can turn the outline display off by selecting page labels from the View menu. All pages have a master border, including those with a 0 margins master border, where all margins are set to 0 and the master border is not visible. You can change the size of any master border margin, even those set to 0. See Modifying a master border on page 6-4. The master border margins use the unit of measure selected for the site in Preferences. See Setting Preferences on page 1-12. Top margin, left margin, right margin, bottom margin. Working with master borders. Managing master borders and autoframes. 6-3. Working with master borders. When you create a new site, NetObjects Fusion automatically creates a default master border. The default master border for a new blank site contains 3 navigation aids: a banner showing the page name at the top, a graphical navigation button bar on the left, and a text navigation bar on the bottom. These objects are included in the master border of the blank site template. For information on the blank site template, new sites, and how to use templates, see Chapter 2, Creating and Managing Sites, and Chapter 3, Importing and Exporting. When you import a template, or create a new site based on a template, the new pages bring their master borders and names with them from the source site. The Edit Master Border List dialog identifies imported master borders. You can rename or delete imported master borders. To display the Edit Master Border List dialog, click Add/Edit in the Master Border Properties palette. When you create a new site based on the template import NFT, the default master border has a 0 top, left, and right margin, and the bottom margin is 50 pixels. Unless you change the default master border, new pages you create in the site will also have these margin sizes. Modifying and creating master borders. You can modify a site's default master border, or you can create your own master borders. When you modify the master border on one page, NetObjects Fusion updates all pages that use the same master border. Any object you place in a border automatically appears on all pages with that master border. These are the master borders from the imported Template 6-4 Managing master borders and auto frames. Modifying and creating master borders. Modifying a master border. 1. In Page View, display the Master Border Properties palette by clicking inside the master border. If the page has a 0 margins master border, click outside the page. The Master Border Properties palette appears. The name ELD shows the name of the master border assigned to the current page. If you started with a new blank site and have not changed the master border, this name is default master border. This page has a visible master border. Click inside it. This page has a 0 margins master border. Click outside the page. Modifying and creating master borders. Managing master borders and autoframes 6-5. 2. To change the size of the margins, you can do either of the following. L in the Margins section of the Master Border Properties palette, type values into the ELDs or click the arrows. L. Drag the handles on the ruler. Note, if an object is in the way, such as a banner occupying both the top and left margin, you cannot resize the master border until you move the object. 3. Use the selection tool to arrange objects such as a banner or navigation buttons. 4. Delete unwanted objects. 5. Use the tools in Page View to insert additional text or objects. Resizing a master border. You can easily make a master border to the objects in it: buttons, banners, text, pictures, and so on. 1. In Page View, select one of the objects in the master border. This handle changes the master border size. These handles change the master border size. These handles change the layout size. 6-6 Managing master borders and auto frames. Modifying and creating master borders. 2. From the Object menu, choose Size Master Border to Objects. Creating a new master border. 1. In Page View, click in the Master Border area. The Master Border Properties palette appears. The name ELD shows the name of the master border assigned to the current page. If you have not created a new master border or selected a different master border from the master border list, this name is default master border. 2. Click the Add/Edit button. The Edit Master Border List dialog appears. Master border margins before and after being resized. Click here to create a new master border. Modifying and creating master borders. Managing master borders and autoframes 6-7. 3. The dialog lists all the master borders in your site, with the current master border selected. To add a master border, click Add. The new master border dialog appears. 4. Type a name for the new master border, select an existing master border to base it on, and click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates a new master border based on the selected master border. The new master border is applied to the current page, and its name is added to the drop-down name list in the master border Properties palette. 5. From this point, Create the master border by following the steps in modifying a master border on page 6 to 4. Type a name for the new master border. Select a master border to base the new one on. 6 to 8. Managing master borders and auto frames. Modifying and creating master borders. Changing master borders. 1. In Site View or Page View, navigate to a page where you want to apply a different master border, and display the page in Page View. 2. Click inside the master border area. The master border properties palette appears. 3. Select the master border you want from the name drop-down list. The margins of the page now display the contents of the selected master border. Applying a master border to a section. You can apply a master border to a section of pages in Site View. A section is any page, and all its children, their children, and so on. 1. In Site View, select a section of pages. Hold down the Shift key as you click the parent page of the section. With the keyboard, select the parent page of the section, and then press Shift Enter. The Properties palette displays the Section tab. 2. Select the master border you want from the master border drop-down list. The master border is applied to all the pages in the section. Renaming master borders. 1. In Page View, click inside the master border area to display the master border properties palette. 2. Click Add/Edit. 3. In the Edit Master Border List dialog, select the master border you want to rename and click Rename. 4. In the Rename Master Border dialog, type a new name and click OK. Using auto frames. Managing master borders and auto frames 6 to 9. The new master border name now appears in the Edit Master Border List dialog and in the drop-down list in the Master Border Properties palette. Deleting master borders. 1. In Page View, click inside the master border area to display the Master Border Properties palette. 2. Click Add/Edit. 3. In the Edit Master Border List dialog, select the master border you want to delete and click Delete. You see a warning that deleting a master border cannot be undone. 4. If you choose to continue, click OK. Note, when you delete the master border that is currently in use, NetObjects Fusion resets the page to the 0 margins master border. Using autoframes. An autoframe is a special instance of a master border margin that corresponds to an HTML frame. It subdivides the browser window into independent panes, each displaying its own content including links, form objects, regions, or any text, graphic, or media objects you want. The combination of frames that completes the browser window is called a frame set. Frames can take on properties not available to standard master borders. 6 to 10. Managing master borders and autoframes. Using autoframes. The scrolling properties of a frame are independent of other areas of the page. If the site visitor scrolls the layout, the frame doesn't scroll with it. This makes it possible, among other things, to keep navigation buttons in view at all times. regardless of where the visitor is in the layout. Conversely, you can make a frame scrollable, so the site visitor can scroll the frame without affecting the layout. You can specify whether the site visitor can resize the frame, making it wider or narrower, taller, or shorter. This enlarges the visible content area of the frame. It has nothing to do with scrolling, which brings another part of the frame into view. You can specify a background for the frame, the current site style background, a solid color, or even a picture. You can design targets for the links contained in one frame so they retrieve content into another frame. NetObjects Fusion supports two ways of creating frames. Autoframes. Autoframes gives you a graphical interface to set frames and then to add navigation controls, banners, text, graphics, links, and scroll bars. This section focuses exclusively on autoframes. Custom frames. NetObjects Fusion gives you direct access to HTML so you can manually code frames using the HTML page description language. This method requires knowledge of HTML codes and the NetObjects Fusion HTML access interface. If you prefer the accessibility of creating frames yourself, refer to Chapter 23. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Links within a frame can display a page, or display information in the same frame or a different frame. Frames can also reduce the amount of refreshing your visitors' browser must do. To learn how you can take advantage of these frame features using autoframes, see Chapter 24, Working with Autoframes. Within a frame, you can enhance how variations in browser fonts affect your design using the rows and columns option on the Frame Properties tab. These options work within a frame the same way they do within a layout. For more, using autoframes. Managing master borders and autoframes 6 to 11. Information about selecting a table structure, see Preserving your design intentions on page 5 to 2 and Optimizing nested tables output on page 5 to 7. Note, although Netscape Navigator and Microsoft Internet Explorer support frames, not all browsers do. If you use frames, you might want to consider creating an alternate site for visitors with browsers that do not support frames. Looking at autoframes. The following examples illustrate some characteristics and advantages of frames. Here is a generic master border applied to a site's home page. 6 to 12 Managing master borders and autoframes. Using autoframes. As an autoframe, the left border now has an outline separating it from the layout and the rest of the border, and a picture appears in the background. Design your frames so the browser only needs to redraw the content of the layout area when a site visitor uses a link to a child page sharing the same master border. An autoframe design. See Chapter 23, Creating Custom HTML Frame Sets and Frames. Adding an autoframe. Managing master borders and autoframes 6 to 13. Adding an autoframe. Since NetObjects Fusion applies autoframes to the current master border and all Pages that use that master border. You might want to start by selecting or creating a designated framed master border that you can selectively apply to the appropriate pages in your site. See Creating a new master border on page 626 if you need help. Creating a new master border. If you want to apply different frame sets to different pages, you'll need one master border for each frame set. Arrange the content and design of the master border as you want it to look, and apply that master border to the RST page you want to turn into a frame set. As you develop this master border, follow these guidelines. Objects in frames can't straddle frame boundaries, so check the corners of your page before you add autoframes. For example, if you have a banner across the top of the page that overlaps the left and top borders, resize it or move it before you turn on autoframes for either border. Frames have internal margins, so add a little extra room to margins you're going to set as frames, so you don't get scroll bars when you don't need them. By default, frames are borderless. To add borders, see Generating HTML Frame Borders on page 6 to 15. To set a master border margin as an autoframe. 1. In Page View, click an empty space inside one of the border areas, or in the gray area outside the page. The Master Border Properties palette displays the General tab. 2. Select the Autoframes tab. 3. Click the button for each margin you want to set as a frame left, right, top, or bottom. 6 to 14 Managing master borders and autoframes. Adding an autoframe. NetObjects Fusion indicates a frame is applied by adding a label left, right, top, or bottom to the new frame. If you select more than one border to set as a frame, your selection sequence makes a difference. Multiple frames overlap each other in the order in which you select them. You can change the overlap sequence by deselecting autoframe areas and then reselecting them in a different sequence. In the RST example, the left frame was selected, followed by the bottom frame, as indicated by the numbers in the Autoframes tab. As a result, the left frame extends the full height of the page. The left margin is set as an autoframe. Adding an autoframe. Managing master borders and autoframes 6 to 15. In the second example, the bottom frame was selected RST, followed by the left frame, and the bottom frame extends the full width of the page. If an object overlaps the frame border when you apply autoframes, you see a message asking if you want to modify the margins. If you click OK, the selected margin enlarges to include the overlapping object. If you click Cancel, the creation of autoframes is cancelled so you can manually adjust the margins. You can then apply autoframes again. Generating HTML frame borders. Frames have borders by default, and you must leave Generate HTML frame borders checked if you want visitors to be able to resize the frame. You can easily set frames to be borderless in the site visitors browser. To do so, clear Generate HTML frame borders on the Autoframes tab of the Master Borders Properties palette. NetObjects Fusion turns off the borders for all frames in that master border. Note: to combine frames with borders and frames without borders on the same page, you must script the frames. See Chapter 23, Creating Custom HTML. Frame Sets and Frames. 6-16 Managing Master Borders and Autoframes. Setting Frame Properties. Setting Frame Properties. The Frame tab in the Master Border Properties palette contains visual and functional properties that you can set for each frame individually. To view and set the properties of a frame, select the frame, click the Frame tab in the Master Border Properties palette, and follow the appropriate procedure. You can also assign actions to frames, just like other page objects. See Chapter 21. Building Dynamic Pages, for information. Setting Frame Properties. Managing Master Borders and Autoframes 6-17. Adding scroll bars to frames. With the User Scrollable option on the Frame tab, you can specify whether the site visitor's browser displays scroll bars around a specific frame. 1. In Page View, click the frame and select the Frame tab. 2. Select a User Scrollable option. Yes, the browser always displays vertical and horizontal scroll bars in the frame, whether needed or not. No, the browser never displays scroll bars, even if needed to display all objects in the frame. If the page content is larger than the frame itself, site visitors won't be able to see the entire page. Auto, the browser displays scroll bars if the size of the page content requires them. Auto is the default setting. Note: due to the nature of HTML, links to anchors on a frame will not work if User Scrollable is set to No. Making frames resizable. If you want a site visitor to be able to drag the frame border, making the frame larger or smaller, you can set the User Resizable Frame option. 1. In Page View, click the frame and select the Frame tab. 2. Select User Resizable Frame if you want site visitors to be able to resize the frame. Note: HTML frame borders must be visible so the site visitor can drag them to specify a new size. If User Resizable Frame is not available, return to the Autoframes tab and check the Generate HTML Frame Borders option. 6-18 Managing Master Borders and Autoframes. Setting Frame Properties. Setting the frame background. You can set the frame's background to the current site style background, a solid color, or a picture. 1. In Page View, click the frame and select the Frame tab. 2. In the Background section of the Frame Properties tab, set the background options. To use the background color of the current site style, select Site Style Background. To set the frame background to a different color, select Solid Color. If the solid color shown is not the one you want, click the Color button, select a color from the color picker, and then click OK. The selected color LLS the frame background. To use a picture in the frame background, select Picture. The Picture file open dialog appears. Navigate to and select either an image asset already included in the site, or a new image located elsewhere. If the picture is smaller than the frame, it is automatically tiled to the frame. Chapter 7. Laying out the page 7-1. Laying out the page. 7. You have 3 options for designing pages and laying out your content. You can design your pages by positioning content with pixel-level precision. The position-based approach uses layouts and layout regions as content containers, and preserves your position-based layout by generating pages consisting of either HTML or CSS code. You can lay out pages using a text-based approach. With text-based design, you can preserve the of content by embedding objects in text boxes or table cells. Text-based page layout generates lean and efficient HTML code that responds effectively to variations in browser and font size. If your page design is based on rows of content, as in a spreadsheet or other tabular arrangement, you can lay out all or part of your page in tables. Each table cell functions as a text box, into which you can embed any kind of object. You can include hand-coded HTML pages in your NetObjects Fusion site. In the HTML-based approach, you incorporate external HTML pages as part of your site by referencing them as objects on a page, or the page itself. NetObjects Fusion can manage the assets required by the original page. See Chapter 19. Referencing and editing external HTML, for information. No matter which approach you take, you don't have to worry about differences among browsers. NetObjects Fusion publishes your site using everywhere HTML. Generated HTML that displays correctly in both Microsoft Internet Explorer and Netscape Navigator. This chapter describes how to use these techniques to lay out the body of your page. Creating layouts, layout regions, and text boxes. Modifying the appearance and properties of each container. Determining which approach to use for page layout. Using design priorities to determine page layout method and HTML output method. 7-2 Laying out the page. Using layouts. Using layouts. The layout is the default container that makes up the body of the page. It is surrounded on all 4 sides by the master border. When you publish a page, a single HTML containing all the objects and properties of the master border and the layout is created. The dimensions of the published page are determined by the combined size of the layout and the master border. When you create a new page, NetObjects Fusion automatically assigns it a default layout. You can also create multiple layouts, which are an effective way to prototype page designs and toggle between sets of content. When you preview or publish your site, NetObjects Fusion publishes each page according to the currently selected layout. Controlling layout appearance. You can control various characteristics of the layout's appearance in page view. You can show or hide the master border by selecting it from the View menu. NetObjects Fusion publishes each page with its master border, whether it is visible or not in page view. C. Modifying and creating master borders, on page 623 for information. L. You can show or hide page views, visual aids, page labels, object icons, and outlines, and rulers and guides. You can toggle these on or off by selecting the option you want to hide or show from the View menu. Hiding or showing the layout's visual aids does not have an impact on the published site. L. You can change the layout margins by dragging the layout handles. C. Changing layout size, on page 7 to 5 for information. Creating and selecting layouts. Each page has a default layout, deemed by the blank site template. Each layout is attached to a single page, unlike master borders, which can be applied to any page in the site. There's no connection between layouts on separate pages. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7 to 3. By default, the new layout is named Page Name Layout, based on the current name of the page. For example, when you are at a new page, its page name is untitled. Until you rename that page, the default layout is named Untitled Layout. You can add multiple layouts to a page, each with its own properties, design, and content. For example, you might use several layouts so you can prototype or publish several versions of the same page. You could also create separate layouts for different versions of your site, such as English, French, media, and text only. When you publish the site, NetObjects Fusion publishes each page using the layout currently selected for that page. The name of the currently selected layout appears in the layout drop-down list in the lower left corner of page view. In the example below, blue layout is the current layout. If you publish this page, NetObjects Fusion generates this page with that layout's content. To create a new layout for a page. 1. Go to the page in page view. 2. Select Add from the layout drop-down list. A new, blank layout appears. Any content on the previous layout is stored with that layout. 3. Change the layout name as needed. C. Renaming a layout, on page 7 to 4 for information. 4. Add objects to the layout, and modify the layout's properties such as size, background, or HTML output options as needed. To display a different layout for a page, select it from the Layout drop-down list. Layout drop-down list. 7 to 4 Laying out the page. Using layouts. Renaming a layout. Each layout you add to a page is given the name of Page Name Layout. NetObjects Fusion does not require layout names to be unique, but you might find it easier to keep track of multiple layouts if they have meaningful names. To rename a layout. 1. If the layout currently displayed in page view is not the one you want to rename, select the correct layout from the Layout drop-down list at the bottom left of the NetObjects Fusion window. 2. Click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 3. Enter a new layout name in the name field of the General tab. Use letters and numbers only. Layout names cannot have spaces, hyphens, underscores, or other special characters, and they cannot begin with a number. 4. Press Enter or click elsewhere on the page. The name of the layout changes and the layout drop-down list is updated. You can also use the Object Tree window to change the name of the layout. See Locating and renaming objects on page 4 to 12 for information. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7 to 5. Changing layout size. There are 4 ways to change the size of a layout. You can set its width and height properties to specific values on the layout properties palette. Show rulers and guides and drag the layout handles into place at the width and height you want. Automatically limit the size of the layout to be no larger than the size required by the objects it contains. Regardless of the method you choose, there are a few guidelines for controlling layout dimensions. The minimum allowable size of a layout is controlled by 2 things, the location and size of any objects placed on the page, and the location and size of any objects in the master border. You can make a layout smaller than the space required by its current contents in their current locations. You also can't make a layout smaller than the space required by the size and location of its master border contents. The unit of measurement for layout dimensions is set on the Page tab of the Preferences dialog. To set the unit of measurement, select Preferences from the Edit menu. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12 for information. Setting a specific layout size. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 2. Set specific layout dimensions by entering a number in the width and height fields. 7 to 6. Laying out the page. Using layouts. If the number you want is lower than the minimum allowable size, NetObjects Fusion displays a message and offers to set the layout size to the minimum allowable size. Note, page width and height are display-only fields that calculate the total dimensions of the page by adding the master border to the layout. A standard page size is 600 pixels in width. Any size over that might force site visitors to scroll their browsers left or right to see the entire page. Sizing a layout by dragging. 1. In Page View, if rulers are not visible, choose Rulers and Guides from the View menu. 2. Click the Layout Width handle in the top ruler bar and drag it to the layout width you want. NetObjects Fusion displays a tip that reports in pixels the distance of the handle from the top left corner of the page. It also adjusts the master border handle as needed to maintain the bottom border height. 3. Click the Layout Height handle in the left ruler bar and drag it to the layout height you want. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7 to 7. NetObjects Fusion displays a tip that reports in pixels the distance of the handle from the top left corner of the page. It also adjusts the Master border handle as needed to maintain the bottom border height. The layout and master border maintain a complete rectangle. If you change the width of the layout, the widths of the top and bottom borders expand or shrink as needed. If you change the height of the layout, the heights of the left and right borders change as needed, shrinking the layout automatically. In Page View, from the Object menu, select Size Layout to Objects. The layout height and width are reduced to the minimum size required by the master borders and the current size and placement of objects on the page. Note, you can significantly reduce the size of the HTML Net Objects Fusion generates for your page if you shrink the layout. Your pages can also benefit from shrinking the size of the master border. See Resizing a master border on page 6 to 5. For information. Layout width handle. Layout height handle. 7 to 8 Laying out the page. Using layouts. Adding objects to the layout. The layout is the default container for the page, and can contain any object. To add objects to a layout, you can either select the appropriate tool and create the object directly within the layout. Paste the object into the layout from the clipboard. Drag and drop any object that you can place with a tool. For information on adding a specific type of object to the layout, see the appropriate section for that object. Setting the layout's HTML output method. You can specify an HTML output method that determines what type of HTML code NetObjects Fusion produces for the current layout. This layout specific HTML method overrides the method used to publish the site. The site publishing method is assigned in the Publish Setup dialog. See Setting the site's HTML output on page 26 to 7 for information. See Selecting HTML output on page 5 to 3 for descriptions of the HTML output. Options and their effects. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 2. In the HTML Output section of the General tab, select the HTML output method you want from the Use drop-down list. Publish setting generates the layout using the output method. Specified for the entire site, as assigned in the Publish Setup dialog. This is the default output method for a layout. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7 to 9. Nested Tables uses nested table tagging and other features of the 3.2 HTML specification. This is the default choice for the publish setting that controls the HTML output for the whole site. Regular Tables uses basic HTML table tagging to deliver your design and content for this layout only. CSS and Layers uses cascading style sheet positioning code, layers, and scripts to position and publish the content of this layout only. Setting the table formatting preference for layouts. If you are using Nested Tables HTML output for this layout, you can set the table formatting preference. NetObjects Fusion protects when it publishes the site. This setting determines whether the horizontal or vertical relationship between objects on this layout is more important. To set the table formatting for the current layout. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 2. In the HTML Output section of the General tab, select L columns to preserve the vertical relationship between the layouts. Objects. This is the default. L rows to preserve the horizontal relationship between the layouts. Objects. C. Preserving your design intentions, on page 5-2 for information on selecting the table formatting preference. 7-10 Laying out the page. Using layouts. 3. To preview the impact of your selection on the current size and placement of your layouts objects, press and hold the Show button. NetObjects Fusion hides any grid lines, guidelines, and object borders in the layout and displays solid gray lines that show where it is dividing the layout into rows and columns. Denning the layout as a form. To make a page collect data and function as an HTML form, you can use the Form Area tool to place multiple forms on a single layout or master border, or you can set the layout itself to function as a single form. See Creating a Form on page 17-2. For information on creating multiple forms on a page. To set the layout to function as a single form. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 2. Select Layout is a form. Note, you cannot set the layout to function as a form if it contains one or more form areas. If the layout is a form option is selected, you cannot place another form area on the page. 3. To assign the form processing settings to the layout, click Settings and enter your settings in the Form Settings dialog. See Chapter 17, Designing and Implementing Forms for information on creating forms and determining form processing settings. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7-11. Adding HTML and scripts to a layout. You can also add custom scripts or HTML code to a layout. When NetObjects Fusion publishes the site, it can include your custom scripts or code in 3 places. L between the pages and tags. L inside the pages tag. L at the beginning of the page's body section, before the rest of the page content. To add HTML code or scripts to a layout. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 2. Click the HTML button. The Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Enter your HTML or scripts in the text box of the appropriate tab, then click OK. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML directly, for a full explanation of custom scripting. Setting layout background properties. You can control the appearance of each layout by setting its background properties. You can assign a background color, place an image in the background, or attach a background sound that plays when a visitor views the page. Setting the layout background color. 1. In Page View, click the layout, or select it from the object tree. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 7 to 12 Laying out the page. Using layouts. 2. Select the Background tab. 3. Select a background color option. Site Style sets this layout background to the default background color, specified by the current site style, which you selected in Style View. Solid Color sets this layout background to a solid color of your choice. The current color appears in the sample box. To select a different color, click Color, select a color from the color picker, and click OK. Picture species the image that displays as the background of the layout. The current selection, if there is one, displays in the sample box. To select a new or different image, click Browse. In the Picture File Open dialog, select the image you want to use for the background. If the picture is smaller than the layout, the browser automatically tiles the image as needed. For more information on using the Picture File Open dialog, see Using Image Assets on page 10 to 13. Adding or changing a layout background sound. You can assign a sound to play when a site visitor views the page. You can use sound LAN, O, AIFF, MIDI, or WAV formats. The sound can play once, or continuously. 1. In Page View, on the Background tab of the Layout Properties palette, select Sound. L. If a sound is already selected, its name appears in the sample box. To select a different sound click Browse. Using layouts. Laying out the page 7 to 13. The background sound dialog appears. L. If there is no previous sound selection, the background sound dialog appears. 2. Click Browse to ND and select a sound from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 3. To make the sound repeat while the page is open, select Continuous Loop. 4. Click OK. The selected sound plays when you preview the page. Note: site visitors must have a soundboard, speakers, and a browser that supports background sounds installed on their computers to hear background sound. To preview and test sounds, your system must also be appropriately configured. Some sound formats also require support from the web server. For more information about using SoundLA on various platforms, see Inserting a sound file on page 15 to 11. Changing the master border selection. Although the master border is not a property of the layout, each layout also records the master border currently applied to it. If you switch between layouts on the same page, each layout displays the master border that was last applied to it. You cannot change the master border from the Layout Properties palette. You can only change master borders on the Master Border Properties palette. See Changing Master Borders on page 6 to 8. Making layouts dynamic. You can make layouts dynamic by assigning actions to them. For example, you can make a layout's background change colors when the site visitor's mouse pointer passes over it, or make an alert box display when the site visitor clicks in the layout. You can also make a layout the target of an action assigned to another object. 7 to 14 Laying out the page. Using layout regions. See Building Dynamic Pages on page 21 to 1 for information about making pages. An object's dynamic, and the procedures for adding actions to layouts and objects. Using layout regions. A layout region is a container that you use to group objects in a defined area on the page. Layout regions are independent page segments that you can place, size, and control independently from the rest of the layout. There are 4 key aspects to using layout regions. If your page design includes multiple objects, you can group those objects within a layout region. When you move a layout region on the page, all its embedded objects move with it and maintain their positions relative to each other and the layout region. This makes it easier to design, manipulate, and manage multiple objects or multiple groups of objects on a page. You can also send cascading action messages to the layout region, and it will pass the message to all of objects embedded within it. This makes it easier to create and manage groups of objects with similar or related actions, and to use actions efficiently. See Building Dynamic Pages on page 21 to 1 for information on adding and cascading actions. You can embed a layout region within a text box. This gives you position-based placement of the objects within the layout region, while the rest of the page is arranged in a text-based layout. The embedded layout region can be aligned within the text box, just like any other embedded object. This combines precise positioning of key content with the efficient HTML output of a text-based layout, taking advantage of both alternatives. See Embedding objects in a text box on page 7 to 24 for specific information. You can assign to a layout region a different HTML output method from that used for its parent layout. For example, you can overlap objects within a layout region set for CSS and layers output, while the rest of your page or site is formatted using nested tables. Site visitors with advanced browsers get the overlapped effect, without making the rest of your page or site incompatible with older browser versions. Using layout regions. Laying out the page 7 to 15. See Selecting HTML output on page 5 to 3 for an explanation of these HTML output methods. See Setting the layout region's HTML output on page 7 to 17. For information on assigning an HTML output method to a layout region. You can designate a layout region as a form and embed form objects within it. You can create multiple forms on a single page by placing each form in its own layout region. See Denning the layout region as a form on page 7 to 19 for more information. Creating layout regions. Layout region tool. 1. In Page View, select the Layout Region tool from the standard toolbar. 2. Draw the layout region at the place you want it on the layout. Nudge or drag it into position as needed. To resize the layout region, select it. Then drag its object handles as needed. 3. Embed objects in the layout region. A layout region is an object. You can manipulate it or set its properties like other objects. You can set background properties such as background color or transparency. C. Setting layout region background properties on page 7 to 19. Align, distribute, arrange, and size layout regions in relation to other objects on the page. C. Aligning and distributing objects on page 4 to 14. Add HTML scripts to a layout region. C. Accessing an object's HTML on page 22 to 6. If you move the layout region, all objects embedded inside move with it and maintain their positions within the layout region. You can group objects within a layout region to reposition groups of objects on the page. Adding objects to a layout region. Like a layout region can contain any object, text, pictures, media, or even other layout regions. To add objects to a layout region, you can either select the appropriate tool and create the object directly within the layout region borders. 7 to 16 Laying out the page. Using layout regions. Drag objects into the layout region from elsewhere on the page. To make the layout region expand as needed to contain the object, drag the top left corner of the object into the layout region. When you place or create objects in a layout region, the layout region border changes to a thick outline, indicating the object is contained in the layout region. Embedded object symbol. When the pointer changes into the embedded object symbol, you can drop the object. You cannot paste an object inside a layout region. Once you place objects in a layout region, you can replace, move, or modify them as needed, just as if they were on the layout. Displaying the layout region grid and guides. To make it easier to place objects precisely in the layout region, you can display an alignment grid that is independent from the grid displayed within the layout. The layout region grid always displays in pixels. You can set it to any scale. The default is 50% of the grid for the page. See Setting Preferences on page 1 to 12 for information on setting the page grid. To display and modify the layout region grid. 1. In Page View, select the layout region. The General tab of the Layout Region Properties palette appears. 2. Select Local Grid. 3. Set the width and height of the local grid. Using layout regions. Laying out the page 7 to 17. Setting the layout region's HTML output. You can specify what type of HTML code NetObjects Fusion produces for the current layout region. The HTML output setting overrides the method NetObjects Fusion uses to publish the parent container for the layout region. For example, if the layout region is placed on a page's layout, you can set its HTML output method to override the method used for that layout, which, in turn, can be set to override the site's publishing method. If you embed layout region Inside another layout region, the embedded layout region can have an HTML output setting that overrides the HTML output produced for the parent layout region. See Selecting HTML Output on page 5-3 for descriptions of the HTML output options and their effects. To specify the HTML output method that NetObjects Fusion uses to produce this layout region. 1. In Page View, select the Layout region. The General tab of the Layout region Properties palette appears. 2. In the HTML Output section of the General tab, select the HTML output method you want from the Use drop-down list. L Parent setting generates the layout region using the output method specified for the parent container in which the layout region is embedded. L Nested Tables uses nested table tagging and other features of the 3.2 HTML specification. Nested Tables is the default choice for the Publish setting that controls the HTML output for the whole site. 7-18 Laying out the page using layout regions. L Regular Tables uses basic HTML table tagging to deliver your design and content for this layout region only. L CSS and Layers uses cascading style sheet positioning code, layers, and scripts to position and publish the content of this layout region only. See Selecting HTML Output on page 5-3 for more information on these HTML output choices. See Setting the site's HTML output on page 26-7 for information on setting the Publish setting property. Setting the table formatting preference for layout regions. If you use nested tables as the HTML output method for this layout region, you can set the table formatting preference NetObjects Fusion protects when it publishes the site. This setting determines whether the horizontal or vertical relationship between objects in this layout region is more important. To set the table formatting for the current layout region. 1. In Page View, select the Layout region. The General tab of the Layout region Properties palette appears. 2. In the HTML Output section of the General tab, select L columns to preserve the vertical relationship between the layout region's objects. This is the default. L rows to preserve the horizontal relationship between the layout region's objects. See Preserving Your Design Intentions on page 5-2 for information on selecting the table formatting preference using layout regions. Laying out the page 7-19. Defining the layout region as a form. You can define a layout region as a form in two ways. L. You can create a new form area and set its container to be a layout region. C. Creating a form on page 17-2 for information on creating new form areas. L. You can set any existing layout region to function as a form area. Using either method, you can place multiple layout regions on the same page, and have each layout region contain its own form objects and function as an independent form. To publish forms that are compatible with the broadest range of browser versions, use regular tables as the HTML output method for layout Regions used as forms. To define an existing layout region as a form. 1. In page view, select the layout region. The General tab of the Layout Region Properties palette appears. 2. Set the HTML output option to regular tables in the Use drop-down list. 3. Check the Layout Region is a form option. 4. Click Settings to enter your form processing settings for this layout region in the Form Settings dialog. See Chapter 17, Designing and Implementing Forms for information on creating forms and determining form processing settings. Setting Layout Region Background Properties. You can control the appearance of each layout region by setting the background color or placing an image in the background. 1. In page view, select the layout region. The General tab of the Layout Region Properties palette appears. 7 to 20 Laying out the page. Using layout regions. 2. Select the Background tab. 3. Select a background color option. L Transparent makes this layout region transparent, so the background color or image assigned to the layout underneath shows through. L Solid Color sets this layout region background to a solid color. The current color appears in the sample box. To select a different color, click Color, select a color from the color picker, and click OK. L Picture species the image that displays as the background of the layout region. The current selection, if there is one, displays in the sample box. To select a new or different image, click Browse to display the picture file open dialog, and select the image you want for the background. If the picture is smaller than the layout region, the browser automatically tiles the image as needed. For more information on using the picture file open dialog, see Using Image Assets on page 10 to 13. Making layout regions dynamic. You can make layout regions dynamic by assigning actions to them. For example, you can make a layout region's background change colors when the site visitor's mouse pointer passes over it, or make a layout region into its proper location when the page is loading in the visitor's browser. Using text boxes. Laying out the page 7 to 21. You can also make a layout the target of an action assigned to another object. See Building Dynamic Pages on page 21 to 1 for a discussion of making pages and objects dynamic, and the procedures for adding actions to layout regions and other objects. Using text boxes. The text box not only serves the basic purpose of holding the words and sentences of your text, it also works as a container for other kinds of objects. You can type or paste text into a text box, and you can also embed pictures, sound objects, tables, and any other object into that text box. When you do so, you are using the text box as a layout container for your page's content. When you use a text box as a layout container, you do not have pixel level control over embedded objects. For example, you do not insert a picture object in a text box, and then drag it to the location you want. Instead, you embed the object at a selected point in the text and then adjust its placement using HTML alignment, positioning, and text wrapping choices. The resulting pages that NetObjects Fusion publishes, however, have extremely lean HTML code and load relatively quickly in the site visitor's browser. Additional text box functions not directly related to your use of the text box as a page layout method, such as creating and applying styles, formatting text, and inserting custom HTML tags, are discussed in Chapter 8, Designing with Text. Sizing a text box. When you create or select a text box, you can control 4 aspects of its size: the width and internal margins, the minimum height, and the scaling of the text box to the full width of the layout or the browser window. To size a text box. Text tool. 1. In page view, either select an existing text box or draw a new text box. Using the text tool from the standard toolbar, the text properties palette appears. 7 to 22. Laying out the page. Using text boxes. 2. Select the text box tab if it's not already shown. 3. To set the margins inside the text box, enter a text inset value. 4. To set the width of the text box, select it and drag its object handles to stretch or shrink the text box as needed. The text box is always the width you set for it, unless you size it to the layout, as described in scaling a text box to the layout on page 7 to 23. Setting the text box minimum height. You can set the minimum height of a text box, so no matter how much or how little you put into it, the text box will always be at least the specified height. This also means the text box never shrinks to a smaller size than specified, that is, it doesn't adjust its height based on the size of the browser display font. For example, text displayed on a Macintosh is smaller than text displayed on Windows 95 or Windows NT. When a locked text box is viewed in a Macintosh-based browser, the text takes up less room, but because the text box has a locked-in minimum size, the browser has to leave blank space at the bottom of the text box. The maximum height of the text box as displayed in the site visitor's browser is determined by the amount of content within it, and by the browser font size used to display any text it contains. To set the minimum height for a text box. 1. In page view, select an existing text box, or create a new text box using the text tool from the standard toolbar. Using text boxes. Laying out the page 7 to 23. 2. Select the text box tab on the text properties palette. 3. Select lock height on the text box tab. 4. Select the text box and drag its object handles to the minimum height. You always want the text box to require scaling a text box to the layout. To use a text box as the only layout container on the page. Text tool. 1. In page view, select an existing text box, or create a new text box using the text tool from the standard toolbar. 2. Embed all layout objects in the text box or place them in the master border. Note: layout objects left outside the text box will be overlapped by the text box when you size it to the layout. Unless you want this overlap, and use CSS and layers HTML output to support it, you must clear the Size to Layout option, resize the text box, and embed, move, or remove the objects. Then you can reselect the Size to Layout option. 3. Select the text box. The text properties palette appears. 4. Select the text box tab if it's not already shown. 5. Select Size to Layout. The text box expands to LL the layout. Scaling text box contents to the browser window. To make your text-based layout as executable as possible, you can also conjure NetObjects Fusion to format the content of a text box so it maximizes itself within the site visitor's browser window. To scale a text box's content to the browser window. 1. In Page View, click any visible master border, or select the master border from the object tree. 7 to 24. Laying out the page using text boxes. The General tab of the Master Border Properties palette appears. 2. Using the Master Border Name drop-down list, select the Zero Margins Master Border. This master border is provided by default with NetObjects Fusion. If it has been deleted, you must create a new master border of your own name with no margins. See Creating a New Master Border on page 6 to 6 for information. 3. Select an existing text box, or create a new text box using the text tool from the standard toolbar. 4. Embed all objects on the layout into the text box. 5. On the text box tab of the text properties palette, select both size to layout and contents wrap to browser width. When you publish this page, NetObjects Fusion generates HTML that makes the contents of the text box adjust to the size of the browser window. Embedding objects in a text box. There are 3 ways to embed objects into a text box. You can drag and drop existing objects into the text box from elsewhere on the page. Create new objects using any object creation tool except the text tool by drawing the new object inside the text box. The text tool defaults to an insertion point inside a text box. To embed a text box within a text box, you must drag and drop it. Insert new objects at the current insertion point, either by pasting or using the Insert Object command from the text menu. Using text boxes. Laying out the page 7 to 25. No matter which embedding method you use, the insertion point appears within the text as a gray vertical bar. When you embed an object, NetObjects Fusion positions the object in a default location within the text box, according to its type. Pictures are placed in line at the insertion point. Text, tables, sound, video, and other objects are placed one line below the insertion point, left. You can then use the options on the Objects Align tab to arrange that object within The text box. If your object is not inline on the text line, NetObjects Fusion displays an insertion marker to show the insertion point. Text box with wide border. Insertion point. Picture object draw pointer. Insertion marker. Embedded image aligned. With left wrap setting. 7 to 26 laying out the page. Using text boxes. You can move an embedded object by dragging its insertion point into place. When you select the object, the insertion point is displayed, and you can manipulate its location as needed. For example, to place the embedded object on the top line of the text box, place or move its insertion point before the RST character of text. Embedding existing objects with drag and drop. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar and create a text box. 2. Select an object elsewhere on the page and drag it into the text box. The text box boundary indicates the object will be embedded. 3. Position the drag and drop insertion point at the place in the text where you want to insert the object. 4. Drop the object. 5. Position the object within the text box where you want it. See aligning objects in a text box on page 7 to 28 for information. Insertion point move to position before the RST character of text. Embedded image aligned with left wrap setting. Using text boxes. Laying out the page 7 to 27. Creating new embedded objects. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar and create a text box. 2. Select the tool for the object you want to create and embed. Note, because the text tool defaults to edit mode when you select it and click within a text box, you can draw a text box inside another text box. If you want to embed a text box within a text box, you have to either insert the text box using the object menu, or create it outside the text box and then drag it into place. 3. Position the starting point of the object at the position in the text where you want to insert the object, then draw its outline. The openly dialog appropriate for that type of object appears. 4. Select the object sourcely that you want to embed and click OK. 5. Position the object within the text box where you want it. See aligning objects in a text box on page 7 to 28 for more information. Inserting objects into text boxes. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar and create a text box. 2. To insert a new object, click the insertion point at the position in the text where you want to insert the object. 3. From the text menu, select Insert, then select the type of object you want to insert. The openly dialog appropriate for that type of object appears. 4. Select the object sourcely you want to embed, and click OK. NetObjects Fusion embeds that object. 5. Position the object within the text box where you want it. See aligning Objects in a text box on page 7 to 28 for more information. You can also use this method to embed an object by pasting 7 to 28 laying out the page. Using text boxes. 6. Copy or cut the object from another page or location. 7. Right-click the insertion point at the position in the text box where you want to insert the object. 8. Select Paste from the shortcut menu. NetObjects Fusion inserts the object. 9. Position the object within the text box where you want it. C. Aligning objects in a text box for information. Aligning objects in a text box. Once you embed an object in a text box, you can position it as needed using the options on the Align tab of the Properties palette for the object. The options shown for each type of object read the alignment attributes supported by HTML. For example, in HTML coding you can create a horizontal or vertical margin around an image. On the Align tab of the Picture Properties palette, you can set a horizontal or vertical space around a picture object. Depending on the type of object you selected, NetObjects Fusion displays some combination of the following alignment options. Each option's icon shows L. Vertical alignment of the object to the text line, top, middle, or bottom. L. Horizontal alignment of the object to the text box, without text wrapping, left, center, or right. L. Horizontal alignment of the object to the text box, with text wrapping, left align, plus text wrap, and right align plus text wrap. The name refers to the placement of the object, not the location of the text wrap. If you want the object to be embedded at the top left of the container, move the pointer to the absolute beginning of the text in the text box. L. Blank space around the object, in horizontal, vertical, or both dimensions. Aligning embedded objects. 1. In a text box in Page View, select an embedded object. The General tab of the Object's Properties palette appears. Using text boxes. Laying out the page 7 to 29. 2. Select the Align tab of the palette. The GUR below shows the Align tab for a picture object. 3. Select a vertical alignment option as appropriate for the object type. 4. Select a horizontal alignment option that is either wrapped or not wrapped, as appropriate for the object type. 5. Enter a spacing value for the object, if appropriate. Denning the text box as a form. You can set any text box that contains form objects to function as an HTML form. If you have form objects in a text box that is not deemed as a form, the red exclamation point error signal appears in the corner of the form objects. To deem a text box as a form. 1. In Page View, select the text box. The General tab of the Text Box Properties palette appears. 2. Select Text Box is a form. 3. Click Settings to enter your form processing settings for this text box in the Form Settings dialog. 7 to 30 Laying out the page. Using tables for page layout. See Chapter 17, designing and implementing forms for information on creating forms and determining form processing settings. Making text boxes dynamic. You can make text boxes dynamic by adding actions to them. For example, you can make a text box display a transition effect such as wipe or peek when the site visitor's mouse pointer passes over it, or make the text box Y into its proper location when the page is loading in the visitor's browser. You can also make a text box the target of an action assigned to another object. See Building Dynamic Pages on page 21-1 for a discussion on making pages and objects dynamic, and the procedures for adding actions to text boxes. You can also add actions to a text link contained within a text box. See Assigning an action to a text link on page 21-17 for information. Using tables for page layout. If your page design or page content is tabular, you can use a NetObjects Fusion table to control the layout of the entire page. Each cell within the table is a text box, with all the attributes and controls of a text box outside the table. You can embed any objects within the cell, arrange them using each object's alignment properties, and wrap text around other objects. To use a table for your page layout, add a table object, size it by hand to the layout, and add content as needed. See Laying out the page on page 7-1 for detailed information on creating and modifying tables. Using external HTML for page layout. You can also lay out your page using hand-coded HTML. You can incorporate external HTML pages as part of your site by referencing them as objects on a page or the page itself. NetObjects Fusion makes no changes to the original HTML, but it will manage the assets required by the original page if told to do so. See Referencing HTML from page view on page 19-4 for information on incorporating external HTML pages. Selecting Layout method. Laying out the page 7-31. Selecting Layout method. There's no single best way to lay out your pages, your circumstances will determine which method works best for selected pages. The pros and cons of each method are highlighted below. Text box considerations. Efficient, lean HTML pages are more critical to your site visitors than precise placement of your content. Use a text box for your page layout. Text box advantages. NetObjects Fusion generates extremely efficient HTML code for your site. HTML are much smaller, which means they load faster, and your site visitors experience a more responsive site. Text within the text box goes around other embedded objects automatically, so you don't have to create multiple text boxes to achieve a text wrap effect. If the text box is the size of the layout and you have chosen the zero margins master border, you can set the text box to resize itself to the size of the browser window. When your site visitor views the page, it rewraps itself as necessary to within and the browser window. L. You can use any of NetObjects Fusion's HTML output types, nested tables, regular tables, or CSS and layers. L. You can present tabular or columnar data in a NetObjects Fusion table, each cell of which consists of a text box. Text box limitations. L. You give up pixel level control of the layout and design of your page, and use alignment choices to control the placement of objects. 7-32 Laying out the page. Selecting layout method. Layout considerations. If precise placement of your content is more critical to your site visitors than efficient, lean pages, or if you have individual pages that you want to publish using a specific HTML output method, different from the rest of the site, then use the layout as the container for your page layout. Layout advantages. L. You have pixel level control of the layout and design of your page. L. You can drag and drop objects into their proper locations with ease. L. You can specify the HTML output type for any individual layout. This lets you isolate any advanced content which can exclude site visitors who are using lower version browsers from the rest of your site. L. Layouts support the column or row priority for page formatting. This means your pages will adjust more predictably to your site visitors' font and display configuration. Layout limitations. Using the layout as your page container has the following limitations. L. Position-based pages require more HTML code to achieve pixel-level placement of content, so your HTML will be larger. L. Text cannot go around other objects unless they are embedded in a text box. If you want to create the text wrap effect, you have to create multiple text boxes. L. You can size the layout as you see fit, but you cannot set the layout to wrap to the width of your site visitor's browser. If the browser window is wider than your page, the page's background will LL in. If the window is smaller than your page width, your site visitor has to scroll right or left. Selecting layout method. Laying out the page. 7-33. Layout region considerations. In some respects, layout regions represent a best of both worlds option for laying out your page. Like layouts, layout regions offer pixel-precise placement and a choice of HTML output methods, but they can be embedded in text boxes. So, if you need precise placement or specific output for some content, but want NetObjects Fusion to generate efficient, lean pages, you can use text boxes as your main layout container, and embed layout regions for selected content. Layout region advantages. L. You have pixel level control of the layout and design of content within the layout region. L. You can embed the layout region within a text box, which combines the binaries of both containers. L. You can specify the HTML output type for any individual layout region, so you can isolate advanced content that can exclude site visitors who are using lower version browsers. L. Layout regions support the column or row priority for page formatting. This means that selected sections of your page, when contained in a layout region, can adjust more predictably to your site visitors' font and display configuration. Layout region limitations. LNetObjects Fusion has to generate much more HTML code to achieve pixel level placement of content. Your page let are significantly larger, and download more slowly to site visitors. Text cannot go around other objects unless they are embedded in a text box. If you want to create the text wrap effect, you have to create multiple text boxes within the layout region. You can size the layout region as you see, but you cannot maximize it to the full layout size, nor can you set the layout region to wrap to the width of your site visitor's browser. 7-34 Laying out the page. Selecting layout method. Design priorities and method choices. Use the table to determine which combination of layout methods and HTML output methods best supports your site design priorities. If your priority is suggested page layout method, suggested HTML output method, lean, efficient HTML and fast browser load time, text box or page-sized table, nested tables, precise placement control for objects layout and / or layout region, nested tables, maximizing usability for site visitors. With older browsers, text box size to layout regular tables, absolute control over minimum text box height, text box with size locked nested tables, precise placement control for selected content, but lean HTML otherwise, text box for page with embedded layout region for selected content, nested tables, wrapping text around images and other objects, text box and / or table nested tables, overlapping selected objects, text box for page, overlapped objects in layout region embedded in the text box, nested tables for site, CSS, and layers for layout region containing overlapped objects, wrapping page to varying browser sizes, text box size to layout with content, wrap to browser, nested tables, drag and drop placement of objects while designing the page, layout and / or layout region nested tables, horizontal or row-based content, such as spreadsheets or other tabular data, table size to page nested tables, delivering objects with actions or other DHTML effects only to advanced browsers, text box and / or table CSS and layers, selecting layout method, laying out the page 7-35, delivering objects with actions or other DHTML effects to greatest number of browser versions, text box for page, objects with actions in layout region embedded in the text box, nested tables for site, regular tables for layout region containing objects with actions, using cascading actions, text box for page, embedded layout regions containing objects with actions, grouped for cascading messages, nested tables. If your priority is suggested page layout method, suggested HTML output method. 7-36 Laying out the page. Selecting layout method. Chapter 8. Designing with text 8-1. Designing with text. 8. When you want to add text to a NetObjects Fusion page, you create a text box, then add, edit, and format the text within the box. You can also place objects in a text box and wrap text around the objects. Any object you can place on a page you can also add to a text box, including sounds, videos, plugins, and Java applets, as well as pictures and lines. Using a text box as a container can help reduce the size of your HTML code. See Chapter 7, Laying out the page, for information. This chapter describes how to design with text. It includes L. Working with text boxes, L. Adding text and symbols, L. Applying, creating, and modifying text styles, L. Formatting text, L. Wrapping text around objects, L. Inserting HTML tags and importing HTML pages, L. Creating and editing ELDs, L. Checking spelling, L. Finding and replacing text, L. Counting words, lines, paragraphs, and characters. 8-2 Designing with text. Working with text boxes. Working with text boxes. In NetObjects Fusion, a text box is a container into which you can add text and embed other types of objects. How you select a text box determines what you can do with it. To select a text box for text editing. Text and selection. Tools. You choose the text tool from the standard toolbar, then double-click in the text box. Or, using the selection tool, either select the text box and press Enter, or double-click in the text box. To select a text box as an object. You using the selection tool, click inside the text box. Working with a text box as a text editor. When a text box is a text editor, the handles around the text box are hollow, and NetObjects Fusion displays the Format tab, as well as the text box and Actions tabs. On the Text Properties palette. Hollow handle. Working with text boxes. Designing with text 8-3. When a text box is a text editor, you can L. Add, edit, and format text. L. Add, edit, and format paragraphs, including creating simple and multi-level bulleted and numbered lists. L. Change the appearance of text by selecting font, font size, and font style, and assigning a color to the text. L. Create text styles so you can replicate and update paragraph formatting easily. L. Insert HTML tags. See Inserting HTML in a text box on page 22-10 for information. L. Import an HTML page. L. Link text to images or other text. See Chapter 14, Creating Links and Anchors. Working with a text box as an object. When the text box is selected as an object, the handles are solid and NetObjects Fusion only displays the text box and Actions tabs on the Text Properties palette. Solid handles. 8-4 Designing with text. Adding text. When the text box is an object, you can L. Cut, copy, and move the text box. L. Place objects in the text box. L. Delete the text box and all its contents. Adding text. You add text to a page in one of three ways. L. Using the text tool. L. Dragging and dropping a textly. L. Pasting text from the clipboard. Using the text tool. Text tool. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar, then draw a box on the page. The text box appears on the page in text edit mode and the Format tab above. The text properties palette appears. 2. Type or paste text in the text box. Text wraps to the width of the text box. Setting text box properties. Designing with text 8 to 5. Dragging and dropping a text file. In Windows Explorer, locate the textly, select it, then drag and drop it onto the page. The text appears on the page in a text box. The text box is a text editor. And the Format tab of the Text Properties palette appears. Pasting text from the clipboard. 1. Cut or copy the text from its original source, such as a word processing. 2. In page view, click where you want to place the text on the page. 3. From the Edit menu, choose Paste. The text appears on the page in a text box. The text box is a text editor. And the Format tab of the Text Properties palette appears. Setting text box properties. 1. In page view, double-click in the text box, then click the text box tab. 2. Select None to eliminate text box background color, or click Color, and select a background color from the color picker. C. Choosing colors. On page 1 to 9 for information. 3. If you added a background color to the text box, specify the number of units you want to inset the text within the text box. Note: insetting text from the text box boundaries creates a new table in HTML. 8 to 6. Designing with text. Applying text styles. 4. Select lock height to keep the text box from contracting to T with the text. This is the recommended setting. Locking the height of a text box helps preserve object location when browser-related font changes occur. 5. Select size to layout to make the text box the page's layout. C. Using text boxes on page 7 to 21. 6. Select text box is a form and click Settings to make the text box a form. See Chapter 17, Designing and Implementing Forms. Applying text styles. Text styles are predefined sets of font and paragraph formats. Text styles are a convenient way to specify, replicate, and update paragraph formatting. 1. In page view, if the text box in which you want to apply text styles is not a text editor, choose the selection tool and double-click in the text box. 2. Click anywhere in the paragraph you want to format. Select multiple consecutive paragraphs if you want to apply the style to multiple paragraphs. 3. In the paragraph section on the Text Properties palette, select the Appropriate text style from the Style drop-down list. Formatting text and paragraphs. Text normally assumes the font assigned to it by a browser, but NetObjects Fusion lets you assign unique fonts to your text. If the specified font is installed on the site visitor system, HTML3x compatible browsers display it. If the font is not installed, the browser checks a substitution table before using its default font. You can enter the substitution table in NetObjects system /font map text, and edit it with any text editor. The text properties palette contains the options you can use for formatting selected characters and whole paragraphs when you want specific formatting for one-time use. For repeated formatting of paragraphs, use a text style as explained in Applying Text Styles on page 8 to 6. Formatting text and paragraphs. Designing with text 8 to 7. Note: you can format selected characters only in text boxes or table cells. On a stacked page, you can format selected characters in formatted text elds, but in simple text elds, all characters have the same format. For more information on data elds, see Chapter 20, Data Publishing. To format text properties, in Page View, select the Text tool, then double-click in the text box in which you want to format text or paragraphs to put the text box in text edit mode. Formatting text. 1. In Page View, select the text you want to format. 2. Select a font from the font drop-down list on the Text Properties palette. Font Style buttons. 3. Click a font style button to assign characteristics bold, italic, underline, and strike through to the text. Font Effects buttons. Click a Font Effects button to superscript or subscript the text. 4. Select the size you want to assign to the font from the Size drop-down list. 5. To assign a color other than the site style color to the text, click Color and select a color from the color picker. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9 for information. Formatting paragraphs. Using the Text Properties palette, you can select left, right, or centered paragraph. Alignment, indent a whole paragraph, or create a simple bulleted or numbered list. See Creating Multi-Leveled Numbered and Bulleted Lists on page 8 to 8 for more information. 8 to 8 Designing with text. Formatting text and paragraphs. Note: due to limitations in HTML standards, you cannot insert a tab character in a text box, for example, to indent the RST line of a paragraph. You can only indent a whole paragraph. While you are editing a paragraph, Tab and Shift-Tab are keyboard shortcuts for indenting and unindenting the paragraph. To format a paragraph. 1. In Page View, click in the paragraph you want to format. 2. In the paragraph section of the Text Properties palette, click the appropriate alignment button to align the paragraph. 3. To indent the paragraph, click one of the indent buttons. 4. To use a color other than the site style color for the paragraph, click Color and select a color from the color picker. 5. To create a simple numbered or bulleted list, select an option from the bullet drop-down list. 6. To start a numbered list with a value other than 1 or a, click Start Value. Enter a number in the start value field in the start value of numbered list dialog, then click OK. Creating multi-leveled numbered and bulleted lists. You can create a bulleted or numbered list with multiple levels. For example, you can create a bulleted list that contains subordinate bullets. This is an example of a level 1 bullet. This is an example of a level 2 bullet. This is an example of a level 3 bullet. You can also create a numbered list that has subordinate paragraphs within the list. This is an example of the RST level in a multi-level numbered list. This is an example of the second level in a multi-level numbered list. This is an example of the RST level in a multi-level numbered list. Creating and modifying text styles. Designing with text 8 to 9. To create a multi-leveled numbered or bulleted list. 1. In page view, double-click in the text box, then type the text you want to include in the list. Make each item in the list a separate paragraph. 2. Click in the RST paragraph of the list, then select a list type from the bullet drop-down list. If you select a numbered list and want to start the list with a value other than 1 or a, click Start Value and enter a number in the Start Value of Numbered List dialog. Then click OK. 3. If you want this paragraph to be indented, click the right indent arrow. 4. Select the paragraph or paragraphs you want to make subordinate to the one you selected in the previous step. 5. Use the right indent arrow to indent the subordinate paragraph so it is to the right of the superior paragraph. Then select a list type from the bullet drop-down list. 6. Select the next paragraph you want to be a superior paragraph. Indent it to the same level as the paragraph you formatted in step 2. The paragraph adapts the list style you selected in step 2 to the current paragraph. If you selected a numbered list style, the paragraph is numbered sequentially. For example, if you selected a Roman numeral list style starting at 1 in step 2, the current paragraph is numbered II. Creating and modifying text styles. You can create your own text styles and add them to the styles list or modify the default text styles included with NetObjects Fusion. Text styles can be based on other text styles. For example, if you create text styles for headings, you could specify the formatting for the H1 style, then create an H2 text style that is based on H1. You would only have to specify formatting that differs from H1, for example, the font size or style. Creating a text style. 1. In page view, from the text menu, choose Edit Text Styles. 8 to 10 Designing with text. Creating and modifying text styles. The Text Styles dialog appears. 2. Click New. The New Style dialog appears. 3. Enter a name for the new text style and if you like, select a text style on which to base this new style from the Based on drop-down list. 4. From the following paragraph drop-down list, select the text style you want to appear automatically after the style you are creating. Leave it blank if you want the following paragraph to be the same style as the one you are creating. 5. Click Paragraph to modify paragraph settings. Creating and modifying text styles. Designing with text 8 to 11. The paragraph dialog appears. Set the options you want. L. Specify the number of units you want to indent the paragraph in the indent level section. L. If you are creating a text style for a list, either select a bullet type or a numbered list option from the bullet list. L. To start a numbered list with a value other than 1 or a, click Start Value and enter a number in the start value. L. In the start value of numbered list dialog. Then click OK. L. Specify how you want the paragraph to be aligned by selecting an option in the alignment section. Click OK in the paragraph dialog. 6. In the New Style dialog, click Font to select another font or modify the size, style, effect, or color of the font. If you don't want to modify the font, skip to step 8. The Font Style Name dialog appears. L. Select the font style, and size you want to specify for the text style. The font size numbers represent size relative to your site visitor's default browser font size. L. In the Effects section, click the checkbox for the effect or effects you want to specify for the style. L. To assign a color other than the site style color to the text, click Color, select a color from the color picker, and click OK. Click OK in the font dialog. The changes appear in the preview and description sections of the new Style Name dialog. 7. In the New Style dialog, click OK. The new style is added to the styles list of the text styles dialog. 8. Click Close. 8 to 12. Designing with text. Creating and modifying text styles. Modifying styles. 1. In Page View, from the text menu, choose Edit Text Styles. The Text Styles dialog appears. 2. Select the style you want to modify, then click Change. The Change Style, Format Name dialog appears. 3. In the Change Style dialog, you can change any of the options assigned to the paragraph. For information on this dialog, see Creating a Text Style on page 8 to 9. 4. When you are finished, click OK in the Change Style dialog. 5. In the Text Styles dialog, click Close. NetObjects Fusion updates any paragraph to which you applied the style with the new description. Modifying styles by example. You can also modify a text style by formatting a paragraph then reapplying the style. 1. In Page View, select a paragraph that is in the style you want to modify, so the style name is selected in the style list on the text properties palette. 2. Select the text and use the properties palette to change it to the font, size, style, color, and alignment you want. 3. Now select the style again from the style list. The Reapply Style dialog appears, showing the name of the selected style. 4. Select Redone the style using the selection as an example and click OK. Inserting symbols. Designing with text 8 to 13. Note, if you select Reapply the formatting of the style to the paragraph, you lose all your changes and the paragraph returns to its original settings for that style. The selected style now has the changed format, and all paragraphs with that style are updated. Inserting symbols. You can insert special symbols, such as an M-, copyright symbol, registered trademark symbol, and so on. 1. In page view, if necessary, double-click inside a text box to put it in text edit mode. 2. Click where you want to insert the symbol. 3. Select Insert Symbol from the text menu. 4. Select the symbol you want to insert from the Insert Symbol dialog, then click Insert. The symbol appears in the text. Wrapping text around objects. You can wrap text around objects by embedding the object in a text box. Text tool. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar and draw a box on the page. 2. Select the appropriate tool from the standard toolbar and embed the object in a text box. See Embedding Objects in a Text Box on page 7 to 24 for information. 8 to 14 Designing with text. Wrapping text around objects. The Picture Properties palette appears. 3. Click Align. The Align tab appears. 4. Set the wrap options you want. L. In the Alignment section, select the appropriate wrap option. If you select Left Wrap, the text wraps around the right side of the object. If you select Right Wrap, the text wraps around the left side of the object. L. In the Space Around Object section, specify the amount of space you want to leave between the image and the text. 5. Enter the text. Wrapping text around objects. Designing with text 8 to 15. The text wraps around the object according to your specifications. 4. Example. Setting paragraphs to clear wrapped objects. You can force the paragraph that follows a wrapped paragraph to clear the wrapped object. Text tool. 1. In page view, select the text tool from the standard toolbar and draw a box on the page. 2. Select the appropriate tool from the standard toolbar and embed the object in a text box. Specify how you want the text to wrap around the object in the Align tab on the Picture Properties palette. 3. Enter the text and press Enter. To embed another object, continue to step 4. Otherwise, skip to step 5. 4. If you want, embed another object and specify how you want the text to wrap around it. Enter the text, and then press Enter. 5. In the Paragraph section of the Format tab of the Text Properties tab, do one of the following. L. Select the left checkbox to restart the text at the RST left margin. That is clear of a picture. L. Select the right checkbox to restart the text at the RST right margin. That is clear of a picture. L. Select both checkboxes to restart the text when both the left and right margins are clear of a picture. 8-16 Designing with text. Creating and editing fields. The following is an example of how a paragraph following a wrapped paragraph looks when it is set to appear when the left and right margins are clear of pictures. Creating and editing fields. NetObjects Fusion provides a list of fields you can include on your pages, such as the date and time the site was created or last moded, the site name and author, and so on. You can also design your own fields to include on your pages. Inserting a NetObjects Fusion defined field. 1. In page view, double-click in the text box, then put the pointer where you want to insert the field. 2. From the text menu, choose Insert Field. The Insert Field dialog appears. 3. Select the type of field you want to insert from the Type drop-down list. If you select date and time, select a date format by clicking Date Format. Then select a format from the list displayed in the Date Format dialog. Click OK. 4. Click OK in the Insert Field dialog. Creating a user-defined variable. A user-defined variable is text or a phrase that is subject to change. For example, you might refer to a product in development that has only a code name. The name appears on many pages in your site. By creating a user-defined variable, you can checking spelling. Designing with text 8-17. Insert the product name as a field. When the product name changes, you can edit the field as described in Editing a Variable on page 25-13. Then NetObjects Fusion automatically updates all the instances of the name in your site. 1. In page view, double-click in the text box where you want to insert a user-defined variable. 2. From the text menu, choose Insert Field. The Insert Field dialog appears. 3. Select user-defined variable from the Type drop-down list. 4. Click New. The New Variable dialog appears. 5. Type a name and value for the field and click OK. The field appears highlighted in the field list of the Insert Field dialog. 6. Click OK. Formatting a date and time field. 1. In page view, click the date and time field. 2. From the text menu, choose Edit Field. The Edit Field dialog appears. 3. Click Date Format on the Edit Field dialog, then select a new format. From the Select Format list, click OK in the Date Format dialog. 4. Click OK in the Edit Field dialog. Checking spelling. You can check the spelling of English language words using the spelling checker that is included with NetObjects Fusion. You can add words to a personal dictionary so they will no longer be edged as misspelled. Your personal dictionary is a simple text-ly, so you can use any text editor to add or delete words. The spelling checker checks one page at a time. 8 to 18 Designing with text. Finding text. 1. In page view, choose the text you want to check. L to check all text boxes and tables on the page, select nothing. L to check a particular block of text or an individual word, select it. 2. From the Edit menu, choose Spell Check. If NetObjects Fusion does not recognize the word, it displays the word in the Change to ELD of the spelling dialog. 3. Choose to correct the selected word, ignore it, or add it to your dictionary. Click L. Ignore to skip this instance of the word. L. Ignore all to skip all instances on this page. L. Change to replace this instance. L. Change all to replace all instances on this page. L. Add to put the word in your personal dictionary. L. Suggest to see alternate spellings for the word in the Change to ELD. You can replace a misspelled word with a suggestion by double-clicking the suggestion. L. Options to choose US or UK English, and to choose a location for your personal dictionary. L. Close to cancel the spelling check. Finding text. 1. In page view, choose Find from the Edit menu. 2. In the Find What ELD on the Find dialog, type the word, letters, or phrase you want to ND and select any options you want to use to narrow your search. 3. Click Find Next. Replacing text. Designing with text 8 to 19. Replacing text. 1. In page view, from the Edit menu, choose Replace. 2. In the Find What ELD on the Replace dialog, type the text you want to replace. 3. In the Replace with ELD on the Replace dialog, type the replacement text. 4. Select any options you want to use to narrow your search. 5. Click Find Next to ND the next instance of the text you want to replace. Then click Replace to replace it, or click Replace All to replace all instances of the found text with the replacement text. Counting words, lines, and paragraphs. U to get a word count for the current page. In page view, choose word count from the Edit menu. U to get a word count for a section of text, highlight the text, then choose word count from the Edit menu. The page word count dialog appears displaying a list of word, line, paragraph and character counts. If your text box includes embedded objects, the line count is increment for each embedded object. 8 to 20 Designing with text. Counting words, lines, and paragraphs. Chapter 9. Adding tables 9 to 1. Adding tables. 9. When you want to add a table to a page, place the table, deign its appearance, then add text in table cells, which are text boxes. You can embed objects in table cells as you would in text boxes. This chapter includes information about L. Adding tables to your pages. L. Selecting a table cell, and a text box in a table cell. L. Adding text and pictures to tables. L. Modifying a table's appearance. 9 to 2 Adding tables. Working with tables. Working with tables. Presenting information in tabular form is often an effective way to convey complex concepts and ideas. NetObjects Fusion makes it easy to add tables to a site. Table cells are text boxes in which you can add text and embed objects. In table cells, you can add text by typing or pasting it. Format text using text styles or by selecting individual paragraphs and words and specifying paragraph alignment, font size and font style and effect. Embed objects in a table cell. See embedding objects in a text box on page 7 to 24 for information. Wrap text around objects. See wrapping text around objects on page 8 to 13 for information. Create a form. See chapter 17, Designing and Implementing Forms, for information. The following is an example of a table with text and embedded objects. Adding a table. Adding tables 9 to 3. Adding a table. When you add a table to a page, you place it, specify the number of rows and columns, and its appearance. Table tool. 1. In page view, choose the table tool from the standard toolbar, then draw a box where you want the table to appear on the page. The table dialog appears. 2. Select the number of columns and rows you want, then click OK. The table appears on the page and NetObjects Fusion displays the table. Properties palette. 3. In the Cell section of the General tab, deem the appearance of the table. Specify the size of the border surrounding the table. The padding, the amount of space you want to leave between the contents of a table cell and the cell boundaries. The distance between cells. 9 to 4 Adding tables. Selecting a table. 4. To modify the cell's background color, click the Background tab, then click Color, select a color from the color picker, and click OK. Selecting a table. Selection tool. In page view, select the selection tool from the standard toolbar, then click the table. Solid handles appear around the table. With the table selected, you can move the table on the page. Delete the table. Insert a row at the bottom of the table or delete the last row. Add a rightmost column to the table or delete the rightmost column. Resize columns and rows. Borders. Cell spacing. Cell padding. Selecting a table cell. Adding tables 9 to 5. Selecting a table cell. In page view, select the selection tool from the standard toolbar, then double-click the table cell. Cross-hatching appears around the selected cell and dotted lines appear around the text box. With the table cell selected, you can add and format text. Specify text box properties. Insert objects. Wrap text around objects. Insert a row beneath the currently selected cell or delete the selected row. Insert a column to the right of the currently selected cell or delete the selected column. Selecting a text box in a cell. 1. In page view, select the table cell. 2. Click the boundary of the text box. Solid handles appear around the text box. With the text box selected, you can L. Delete its contents. L. Specify text box properties. Cross-hatching indicates the cell is selected. Dotted line deans the boundary of text box. 9-6 Adding tables. Making a table cell a form. Making a table cell a form. 1. In page view, double-click in the table cell. The text properties palette appears. 2. On the text box tab, select the text box as a form option. See Chapter 17, Designing and Implementing Forms, for instructions. Adding text and objects to a table cell. 1. In page view, select the cell. 2. Type or paste text in the cell and format the text. The text properties palette appears. Text automatically wraps to the column size of the cell expands vertically to accommodate the text. See Formatting Text and Paragraphs on page 8-6 for information. 3. Embed objects and align them in the cell. For example, center a picture using options on its Align tab. C. Embedding objects in a text box on page 7-24 for information. Modifying a table. You can modify a table by changing the cell properties, adding and removing rows and columns, and resizing rows and columns. Modifying cell properties. 1. In page view, select the table. The table properties palette appears. 2. In the cell section of the General tab, adjust the border size, padding between the cell boundary and cell contents, and spacing between cells. 3. To modify the cell's background color, select the Background tab, then click Color, select a color from the color picker, and click OK. Modifying a table. Adding tables 9-7. Modifying a cell's text box properties. 1. In page view, select the cell. The text properties palette appears. 2. Click the text box boundary. Solid handles appear around the text box and the text properties palette. Displays the text box tab and the Action tab. 3. Modify text box properties. See Working with a text box as an object. On page 8-3. Resizing columns and rows. 1. In page view, select the table. 2. Point to the column or row you want to resize. The pointer changes to a horizontal arrow. 3. Click and drag the cell boundary to the new size. Inserting a row. 1. In page view, select the item above where you want the row to be inserted. L. To insert a row at the bottom of the table, select the table. L. To insert a row between two existing rows, select a cell in the row you want to be on top of the row you're inserting. 2. From the Object menu, choose Table, Add Row. Making table cells the same size. To make all table cells the same width, right-click the table and select Make Table. Cells uniform in size from the shortcut menu. 9 to 8 Adding tables. Modifying a table. Removing a row. 1. In Page View, select where you want to delete the row. L to remove the last row in a table, select the table. L to remove a row from between two existing rows, double-click a cell in the row that you want to remove. 2. From the Object menu, choose Table, remove row. Inserting a column. 1. In Page View, select where you want to insert the column. L to insert a rightmost column to your table, select the table. L to insert a column between two existing columns, double-click a cell in the column to the left of where you want to add the new column. 2. From the Object menu, choose Table, Add Column. Removing a column. 1. In Page View, select the column you want to remove. L to remove the rightmost column, select the table. L to remove a column from between two columns, double-click a cell in the column you want to remove. 2. From the Object menu, choose Table, remove column. Chapter 10. Placing pictures 10 to 1. Placing pictures. 10. Pictures are essential building blocks for any page design. This chapter describes how to add pictures to your site, then modify them. It includes L. Adding a picture, L. Resizing a picture, L. Cropping a picture, L. Tiling a picture, L. Rotating a picture, L. Creating a border around a picture, L. Creating a transparent GIF, L. Moving and copying pictures, L. Adding text to a picture, L. Using image assets. 10 to 2 Placing pictures. Choosing an image format. Choosing an image format. To display a picture, most browsers require that the picture is stored in a web standard format. When you place an image on a page, NetObjects Fusion offers the following standard formats. L. Joint Photographic Experts Group, JPEG, JPG, supports 24-bit true color. L. Graphics Interchange Format, GIF, supports 8-bit, to 56 color images. NetObjects Fusion also supports GIF 89, a format for transparency, interlacing, and animation. If your GIF is interlaced or transparent, NetObjects Fusion parses this information. NetObjects Fusion also supports animated GIF-S. An animated GIF-ly contains multiple images that a browser plays in sequence. It adds movement to your pages without requiring browser plugins. You use a GIF animation program to create an animated GIF image and place it as you would any GIF. L. Portable Network Graphics, PNG, supports any color depth image. Web browsers require a plugin called PNGLive to view the image. NetObjects Fusion includes sample pictures in the NetObjects Fusion 30/samples/content/images folder. When you place a picture, NetObjects Fusion offers to convert images that are not in a web standard format, such as Photoshop, BMP, and so on, to either PNG or JPG format. Use the Picture tool to place flashpics, FPX, images in a layout in Windows NT. Only. Use the Media plugin tool, as described in Inserting Other Types of Files on page 15 to 14, to place an FPX image in either Windows 95 or Windows NT. Adding pictures. Placing pictures 10 to 3. Adding pictures. Picture tool. 1. In Page View, choose the Picture tool from the standard toolbar, and draw a box where you want to place the picture. The Picture File Open dialog appears. 2. Select the image you want from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. NetObjects Fusion provides filters so you can view only the type of you want to place. Filters are listed in the File of Type drop-down list. You can select Web Images to view all images that can be viewed using a web browser, including GIF, JPEG, JPG, and PNG. All images to view all that are image Unique Images to view image by a single type, such as all GIF-S or all JPEG-S. You can also drag and drop an image directly onto a NetObjects Fusion page from your desktop or the Windows Explorer. 3. Select the Show Thumbnail Image option to preview your image before you add it to the page. A thumbnail preview of the selected picture appears on the right side of the dialog. 4. Click Open to place the image in the box. Show Thumbnail Image checkbox. 10 to 4 Placing pictures. Adding pictures. If you select a non-standard web format, the following dialog appears. If you convert to GIF, NetObjects Fusion reduces the image to 256 colors. If you convert to JPEG, NetObjects Fusion retains the color information of the original If you choose not to convert, NetObjects Fusion positions the image in HTML using the tag. This means only those browsers that have the appropriate plugin installed can view the image. 5. Choose the appropriate conversion format and click OK. If you choose an image in web standard format, the picture appears where you drew the box. The box snaps to the placed picture. The Picture Properties palette also appears. Adding pictures. Placing pictures 10 to 5. 6. Type a description of the picture in the alt tag eld. Note, the alt tag is not linked if the picture is an image map. See Creating an image map on page 14 to 13 for information. For information on how to manipulate the picture, see Modifying a picture. 2. Place additional instances of a picture, see Using image assets on page 10 to 13. You can also place an image by dragging and dropping it from the desktop or the Windows Explorer. Note, when you use drag and drop to place a picture that is not in GIF or JPEG format, NetObjects Fusion positions it in HTML using the tag instead of the tag. 10 to 6 Placing pictures. Modifying a picture. Modifying a picture. Once you place a picture you can L. resize, crop, tile, or rotate it. L. add a border around it. L. change its transparency, GIF only. L. move or copy it. L. add text to it. Resizing a picture. 1. In page view, select the picture you want to resize. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. Set the picture's display property to stretch. 3. Drag any handle until the picture is the size you want. To size the picture proportionally, hold down the Control key as you drag. 4. To return the picture to its original size, do either of the following. L. From the Object or Shortcut menu, choose Restore Original Size. L. Select Normal in the Picture Properties palette. Modifying a picture. Placing pictures 10 to 7. Cropping a picture. You can crop a picture to make only a part of it visible. When you crop a picture, NetObjects Fusion creates a new imagely that contains just the visible portion of the image. It does not change your original imagely. 1. In page view, select the picture you want to crop. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. In the display area on the Picture Properties palette, select Normal. When Normal is selected, you cannot make a picture larger than its original size. 3. Drag the lower right handle, reducing the size of the box to crop the picture. To crop proportionally, hold down Ctrl as you drag. Tiling a picture. You can create multiple instances of the picture within the box by tiling it. When you tile a picture, NetObjects Fusion creates a new imagely that contains the tiled image. It does not change your original imagely. 1. In page view, select the picture you want to tile. The Picture Properties palette appears. 10 to 8 Placing pictures. Modifying a picture. 2. In the Display section of the Picture Properties palette, select Tile. NetObjects Fusion displays multiple images of the picture in the box. The images are the size of the picture as it is in the source li. 3. Drag any handle to display more or fewer tiled images. Rotating a picture. After you place a picture, you can rotate it in 90-degree increments. When you rotate a picture, NetObjects Fusion creates a new imagely that contains the rotated image. It does not change your original imagely. 1. In page view, select the picture you want to rotate. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. Select the Effects tab. Modifying a picture. Placing pictures 10 to 9. 3. In the Rotate ELD, select the desired rotation. Creating a border around a picture. You can add a border of a specified thickness around a picture. 1. In page view, select the picture for which you want to create a border. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. Select the Effects tab. 3. Use the border ELD to specify the thickness of the border. 10 to 10 Placing pictures. Modifying a picture. Creating a transparent GIF. When you place a GIF image on a page, you can select one of its colors and make every pixel of that color transparent. Browsers display all pixels in the image except pixels marked transparent. Although only part of the image becomes transparent, a GIF with a transparent color is called a transparent GIF. You can use transparent GIFs to achieve a natural image shape rather than a rectangular one, or to silhouette an image against the page background. Only pixels of exactly the same color can be transparent. If the image background color is dithered, it might contain a mixture of different shades to approximate a color. An image without dithering in the background works best. Note: transparency only works with GIFs. You cannot set a transparency for a JPEG or other imagely format. To create a transparent GIF: 1. In Page View, select the picture for which you want to create a transparent GIF. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. Select the Effects tab. Modifying a picture. Placing pictures 10 to 11. 3. Click the transparency dropper, then click the color in the picture that you want to make transparent. The Use Color checkbox is selected, and NetObjects Fusion displays the color you selected in the box next to it. 4. To make a transparent color opaque, clear the Use Color checkbox. Moving or copying pictures. You can move or copy pictures from layout to layout in Page View using the Cut, Copy, and Paste commands on the Edit menu, or by using the shortcut menu. You can also copy a picture by holding down Ctrl while you drag to move or copy a picture onto a different layout. 1. In Page View, select the picture you want to move or copy. 2. From the Edit menu, choose Cut or Copy. 3. Locate the target layout. The target layout can be on another page or it can be a different layout on the same page. 4. From the Edit menu, choose Paste. NetObjects Fusion pastes the picture into the new layout. 5. Reposition the picture, as necessary. Transparency dropper. 10 to 12 Placing pictures. Modifying a picture. Note: to specify the position of an object before you paste it, cut or copy the object. Click the page, and then paste the object. The upper left corner of the pasted object appears at the point where you clicked the page. Adding text to a picture. You can add text to a picture and format its font, size, and alignment. The text you add becomes part of a new imagely when you publish the page containing the picture. Your original is unchanged. 1. In Page View, select the picture to which you want to add text. The Picture Properties palette appears. 2. Select the Effects tab. 3. In the Text in Elements section of the Effects tab, select Enable, and click Settings. The Text in Element Settings dialog appears. 4. Replace the highlighted text with the text you want to add. Press Enter to type additional lines of text. Using image assets. Placing pictures 10 to 13. 5. Click Set for the font to open the font dialog. 6. Select the font, its style and size, and then click OK. 7. Click Set for the colors in the Text in Element Settings dialog to open the color picker. 8. Select the color you want to apply to the text. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9 for information. 9. In the Text in Element Settings dialog, select the relative alignment, horizontal position, and vertical position for the text. The relative alignment left aligns, centers, or right aligns two or more lines of text. It has no effect on single lines of text. The horizontal position and vertical position settings place the text block within the picture box. For example, if you set the relative alignment to left, the horizontal position to center, and the vertical position to bottom, net objects. Fusion left aligns the block of text and places it in the bottom center of the box. 10. In the orientation area, move the slider to rotate the text. Select right angles to limit the text rotation to 90-degree increments. 11. Click Close to apply the text settings to the picture's text. Using image assets. By treating imagelet as assets, NetObjects Fusion provides you with a convenient way to replace or update multiple instances of an image. Using image assets can also reduce the number of imagelet included in your site. Instead of adding multiple copies of an image in several locations, you add the image asset once, and then select from the list of existing image assets when you want to place another instance of the picture. When you export a template, NetObjects Fusion copies your image assets from wherever they are located on your hard disk to an assets folder within your template folder. 10 to 14 Placing pictures. Using image assets. Whenever you place a picture on the page, as described on page 10 to 3, you add a asset. You can also add image assets in Assets view. See Adding File Assets on page 25 to 4. To place an image asset. Picture tool. 1. In Page View, choose the Picture tool from the standard toolbar and draw a box to specify where you want to place the picture on the page. The Picture File Open dialog appears with the Folder tab on top. 2. Click the Image Assets tab to see a list of current assets. 3. Select the Show Thumbnail Image option to preview the picture before adding it to the page. 4. Select the asset you want to place and click Open. NetObjects Fusion places the image in its box and opens the picture properties palette. You can replace all instances of this picture in your site using a single command in Assets view, as described in Replacing File Assets on page 25 to 6. Show Thumbnail. Image checkbox. Image Assets tab. Editing a picture. Placing pictures 10 to 15. Editing a picture. In Page View or Asset View, you can open a picture in the editor you have set up for the image's type. For information on how to set up this feature, see Editing. Objects and assets on page 1 to 18. 1. In page view, select the picture and, from the object menu, choose Open Object. NetObjects Fusion opens the picture in the editor you specified for the type. Edit and save the picture according to the editor's features. 2. To see the changes in page view, right-click the picture and choose Restore Original Size from the shortcut menu. 10 to 16 Placing pictures. Editing a picture. Chapter 11. Drawing shapes and lines 11 to 1. Drawing shapes and lines. 11. In addition to pictures, shapes and lines are essential building blocks for any page design. You can draw rectangles, rounded rectangles, ellipses, and polygons, as well as HTML horizontal rules, lines, or site style lines. You can select colors for a shapes. LL and border, add text to shapes, select a color for lines, or place a line picture from the site style you use for your site. This chapter describes how to add drawn shapes and lines to your site and then modify them. It includes L. Drawing shapes, L. Adding text to a shape, L. Adding lines, L. Drawing horizontal rules, L. Drawing lines and arrows, L. Editing lines and arrows. 11 to 2 Drawing shapes and lines. Drawing shapes. Drawing shapes. To draw an ellipse, rectangle, rounded rectangle, or polygon. Rectangle tool. 1. In page view, select the Draw tool on the standard toolbar, and select the shape you want to add from the U. 2. Draw the shape on the page. L. To draw a polygon, click to set the start point, click to set H. Subsequent point, and double-click to complete the shape. L. When you draw a rounded rectangle, NetObjects Fusion supplies one extra handle inside the object. Use this handle to edit the degree of curve on the corners. The Properties palette for the shape you selected appears. For example, 3. Type an alt tag in the alt tag eld. See Adding and modifying alt tags on page 4 to 10 for information. Extra handle to modify curve. Drawing shapes. Drawing shapes and lines 11 to 3. 4. In the line width box, set the shape outline thickness. To make the outline invisible, set it to 0. 5. In the color section of the Properties palette, click the color button for fill. 6. In the color picker, choose the color you want to use for the shape LL. Color and click OK. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9 for information. 7. Click the color button for line, select the color you want to assign to the shape border in the color picker, and click OK. 8. To adjust the shape or size of the drawing, drag its handles. L. To change the shape proportionally, drag a handle while holding down Control. L. To vary the curve of a rounded rectangle, select it, place the pointer over the inside corner handle until it changes to a four-headed arrow, then drag toward the inside or outside until you have the desired curve. L. To edit the lines of a polygon, select it, place the pointer over any handle until you see the four-headed arrow, then drag the handle to adjust the shape. L to create hotspots, C. Creating an image map on page 14 to 13. When you publish a page with shapes, NetObjects Fusion generates each shape as a GIF. Adding text to a shape. You can add text to a shape and format its font, size, and alignment. The text you add becomes part of a new image when the page containing the shape is published. Because the text is part of the image, your site visitor's browser can display it even if the font you chose is not installed. 11-4 Drawing shapes and lines. Drawing shapes. To add text to a shape. 1. In page view, select the shape to which you want to add text. The Shapes Properties palette appears. 2. On the General tab, under Text in Element, select Enable and click Settings. The Text in Element Settings dialog appears. 3. Replace the highlighted text with the text you want to add. Drawing shapes. Drawing shapes and lines 11-5. 4. Click the Set button for fonts to open the font dialog. 5. Select the font, its style and size, and click OK. 6. In the Text in Element Settings box, click the Set button for colors. 7. In the Color Picker, select the color you want to apply to the text, and click OK. See Choosing Colors on page 1-9 for information. 8. In the Text in Element Settings dialog, select the relative alignment, horizontal position, and vertical position for the text. The relative alignment left aligns, centers, or right aligns two or more lines of text. It has no effect on single lines of text. The horizontal position and vertical position settings place the text block within the shape's rectangular frame. For example, if you set the relative alignment to left, the horizontal position to center, and the vertical position to bottom, NetObjects Fusion left aligns the block of text and places it in the bottom center of the frame. 9. In the Orientation section, move the slider to rotate the text. Select right angles to limit the text rotation to 90-degree increments. 10. Click Close to apply the text settings to the text. 11-6 Drawing shapes and lines. Adding HTML horizontal rules. Adding HTML horizontal rules. HTML rules are horizontal only and can appear to have beveled edges when displayed by a browser. When you add an HTML rule, NetObjects Fusion positions it using an tag in the HTML for your page. When you embed an HTML rule in a text box, you can set its width as a percentage of the text box width. To draw an HTML horizontal rule. HR Rule Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Line tool on the standard toolbar, and choose the HR Rule tool from the U. 2. Draw the horizontal rule on the page. The HR Rule Properties palette appears. 3. In the Thickness box, set the thickness of the rule. 4. Select shaded to create a bevel effect. The standard HR rule is a shaded, 2-pixel thick line. 5. Click the HTML button to open the Object HTML dialog. In the bottom of this dialog, you can see the HTML code for the rule and its pixel length. In the top of the dialog, you can write JavaScript for the line, or your own HTML code. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML. Directly, for information. Adding a site style line. Drawing shapes and lines 11-7. Adding a site style line. Use site style lines to embellish your page or divide it into sections. The line is a part of the current site style. See Chapter 12, Using Site Styles, for information. To place a site style line. Site style line tool. 1. In Page View, select the Line tool on the standard toolbar, and choose the Site Style Line tool from the U. 2. Draw a box starting where you want to position the upper left corner of the line. The site style line appears. You can drag the line to reposition it, and add HTML and actions to it. When you change site styles, NetObjects Fusion automatically updates the line with the line picture for the new site style. In your published site, a site style line is a GIF-ly. Drawing lines and arrows. You can draw a line on your page and specify its attributes, such as width, color, and the style of the head and tail. An arrow is simply a line that uses the arrow or point. Head/tail style. Line Draw tool. 1. In Page View, select the Line tool on the standard toolbar, and choose the Draw tool from the U. 2. Drag from one point to another to set the position, length, and orientation of the line. The point where you start dragging is the head of the line. The point where you finish is the tail of the line, regardless of the direction you drag. To constrain the line to vertical or horizontal, hold down the Shift key while dragging. 11-8 Drawing shapes and lines. Drawing lines and arrows. The Line Properties palette appears. 3. In the Line Width box, set the width of the line. 4. In the Color section, click the Color button for the line, head, and tail. Choose a color, and click OK. To set all three to the same color the line setting, select all parts, use one color. See Choosing Colors on page 1-9 for information. 5. In the Style section, select a style for the head and tail from the appropriate drop-down list. If you want the head and tail to share the same style, select the style from one of the drop-down lists, then select head/tail same style. Select Outline so the head and tail have the line color for their outlines, regardless of their LL colors. 6. Type an alt tag in the alt tag eld. See Adding and modifying alt tags on page 4-10 for information. When you publish a page with drawn lines, NetObjects Fusion generates each one as a GIF-ly. Drawing lines and arrows. Drawing shapes and lines 11-9. Editing lines and arrows. By dragging, you can change the length and width of a line or change the shape and size of the line's head and tail. 1. In page view, select the line. Selection handles appear. Place the pointer over a selection handle. The pointer changes to a crosshair and do any of the following. L to make the line longer or shorter, drag an end handle. L to make the line thicker or thinner, drag a side handle. L to change the shape of the end, drag one of its handles. 2. In the Style section, select a style from the head or tail drop-down lists. To change the head or tail style. 11 to 10 Drawing shapes and lines. Drawing lines and arrows. Chapter 12. Using site styles 12 to 1. Using site styles. 12. Site styles are sets of thematic elements you can apply to your site. Some style elements are graphical and others affect the text colors on your pages. In Style View, you use site styles to create the look and feel of your entire site. NetObjects Fusion comes with a gallery of professionally designed site styles. 55 site styles are installed. With NetObjects Fusion 3.0, and you can edit the site styles from all versions of NetObjects Fusion in the Extras folder on your installation CD-ROM. You can use these site styles as they are, edit them, or create styles using your own artwork to give your site a distinctive look. This chapter describes site styles and how to use them, including L. Applying site styles, L. Editing site styles, L. Creating site styles, L. Adding and removing site styles, L. Styles folder structure. 12 to 2 Using site styles. What is a site style? What is a site style? A site style is a collection of graphical and typographical elements that NetObjects Fusion applies to every page in your site. Your site's site style gives it a consistent look that survives variations introduced by your site visitor's browser. When you change the site style, NetObjects Fusion automatically updates every page in your site with the new look. If you do not edit a pre-built style that is appropriate for your site, you can create your own custom site style. Or, if a site style works for most, but not all, pages in your site, you can customize it for the exceptional pages, as described in setting the navigation bar style on page 13 to 7. For even more accessibility, for example, to use more than one banner image in your site or to use a different image for each button. In a navigation bar, you can use the navigation bar and banner properties palettes. In page view as described in Customizing Banners and Buttons on page 13 to 11. Style View. When you click the Style button on the control bar, NetObjects Fusion displays Style View. Style View shows L. A list of available site styles for this site. L. Elements of the selected site style. What is a site style? Using site styles 12 to 3. About style elements. NetObjects Fusion site styles consist of two kinds of elements. L. Images for buttons, banners, data list icons, site style lines, and page backgrounds. Button styles contain images for highlighted and non-highlighted buttons. The highlighted button image appears when a visitor is on the page, represented by that button. Text attributes for banner and button text, and colors for normal text and regular and visited text links. The text on the navigation buttons and banners appears in the font style, size, color, alignment, and orientation assigned to the element in Style View. List of site styles. Current site style. Click to set the selected site style. Click to create a new site style. Selected site style. Element area. Displaying elements of the selected style. 12-4 Using site styles. Applying site styles. Each NetObjects Fusion site style is composed of 9 style elements. Background, color or image used as a background of the page. Banner, image containing the banner text. Primary navigation bar, images for highlighted and non-highlighted navigation buttons. Secondary navigation bar, a second set of images for highlighted and non-highlighted navigation buttons. Data list icons, bullets next to items when you use a data object to create a data list. Normal text color, color of text on the page. Regular link color, color of linked text on the page. Visited link color, color of linked text already explored by visitor. Site style line, image for lines drawn with site style line tool. Applying site styles. By default, navigation banners and buttons obtain their images and text attributes from the site style assigned to the site. When you apply a site style, NetObjects Fusion automatically applies style elements throughout your site. For example, it replaces all the buttons in your navigation bars with images from the style you specified, while maintaining the relevant links. To apply a site style. 1. In Style View, select a site style from the style list. The elements of the selected style appear. 2. Click the Set Style button on the control bar or choose Set Style from the Style menu. NetObjects Fusion applies the style to your site. The more pages in your site, the longer this takes. When complete, a message confirms that the style was applied and the name above the style list changes to the one you selected. Editing site styles. Using site styles 12-5. 3. Click OK to acknowledge the message. The next time you go to page view, you see the new style elements and new font colors on each page. You can also select a different style from the list and then navigate to another view. When a message asks if you want to set the currently selected style, click Yes to set the new style. Editing site styles. You can edit any element of an existing style to customize it. For instance, you might like every element of a style except the banner. You can change just the banner image of a site style. The image for every banner in your site changes to the new image. To customize site style elements for some, but not all, pages, you do not edit the Site style, you customize it just for those pages. See customizing banners and buttons on page 13 to 11 for more information. Note, when you edit a site style, every site that uses the site style is affected. Your Styles folder stores only one copy of a site style. When you change it, the change appears in all sites that use that site style. If the style you want to change is used in other sites and you don't want them to be affected, create a new style from the original style's graphic elements and customize the new style. See Creating a Site Style on page 12 to 12. Backups of all your style folders are located in the /extras folder on your NetObjects Fusion CD-ROM. Editing a style background. 1. In Style View, select the style you want to change and double-click anywhere in the background. 12.2.6 Using Site Styles. Editing Site Styles. The background style dialog appears. 2. Select a background option. L. Select None to use the default background color set in the browser's preferences. L. Select Color if you want a solid color background such as white, the default. To choose a different color, click the Color button and select from the color picker. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9. L. Select Picture to use an image as a background. Browsers tile the image across the page. Click Browse to choose an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. See Adding Pictures on page 10 to 3. 3. Click OK. Editing a style banner. 1. In Style View, select the style you want to change and double-click the banner. The banner dialog appears. Editing Site Styles. Using Site Styles 12.2.7. 2. To change the banner's image, click Browse to choose an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. For information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10 to 3. 3. To change the appearance of text, click Text Settings and set text options. As described in Editing Text Settings for Buttons and Banners. 4. Click OK. Editing Text Settings for Buttons and Banners. With Site Styles, you can choose any font on your system for banner and button text. NetObjects Fusion dynamically generates image for these banners and buttons, using the font you specified for each element. This means that on buttons and banners, your site visitors see the fonts you select regardless of their browser or the fonts installed on their systems. To set how text appears on navigation buttons and banners. 1. In Style View, from the banner, primary button, or secondary button dialog, click the Text Settings button. The Text Settings dialog appears. 12.2.8 Using Site Styles. Editing Site Styles. L. Select the left, center, or right relative alignment icon to align multiple lines of text in relation to each other. This option applies only if you used custom names to specify a banner or button label of more than one line of text. See Using Custom page names and extensions on page 2 to 15 for more information. L to change the font, click the Set button next to the font L. The font dialog appears. Select the font, its style and size, and script style. The script drop-down list shows the available language scripts for the specified font. Choose the appropriate script for the language you are using. L. Change the font color by clicking the Set button next to the color L and choosing from the color picker, as described in Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9. L. In horizontal position, select left, center, or right. In vertical position, select top, center, or bottom. Horizontal position and vertical position specify where text appears on the button, while relative alignment specifies how lines of text appear in relation to each other. In the illustration below, the RST button's relative alignment is set to left, and its horizontal position and vertical position are set to center. The second button's relative alignment is set to center. Its horizontal position set to left, and its vertical position set to center. L. In the orientation section, drag the slider to set the rotation angle of the text. 0 degrees represents no rotation. L. Select right angles to limit the text to right angles only, clear it to permit rotation to any angle. Editing site styles. Using site styles 12 to 9. 2. When finish adjusting the text, click OK. After you close the banner or button dialog, the banner or button text appears with its new options in Site View. Editing a navigation bar. Each site style includes a primary navigation bar and a secondary navigation bar. The two navigation bars differ only in the style of the button images. You can set the navigation bars in your site to display either style of navigation bar. For example, top-level pages can display the primary button set while lower-level pages display the secondary set. For more information, see Using Navigation Bars on page 13 to 3. Each navigation bar contains two button images, regular and highlighted. Highlighted buttons are used in button navigation bars to show which page a visitor is currently viewing. You can turn highlighting on and off in the navigation bar. Properties palette in page view, as described in Setting the Navigation Bar Style on page 13 to 7. Highlighting is turned on by default. Note, if you are using autoframes, highlighting can affect how the browser refreshes your page. See Autoframes and Browser Refresh on page 24 to 10 for information. To edit a navigation bar. 1. In Style View, select the style you want to change and double-click the primary or secondary navigation bar. The primary or secondary button dialog appears, depending on which navigation bar you are editing. 12 to 10 Using site styles. Editing site styles. 2. To select a different button image. L. Choose a regular button image by clicking the RST Browse button and choosing an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. L. Choose a highlighted button image by clicking the second Browse button and choosing an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. For information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. 3. To set different text options. L. Choose options for regular button text by clicking the RST text settings button. L. Choose options for highlighted button text by clicking the second text settings button. The text settings dialog appears, where you can set text options as described in Editing Text Settings for Buttons and Banners on page 12-7. 4. When finished, click OK in the Text Settings dialog and then click OK in the primary button dialog. Editing a data list icon. Data list icons appear when you use the Data List tool to create a data list in Page View. For information on working with data lists and data objects, see Chapter 20, Data Publishing. To edit a data list icon. 1. In Style View, select the style you want to change and double-click a data list icon. The Picture File Open dialog appears. For information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. Editing Site Styles. Using Site Styles 12-11. 2. Select an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 3. Click Open. Editing the site style line. A variety of horizontal page-wide images can serve as lines to separate pages into sections. A number of line picture images are included in NetObject's Fusion styles. You insert line pictures in page view using the Site Style Line tool, as described in Adding a Site Style Line on page 11-7. To edit a site style line element. 1. In Site View, select the style you want to change and double-click the Site Style line. The Picture File Open dialog appears. 2. Select an image from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. For information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. 3. Click Open. Editing text colors. You can set the colors for normal text, links, and visited links with NetObject's Fusion. These colors apply only to text created with the text tool in page view and text navigation bars. They do not apply to text on buttons, banners, or other images. To edit the default font, font size, and other font attributes, set the browser font, as described in Setting Preferences on page 1-12. The normal text color is automatically applied to all text you add to text boxes in page view. You can override the default color by formatting text in page view. The regular link color is applied to all text you link. The visited link color appears after your site visitor follows the link. You do not see this color in page view. Link colors show site visitors where links are located, and browsers keep track of which links have been followed. Set a regular link color that is different from the color you plan to use for ordinary text. By assigning visited links a different color than that of The regular links, you let site visitors know at a glance that they have visited the link. 12 to 12 Using site styles. Creating a site style. If color consistency is more important than this detail, assign identical colors to regular and visited links. To edit a text color. 1. In Style View, select the style you want to change and double-click the text label you want to change. Double-click the words Normal Text Color to change the default color for text in the site. Double-click the words Regular Link Color to change the color for links in the site. Double-click the words Visited Link Color to change the color for visited links in the site. The color picker appears. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9 for information on choosing colors. 2. Select a color and click OK. Creating a site style. You can create original styles to give your site a unique look. Simply collect or create image for your banner, buttons, line, icon, and background, and select them in Style View. When you create a new site style, each element is saved into its own subfolder in the Styles folder inside the NetObjects Fusion 30 / Styles folder. See Styles folder structure on page 12 to 16 for information on style folders. When you create your own site style, keep these points in mind. When you use an animated GIF for a style image, only the RST frame of the animation displays on the image. Text labels for buttons and banners are placed on top of images. If you want the label to appear below the image, leave space above or below the image when you create it in your image editing application. Creating a site style. Using site styles 12 to 13. If you plan to use your site style on a page with a background color or image, and you want the background to show through your image, use your image editing application to set transparency in your image. You can check the NetObjects web site at www.netobjects.com for more guidelines on creating site styles. To create your own site style. 1. Create or collect images for your banner, buttons, lines, icons, and background. Use an image creation application to create the images. To be included in a published site, they must be in GIF or JPEG format. If you use an image in BMP, PCX, %, or PSD format, a message asks you if you want to convert the image to GIF or JPG format. If you choose to convert, NetObjects Fusion converts a copy of the image for you. 2. In Style View, on the control bar, click the New button, or choose New Style from the Style menu. The New Style dialog appears. 3. Enter a name for your new site style and click OK. NetObjects Fusion displays rectangular placeholders to indicate where you click to deem the graphic images. It also displays the default text. Colors. 4. Deem each style element by double-clicking it as described in editing Site styles on page 12 to 5. As you deem each element, its image appears in style view. 5. Click Set Style to apply the new style to your site. 12 to 14 Using site styles. Managing site styles. Your custom site style images and settings are applied to your site. NetObjects Fusion creates a new folder in the Styles folder to contain your style elements. See Styles folder structure on page 12 to 16 for information about the location of style folders. Managing site styles. You can add new styles to the list of available styles, such as those you obtain from your colleagues or those you create on your own. You can also remove styles from the list and synchronize the list with the style folders currently in your styles folder. Site styles are stored in folders labeled with the style name. Because NetObjects Fusion stores a list of site styles with each site you must add new styles you obtain to your site's style list before you can use them. If you create a new site from a template, your new site contains the same style list as the site from which the template was made. If you import a template into your current site, style names that were in the template's style list are added to your site's style list. Templates created in NetObjects Fusion 3.0 also include the style folder for the template's style. Templates created in earlier versions of NetObjects Fusion do not include the style, and you must manually copy the style to your styles folder to use it. For more information on transferring site styles, see Chapter 11, Upgrading. From previous versions of NetObjects Fusion, in Getting Started. Adding a site style. You can add a style from any NetObjects Fusion style folder on your hard drive, CD-ROM, or LAN. The Add Style to List command on the Style menu makes a complete copy of the added styles folder in the styles folder in your NetObjects Fusion 3.0 folder. For information about these folders, see Styles folder structure on page 12 to 16. Note, when you add a style, it appears in the list of styles for the current site only. If you want that style to appear in the style list of every new site you create, see Changing an existing template on page 3 to 18. Managing site styles. Using site styles 12 to 15. To add a site style to the style list. 1. In Style View, from the Style menu, choose Add Style to List. The open dialog appears. 2. Navigate to the Style folder of the style you want to import and select its SSF-LI. 3. Click Open. NetObjects Fusion adds the style name to the style list. Adding all available site styles. To synchronize your style list with the styles in your Styles folder. In Style View, from the Style menu, choose Update Styles List. NetObjects Fusion updates the style list of the active site to match the current contents of the Styles folder. This process also removes styles from the style list that are not included in the Styles folder. Removing site styles. You can remove a style from the list of styles in the current site. You cannot remove the currently applied style. When you remove a site style, its name is removed from the current site only. Its style folder and the associated imagelet are not deleted, and it is not removed from any other sites. To remove a style from the list: 1. In Style View, select the style you want to remove. 2. From the Style menu, choose Remove Style from List. 3. Click Yes in the warning dialog. The style disappears from the style list of the open site. It remains in the NetObjects Fusion 30/styles folder. 12-16 Using Site Styles. Styles Folder Structure. Styles Folder Structure. Each site style stores the images it uses in a special folder structure in the NetObjects Fusion 30/styles folder. NetObjects Fusion uses this folder structure to organize and label site style elements, so you can easily locate parts of a style. When you assign an image to a site style element in Style View, NetObjects Fusion automatically copies the LI to the appropriate folder within the Styles folder. You can give a style element any name you want, but NetObjects Fusion style images generally have the name of the style. An element, such as Basic Button GIF, or Basic Line GIF. When you select a new image for a style element, NetObjects Fusion automatically copies it into the appropriate folder for the site style. If you're editing an existing site style, the new imagely replaces the one previously assigned to that element in Style View. It copies the new image to the folder, but doesn't overwrite the old image LI unless the new and old LI have identical names. For example, suppose you want to modify the site style Blackbook to change the color of the highlighted button from black to red. First you must use an image editing application to open the LI Blackbook button on GIF and change the button's color. You can give the new image LI any name you like. Then, in Styles folder structure, using site styles 12-17 view, you edit the highlighted button of the primary navigation bar and choose the image LI you edited. The image LI you select is copied to the primary button's highlighted folder in the NetObjects Fusion 30/styles/Blackbook folder. If the new image LI has the same name as the original LI, the original is overwritten. Thereafter, every site created or opened on your machine that uses Blackbook uses this LI for all highlighted primary buttons. This applies to all style elements that can be based on images, background, banner, primary navigation bar, secondary navigation bar, site style line, and data list icon. This also occurs when you replace the image for a single instance of a button or banner as described in Customizing Banners and Buttons on page 13-11. 12-18 Using Site Styles. Styles Folder Structure. Chapter 13. Creating Navigation Bars and Banners 13-1. Creating Navigation Bars and Banners. 13. NetObjects Fusion includes tools you can use to create banners and navigation bars that help site visitors understand and navigate the structure of your site. A new blank site includes a navigation bar and banner in the master border. You can create your own banners and navigation bars and place them in any master border or layout area. You save time using banners and navigation bars because NetObjects Fusion automatically places page names on the banner and navigation bar pictures, and automatically links buttons to pages in your site. New banners and navigation bars you create use picture elements of the currently selected site style. However, you can customize the banners and buttons after you create them by assigning other styles or labels or by replacing their pictures with your own pictures. This chapter tells you how to use navigation bars and banners, including L. Creating navigation bars, L. Setting navigation bar options, L. Creating banners, L. Customizing banners and navigation bars. 13-2 Creating navigation bars and banners. Working with banners and navigation bars. Working with banners and navigation bars. NetObjects Fusion makes it easy to create different kinds of navigation tools to aid site visitors, including banners that show the page names and button and text. Navigation bars that link to pages in your site. You can easily place banners and navigation bars anywhere on the page, including master borders, layouts, and inside text boxes, table cells and layout regions. Banner titles and button names are determined by the page names in Site View or the settings in the Custom Names dialog. Buttons are linked according to your site's structure. Whenever you change your site's structure in Site View or change the name of a page, NetObjects Fusion automatically updates the buttons and banners. When you preview or publish your site, NetObjects Fusion creates a new GIF image with the picture and text for each button and banner. It gives the text the font, style, size, and color you assign to the element in Style View. It combines this text with the image for that element of the site style to ensure that the font style you choose appears despite differences in the browsers used by your site visitors. In each new site you create, NetObjects Fusion places a banner in the top margin, a button navigation bar in the left margin, and a text navigation bar in the bottom margin. If you do not want the default banner and navigation bars to appear in every new site you create, edit the blank site template to remove them, as described in Changing an Existing Template on page 3-18. The only way you can permanently remove banners and navigation bars from your newly created sites is to edit the blank site template. Navigation bar, text navigation bar, banner, button. Using navigation bars. Creating navigation bars and banners 13-3. Using navigation bars. Navigation bars are rows or columns of buttons or text that are automatically linked to other pages in your site. NetObjects Fusion provides two types of navigation bars: button navigation bars and text navigation bars. Text navigation bars provide navigation for visitors whose browsers do not display navigation pictures. Use the navigation bar tool to add navigation bars to master borders or page layouts. By default, button names are the same as the page name unless you specify a custom name, as described in Using Custom Page Names and Extensions on page 2 to 15. You can also split the button text into 2 lines by customizing the button name. The style for buttons is determined by the site style you set in Style View, described in Chapter 12, Using Site Styles. The site style button picture is automatically applied to buttons throughout your site. You can change the button style for an individual navigation bar or even an individual button without changing the overall site style. You create navigation bars using the default settings, but you can customize the way they look. You can choose buttons or text for navigation, include borders around the navigation bar, modify the spacing within the navigation bar, and change the background color. You can assign an action to any navigation bar using the Actions tab of the Navigation Bar Properties palette. For example, you might want a navigation bar to Y-in from the top when the site visitor opens the page. To make the navigation bar do this, you assign it an action that executes when the page is loaded. For information on creating actions and assigning them to objects, see Chapter 21. Building dynamic pages. Adding button navigation bars. You can add a horizontal or vertical button navigation bar to a page. Buttons are linked to other pages in your site. Choose pictures for buttons in Style View. 13 to 4 Creating navigation bars and banners. Using navigation bars. 1. In Page View, go to the page on which you want to place the navigation bar. Navigation bar tool. 2. Select the navigation bar tool from the standard toolbar. 3. Drag a box in the master border or layout area where you want to place the navigation bar. L. Drag in a horizontal direction to create a horizontal navigation bar. L. Drag in a vertical direction to create a vertical navigation bar. A new button navigation bar appears, and the Properties palette displays settings for the navigation bar. The bar contains buttons linked to the pages indicated by the setting in the display eld of the navigation bar. Properties palette. Setting the display options. You set the display level to specify the relationship between the current page and the pages represented by the navigation bar. You also use it to change the navigation bar orientation. Illustrations in the NAV bar display dialog help you visualize the relationship of pages in the site's structure. You can add as many navigation bars as you need and set each one to a different display level. If a navigation bar appears in a master border assigned to pages at several different levels of the site, the display level you select might not make sense at all levels. 2. Highlighted button. Button. Navigation bar. Using navigation bars. Creating navigation bars and banners 13 to 5. Make sure your site visitors have access to all levels of your site. You can create new master borders and place navigation bars with different display level settings in them. To set the display options. 1. In Page View, select the navigation bar. The General tab appears on the navigation bar Properties palette. 2. In the Display section of the General tab, click the Options button. The NAV bar display dialog appears. 3. In the Show section, set the navigation option for this bar. L First level generates buttons linked to the children of your home page. L Parent level includes links to all pages in the level above the current page in the site's structure. L Current level links the buttons to this page and all other pages on the same level with the same parent page. L Child level generates links to the children of the current page. 13-6 Creating navigation bars and banners. Using navigation bars. Open Site View or the Site Navigation window if you are unsure about which level of the site you want to link. 4. To include your home page as a link in this button bar, select Include Home Page. By default, Include Home Page is selected to provide quick access to the hub of your site. 5. To change the orientation of the bar, select Horizontal or Vertical in the Display section. Setting the navigation bar type. On the Properties palette for navigation bars, you can choose whether the selected navigation bar displays text or picture buttons. Text navigation bars provide navigation for visitors whose browsers cannot display picture buttons. Primary and secondary navigation bars offer different sets of button pictures. Other than the pictures displayed, primary and secondary navigation bars function the same way. Because secondary button pictures are typically different in size, shape, or color, you can use a secondary navigation bar to visually distinguish links to different parts of your site. For example, to help your site visitor understand your site structure, you might use the secondary navigation bar for the lower levels of your site. To see the difference between primary and secondary navigation bars, go to Style View. To set the navigation bar type. 1. In Page View, select the navigation bar. The General tab appears on the Properties palette. 2. In the Button Type section of the General tab, select the button type. L to apply the primary button style for the current site style, select Primary Buttons. L to apply the secondary button style, select Secondary Buttons. L for a text navigation bar, select Text. Using navigation bars. Creating navigation bars and banners 13-7. Text navigation bars use the site style's linked text color and the normal text style. For information on editing text styles, see Creating and modifying text styles on page 8-9. To set the link color, see Editing text colors on page 12-11. Setting the button spacing. You can set the pixel size of a button navigation bar's border, as well as the spacing between buttons. By default, the spacing between buttons is 0 pixels, but you can increase this to let a background show through or to add visual breaks around buttons. The border and spacing are measured in pixels regardless of the measurement you set in Preferences. To set button spacing. 1. In page view, select the navigation bar. The General tab appears on the Properties palette. 2. In the Display, in Pixels, section of the General tab, set display options. L to increase or decrease the navigation bar border, enter a new number in the border L. L to increase or decrease the spacing between buttons, enter a new number in the spacing L. Setting the navigation bar style. By default, new navigation bars take on the style of the currently applied site style. But you can set individual navigation bars to any available site style. If a site style works for most, but not all, pages in your site, use a different site style for the exceptional pages. You can also choose whether the button for the current page will be highlighted or not. Use button highlighting to show site visitors which page they are on. The highlighted button picture is different from the regular button, so a glance at the buttons quickly indicates the current page. If you are using autoframes, be aware that highlighting can affect the way the browser refreshes your page. See Autoframes and Browser Refresh on page 24 to 10 for more information. 13 to 8 Creating navigation bars and banners. Using banners. To set a button style. 1. In page view, select the navigation bar. The General tab appears on the Properties palette. 2. In the Button Style section of the General tab, select Other, and choose a different style from the drop-down list. 3. To turn off highlighting, clear the Use Highlighting checkbox. Setting the navigation bar background. You can set a background color for a text or button navigation bar. A background color can visually unify a navigation bar. If buttons are widely spaced, it can also help site visitors distinguish the navigation bar from the background of the page. To set navigation bar background. 1. In page view, select the navigation bar, then click the Background tab of the Properties palette. 2. In the Background Color section, set a background color. L to use a background color, click the Color button, select a color. From the color picker, then click OK. See Choosing Colors on page 1 to 9 for information. L to use no background color, select None. The background color appears around buttons in a navigation bar or behind text in a text navigation bar. Using banners. Banners are picture title bars that display the name of the page, helping site visitors understand where they are in your site. You use the banner tool to add new banners. A highlighted button indicates the current page. Using banners. Creating navigation bars and banners 13 to 9. Banners are just like pictures, except they contain text to identify the page. By default, banner text is the page name, but you can specify a custom name or no name for the banner, as described in Using Custom Page Names and Extensions. On page 2 to 15. You can also split the banner text into 2 lines by customizing the banner name. The style of a banner is determined by the site style you choose in Style View. You can assign an action to any banner using the Actions tab of the banner. Properties palette. For example, you can make a banner grow into existence when the site visitor goes to the page by assigning this action to it. On page loaded, do transition with the transition type set to iris. For information on assigning actions to objects, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Adding a banner. 1. In Page View, go to the page on which you want to place the banner. Banner tool. 2. Choose the banner tool from the standard toolbar. 3. Drag a box in the master border or layout area where you want to place the banner. L. Drag in a horizontal direction to create a horizontal banner. L. Drag in a vertical direction to create a vertical banner. Set the banner style. In Style View, set the page name in Site View or in the Custom Name dialog. 13 to 10. Creating navigation bars and banners. Using banners. A new horizontal or vertical banner appears in the current site style and contains the page name or the text specified in the Custom Name dialog. The Banner Properties palette displays options for the banner. 4. To change the banner orientation, select horizontal or vertical in the Display section of the General tab. Setting the banner style and orientation. By default, new banners take on the style of the currently applied style, but you can set individual banners to any available style. If you change the style of a banner in a master border, it changes on every page using that master border. 1. In Page View, select the banner. The General tab of the Banner Properties palette appears. 2. In the Style section of the General tab, select Other, and choose a different style from the drop-down list. Customizing banners and buttons. Creating navigation bars and banners. 13 to 11. Customizing banners and buttons. You might want to take advantage of the automatic page linking of a navigation bar, but still want to design the entire button including special text effects not available in NetObjects Fusion in an image editing application. Or, you might want to replace a banner on just one page with a picture that is not included in site styles, without affecting all the other pages that use the same master border. If necessary, you can substitute navigation pictures with other images for special pages. The customized picture appears only when you assign the site style that was selected when you chose the picture. The advantage to using customization instead of simply placing your own images as pictures is that NetObjects Fusion manages page links for you. Changing the image for one banner. You can change the picture for a selected banner in Page View. When you assign a new picture to a banner, NetObjects Fusion does not display the page or custom banner name. If you want text to appear on the banner, you must include the text in your banner graphic. If you change a banner in a master border, the change does not affect the banner on all the other pages that use that master border. You do not Change the site style when you customize a banner picture. To change the picture for one banner. 1. In page view, navigate to the page containing the banner you want to change. 2. Select the banner. 13 to 12 Creating navigation bars and banners. Customizing banners and buttons. The General tab appears on the Banner Properties palette. 3. Double-click the banner, or click Custom Image on the General tab. The Picture File Open dialog appears. 4. Select the image you want to use for the selected banner. L to use an image that is not already an asset in your site, click the Folder tab, navigate to the appropriate folder, and select the image. L to use an image that is already an asset in your site, click the Image Assets tab and select the image from the name column. For more information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. The selected banner displays the new picture. The picture does not include the text style attributes or name that NetObjects Fusion usually assigns to the banner. Note that the banner picture changes for the current page only. The original image for the banner is unchanged. If you change the style assigned to the site, the banner no longer displays the custom picture. For information about changing the banner back to its original site style, see Removing Banner or Button Image Customization on page 13-15. Customizing banners and buttons. Creating navigation bars and banners 13-13. Changing the picture for one button. You can change the picture on each individual button in a navigation bar in page view. When you assign a new picture to a button, NetObjects Fusion does not display the page or custom name on the button. If you want text to appear on the button, you must include the text in your button picture. You do not change the current site style when you customize a button picture. Changing a button picture affects every instance of the button for that page, even if the button is on different master borders and on different pages. For example, if you change the picture for a regular button named Download in a primary navigation bar, every instance of the regular download button in all primary navigation bars in your site will change. However, the highlighted button for download will not change, nor will the download buttons in secondary navigation bars. The download page itself, which contains the highlighted button picture for the download button, remains unchanged. To change both the regular and highlighted button, you must customize both. To change the picture for one button. 1. In page view, navigate to the page containing the navigation button you want to change. 2. Double-click the button to select it. A wide border surrounds the button to show it is selected. 13-14 Creating navigation bars and banners. Customizing banners and buttons. The General tab appears in the Navigation Button Properties palette. 3. Double-click the selected button, or click Custom Image on the General tab. The Picture File Open dialog appears. 4. Select the image you want to use for the selected button. L. To use an image that is not already an asset in your site, click the Folders tab, navigate to the appropriate folder, and select the image. L. To use an image that is already an asset in your site, click the Image Assets tab and select the image from the name column. For more information on choosing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. The selected button displays the new picture. The picture does not include the text style attributes or name that NetObjects Fusion usually assigns to the button. The original picture for the button is unchanged. If you change the style assigned to the site, the button no longer displays the custom picture. For information about changing the button back to its original site style, see Removing banner or button image customization, customizing banners and buttons, creating navigation bars and banners 13-15, removing banner or button image customization. If you change a banner or button picture and want to revert back to using the selected site style, you can remove the customization. 1. In Page View, click the banner or double-click the button to select it. The General tab appears in the Properties palette. 2. Select Remove Customization. 13-16 Creating navigation bars and banners. Customizing banners and buttons. Chapter 14. Creating links and anchors 14-1. Creating links and anchors. 14. In addition to navigation bars and banners, NetObjects Fusion makes it easy to create any kind of navigation aid you might want using links. You can link page objects to any other point on the web, including points within your site. For example, you can make any text, image, draw object, or area of an image into a navigation aid by adding a link. You can also create anchors markers at a specific location on a page to aid navigation in long pages. NetObjects Fusion offers several types of links. You use internal links to link to pages within the site. Smart links are based on the site's structure. NetObjects Fusion manages both internal and smart links for you, updating them as you change your site structure and page names. Use external links to link to other sites on your intranet or on the internet. File links let you link to a li. This chapter tells you how to create L internal links, L anchors, L smart links, L external links, L file links, L links with added HTML, L image maps, L links with actions. 14-2 Creating links and anchors. Working with links. Working with links. You can use the linking techniques described in this chapter to manually link objects such as text, pictures, and drawn shapes, both within your site and outside it. As you organize your site, you're likely to create multiple links to the same location. You can update these links efficiently in Assets View, as described in Managing Links on page 25-9. You can use NetObjects Fusion's HTML Access button to insert your own HTML and JavaScript code before, inside, and after links. For more information on adding HTML, see Chapter 22, Working with HTML directly. You can also use a link to trigger an action instead of jumping to a new page by using the blank link, as described in assigning an action to a text link on page 21 to 17. The Properties palette for all linkable objects contains a link button in the lower left corner. The link button opens the link dialog, where you specify the destination of a link. There are 4 types of links, each has its own tab in the link dialog. L. Internal link, which links to a page or anchor inside the site. L. Smart link, which links to a relative position in the site, such as previous page or next page. Sometimes these are called structural links. The blank link, which you can use to trigger an action without going to a new page, is also a smart link. L. External link, which links to a page in another site via a URL, using a protocol such as FTP, Mailto, HTTP, JavaScript, or other method. L. File link, which links to a li that will be published with the rest of the site. Link anchor. If Object Icons is checked in the View menu, NetObjects Fusion displays the link or anchor icon wherever you create a link or an anchor. In Page View, you can follow an existing link to its target page or anchor. L. Right-click a linked object and select Follow Link from the shortcut menu, or select the object and from the Go menu, choose Follow Link. L. To follow a text link, click in the text so it includes the blinking insertion point. Then right-click the linked text and select Follow Link from the shortcut menu. L. To follow a button link, double-click the button, then right-click the button and select Follow Link from the shortcut menu. Working with links. Creating links and anchors 14-3. To edit a link, select the link text or object, click the link button on the Properties palette, then change the link in the link dialog. To remove a link, select it, click Link on the Properties palette, and click Unlink in the link dialog. If your page includes autoframes, you might want the target of a link to appear in a specific frame. For more information, see Targeting Links in Autoframes on page 24-2. Creating an internal link. Internal links lead to pages or anchors within your site. If you move the page to a different place in your site's structure or change the page's name, NetObjects Fusion automatically updates the link. Assets View lists the internal links in your site so you can track them. You can either link to a page name or to the current page when you make a link to an anchor. When you link to an anchor and the link is later present on another page, the ability to link to the current page is useful. Linking to an anchor on the current page ensures intelligent treatment of anchors by the browser. For example, suppose your layout contains a very long text box. At the top and bottom of the text box you place anchors, and in the master border, you link the words to the top anchor and the words to the bottom anchor. In the link dialog, instead of choosing the current page name in the page name section, you choose the current page option. Then you decide to copy that text box to another page with the same master border and replace its content with different subject matter. Because you used the current page option, the to top and to bottom links still work, jumping to locations on the current page instead of the page where you made the links. When you copy an anchor link from one page to another, or when an anchor link is in a master border or autoframe, you can make sure the link always points to an anchor on the current page by using the current page option in the link dialog. If you want an anchor link to always lead to a specific page, select a page name and then select an anchor. 14-4 Creating links and anchors. Working with links. To create an internal link. 1. In page view, select an object to link. L. If you are linking text, select the text you want the browser to display as linked. L. If you are linking a picture or other object, click to select it. 2. In the Properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. L. If you are linking to a page, select Page Name and choose a page name. L. If you are linking to an anchor and want the link to always link to a specific page, select Page Name and the name of a page. L. If you are linking to an anchor and want to always link to an anchor on the browser's current page, select Current Page. The Anchor section lists all the anchors on the page selected in the Page section. To learn how to create and link to an anchor, see Adding an Anchor on page 14-5. Working with links. Creating links and anchors 14-5. 3. If you are linking to an anchor, choose the name of the anchor from the Select Anchor drop-down list. The Select Frame Target ELD appears only when the current page contains an autoframe. For more information about link targets, see Targeting links in autoframes on page 24-2. The Actions button appears only if you are linking text. For information on adding an action to a text link, see Assigning an action to a text link on page 21-17. 4. If the current page contains an autoframe, select the name of a frame from the Select Frame Target drop-down list. The destination page for the link appears only in the frame you select. 5. Click Link. NetObjects Fusion creates the link. When your site visitor clicks the linked item, the browser displays the destination page or the selected anchor. Adding an anchor. An anchor marks a specific location on a page. Anchors are useful on long pages so site visitors can go directly to a particular part of the page, instead of scrolling and searching for information. Name of page to link to. List of all pages in the site. Click to display anchors on the current page. Anchors on the selected or current page. See Targeting links in autoframes on page 24-2. 14-6 Creating links and anchors. Working with links. You can place an anchor anywhere in a text object or table, or on a picture or drawn shape. you can link to an anchor from anywhere. For more information, see Creating an internal link on page 14-3. When a site visitor clicks the link, the browser displays the page containing the anchor, beginning at the location of the anchor. To add an anchor. 1. In page view, click to place the insertion point within a line of text, or select an image or drawn shape. Make sure you place the insertion point within the text, rather than selecting text. If you select text, the anchor button is not accessible. 2. In the Properties palette for the selected object, click the Anchor button. The Add Anchor dialog appears. The Anchors on Page section shows existing anchors on the selected page. 3. Type a name for the anchor in the name eld. The name cannot contain spaces. Choose an appropriate name because you reference this anchor by name later, and the name appears in the browser when the pointer passes over it. 4. Click OK. Anchor icon. If Object Icons is checked in the View menu, the anchor icon appears at the anchor location on the page. Working with links. Creating links and anchors 14-7. To edit an anchor, click the anchor icon and change its name in the Change Anchor dialog. To delete an anchor, click the anchor icon and click Remove in the Change Anchor dialog. Creating a smart link. Smart links lead to a page in your site based on its relative position in the structure, rather than its name. These links automatically adjust when you change your site structure. For example, if your smart link leads to the parent of the current page, and you later move the current page to a different parent, NetObjects Fusion updates the link to point to the new parent. Sometimes a smart link is called a structural link. To create a smart link. 1. In Page View, select an object to link. L. If you are linking text, select the text you want the browser to display as linked. L. If you are linking a picture or other object, click to select it. 2. In the Properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. 14-8 Creating links and anchors. Working with links. 3. Select the Smart Link tab. The Select Frame Target control appears only when the current page contains an autoframe. For more information about link targets, see Targeting links in autoframes on page 24-2. 4. Select the type of link you want. L. Home links to your home page. L. Up links to the parent of the current page. L. Next stacked page links to the next page in a stack. L. Previous stacked page links to the previous page in a stack. L. Next page links to the sibling to the right of this page in your site structure. L. Previous page links the sibling to the left of the current page in your site structure. L. First child page links to the RST page below the current page. Working with links. Creating links and anchors 14-9. L. Blank creates an empty link on the page. You can use the blank link to assign an action or to create a custom tag. If you want a link to trigger an action, but you don't want it to lead to another page, use the blank link. For more information on adding actions, see Assigning an action to a text link on page 21 to 17. 5. Click link. For information about stacked pages, see Chapter 20, Data Publishing. 4. Information about link targets, see Targeting Links in Autoframes on page 24 to 2. Creating an external link. External links are universal resource locators, URLs, that point to other pages and items in other sites on the web. A valid URL can include the protocol, host name or DNS path name and sometimes ALI name, such as http www.netobjects.com. Products/Fusion HTML. Each external link you create becomes an asset of the site that you can easily update in Assets view. To create an external link. 1. In Page View, select an object to link. L. If you are linking text, select the text you want the browser to display as linked. L. If you are linking a picture or other object, click to select it. 2. In the Properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. 14 to 10. Creating links and anchors. Working with links. 3. Select the External Link tab. The Select Frame target control appears only when the current page contains an autoframe. For more information about link targets, see Targeting Links in Autoframes on page 24 to 2. The External Link tab shows a list of external links you previously entered in the current site. 4. Select a protocol from the URL drop-down list. If you're creating a link that does not require a protocol, select the existing protocol and press Delete. If you want to use a protocol that is not in the drop-down list, simply type it. 5. Either enter a new URL or, if you already created a link asset for this URL, select it from the list. When the site visitor clicks the selected object, this link target is displayed. If you select a link target from the list of assets, its URL and name appear in the URL and asset name fields. You can modify the name and URL drop-down list with protocol selected. URL field. Working with links. Creating links and anchors 14 to 11. 6. If you're creating a new external link asset, enter a name for this link target in the asset name field. This name is for your reference. It appears in the list of links in Assets view so you can quickly identify and sort link destinations. It is not added to the HTML generated when your site is published. 7. Click Link. Creating a file link. You use li links to link to a li. The li referred to by the li link becomes an asset of the site and is uploaded to the server when the site is published. You might use a li link to a li that your site visitors want to download. 1. In Page View, select an object to link. L. If you are linking text, select the text you want the browser to display as linked. L. If you are linking a picture or other object, click to select it. 2. In the Properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. 3. Select the File Link tab. Location of li. File name. 14 to 12. Creating links and anchors. Adding HTML to a link. The Select Frame target control appears only when the current page contains an autoframe. For more information about link targets, see Targeting links in autoframes on page 24-2. The File Link tab shows the path to the li and the name that appears in Assets view. 4. Click Browse and select a li in the Open dialog. 5. If necessary, enter or edit the asset name. This name is for your reference. It appears in the list of links in Assets view so you can quickly identify and sort link destinations. It is not added to the HTML generated when your site is published. 6. Click Link. Adding HTML to a link. You can add your own HTML or JavaScript to a link to extend its capabilities. For example, you might want to add HTML that directs the browser to open the link in a new window, or JavaScript that displays a dialog. The steps below show you how to add HTML that directs the browser to open the link in a new window. 1. In Page View, select the object you want to link. L. If you are linking text, select the text you want the browser to display as linked. L. If you are linking a picture or other object, click to select it. 2. On the Properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. 3. Select a link in one of the link tabs. 4. Click the HTML button on the link dialog. The Object HTML dialog appears. For detailed information on this dialog, see Accessing an Object's HTML on page 22-6. 5. Click the Inside Tag tab to indicate where you want to enter HTML or JavaScript. Adding HTML to a link. Creating links and anchors 14-13. 6. Enter target equal new window. As you type, the bottom panel of the dialog displays your code as it will appear in the HTML Net Objects Fusion generates. 7. Click OK in the Object HTML dialog. 8. Click Link in the Link dialog. When you preview or publish the site, the link opens in a new browser window. Creating an image map. An image map contains several links in a single picture. You create an image map by drawing hotspots on a picture. You can link as many hotspots as you like in a single image, but the hotspots cannot overlap or extend beyond the edge of the picture. Because the image maps you create with the following procedure do not require a CGI script running on the server, they are called client-side image maps. Server-side image maps require setup on a web server to run properly. To create a client-side image map, 1. In Page View, select a picture. Hotspot tool. 2. Press the Hotspot tool in the standard toolbar, and select the appropriate tool to create a rectangular, circular, or polygon hotspot. 3. Draw a hotspot on the image. If you are using the polygon hotspot tool, you must click to establish each vertex of the polygon, then double-click to complete the hotspot shape. The link dialog appears. 4. In the link dialog, select the type of link by clicking a tab. 5. Select a destination for the link or type a URL. For more information about creating links, refer to one of the following sections. L for information about internal links, see creating an internal link on page 14 to 3. 14 to 14 Creating links and anchors. Adding HTML to a link. L for information about smart links, see Creating a smart link on page 14 to 7. L for information about external links, see Creating an external link on page 14 to 9. L for information about links, see Creating a file link on page 14 to 11. L for information about custom links, see Assigning an action to a text link on page 21 to 17. 6. Create more hotspots, if you like, using the same tools and the link dialog. Once a picture has image maps, you can move it anywhere on the page and even copy and paste it elsewhere in the site. Editing an image map. To edit an existing hotspot, select it. The General tab appears in the Properties palette. L to edit the link, click Link. The link dialog appears, displaying the tab for the type of link. Change the link destination or click Unlink to remove the link. L to make the hotspot an anchor, click Anchor and type a name in the Add Anchor dialog. L to add HTML to an anchor, click HTML and follow the procedure for adding HTML to a link as described in Adding HTML to a Link on page 14 to 12. L to assign an action to a hotspot, click its Actions tab on the Properties palette, and follow the procedure described in Adding Actions to Objects on page 21 to 5. L to resize a hotspot, select it and drag its handles. L to create an alt tag for the hotspot, type in the alt tag ELD. The alt tag appears when the browser does not display the image. Chapter 15. Placing media 15 to 1. Placing media. 15. Media, such as sound and video, give a site impact. The tools in NetObjects Fusion make it easy to add various media to your pages. This chapter tells how to add L Sound L Video, L QuickTime Movies, L Shockwave L Plugins. NetObjects Fusion contains sample sound, video, and other media that you can add to your pages. These are available in the NetObjects Fusion 30/samples folder. 15 to 2 Placing media. Media tools. Media tools. The media you contains VE tools for placing different types of media on your pages. Each tool and the types of LE it helps you insert are discussed in this chapter. Inserting shockwave files. With Shockwave from Macromedia trademark, you can create multimedia, graphics, and audio that downloads quickly over a network. NetObjects Fusion supports various Shockwave formats, including L Shockwave for Director 4.0 and 5.0, DCR, L Director, L Protected Director, DXR, L Flash, SWF, and Splash, SPL. To view these LE site visitors must install the Shockwave plugin for their browser and platform. These plugins are available from the Macromedia website at www.macromedia.com. You cannot directly add a Shockwave audio, SWA, LE to a page. Instead, embed it in a director movie by passing it as a parameter to the movie, and add the movie to your page. Then in Assets view, add the Shockwave audio LE as a LE asset. The NetObjects Fusion 30/samples/content/Shockwave movies folder contains some ready-to-use Shockwave LE. Any Shockwave LE you embed appear inline on the page itself. When you insert a Shockwave or director LE, page view displays the Macromedia Shockwave placeholder. Sound tool, Video tool, QuickTime tool, Shockwave tool, Plugin tool. Inserting Shockwave files. Placing media 15:3. To get WYSIWYG height and width parameters for Macromedia Director movies, you must have the Macromedia Director ActiveX Control, version 6.0.1 or later, or the Macromedia Director Netscape plugin, version 6.0.1 or later, installed on your system. If you have an earlier version of the ActiveX Control installed, you must update it for this feature to work. To obtain the ActiveX Control, create a site with NetObjects Fusion that contains a director movie, then preview the site with Microsoft Internet Explorer. The ActiveX Control is automatically downloaded and installed. If you don't have Internet Explorer, you can download the current Macromedia Director plugin at www.macromedia.com/shockwave/download. To insert a Shockwave LE. Shockwave tool. 1. In page view, select the Shockwave tool from the media view on the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box to indicate the LE's location. The WYSIWYG feature in NetObjects sizes the Shockwave box so it is the appropriate size for the stage, which is the space in which the animation appears. If this doesn't happen, you might not have the right browser plugin or ActiveX Control installed. The open dialog appears. 3. Select a Shockwave LE from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 4. Click Open. 15:4 Placing media. Inserting Shockwave files. The Macromedia Shockwave placeholder appears on your page, and the Shockwave Director Properties palette appears. The properties title changes depending on which type of Li you selected. The name of the Li you selected appears in the file eld on the General tab. 5. To provide text for the browser to display if it cannot play the shockwave Li, enter a description in the alt tag eld. 6. Click the HTML button to insert HTML tags and scripts. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. 7. Select the Controls tab. The options on the Controls tab vary depending on the type of Macromedia Li you selected. To set the options on the Controls tab, see the appropriate procedure. Inserting shockwave files. Placing media 15 to 5. Setting the properties for shockwave director. In page view, after adding a shockwave director Li, on the Controls tab of the Properties palette, click the option you want, enter the parameter, and click the check mark. If you have worked with Director Li, you should be familiar with these options. For detailed information on the Controls tab options, see the Shockwave or Director User Guide. Setting the properties for Shockwave Flash or Splash. 1. In page view, after adding a Shockwave Flash Li, select the Controls tab. On the Properties palette, the controls options for the Flash or Splash Li appear. 15 to 6 Placing media. Inserting a QuickTime movie. 2. To control the display when using anti-aliasing, select a quality option. Auto Low sets the default to normal quality. The host computer uses high quality if it has the capacity. Auto High starts the movie in high quality. The host computer uses low quality if it cannot display the movie in high quality. High anti-aliases the movie on any computer. Low uses a normal quality so the movie displays quickly. 3. To determine how the movie TS in the frame, select the Scale option. Show All displays the movie within the frame but maintains the image proportions. No Border TS the movie within the frame so it LLS the frame but maintains the ratio of the animation. Some edges of the animation might be trimmed. Exact Fit displays the movie exactly within the frame. 4. To specify the movie's alignment within the frame, select an alignment option, such as left, right, or top. 5. To play the movie automatically when the site visitor opens the page, select Auto Start. 6. To replay the movie when it ends, select Loop. Inserting a QuickTime movie. QuickTime, developed by Apple Computer, is a multimedia software architecture used to create and deliver graphics, sound, video, text, music, and 3D media. You can use the QuickTime tool to place QuickTime movies. To view QuickTime movies, site visitors must have the QuickTime plugin installed in their browsers. For more information on QuickTime, visit Apple Computer's site at www.quicktime.apple.com. Inserting a QuickTime movie. Placing media 15 to 7. To insert a QuickTime movie. QuickTime tool. 1. In page view, select the QuickTime tool from the media view on the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box where you want to locate the QuickTime movie. An open dialog appears. 3. Select the QuickTime LE from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. QuickTime Media has a MOV extension. 4. Click Open. The QuickTime placeholder appears on the page, and the QuickTime Properties palette appears. The name of the LE you selected appears in the file eld on the General tab. To select a different movie LE, click the Browse button. 5. To provide text for the browser to display when it cannot play a movie, enter a description in the alt tag eld. 6. In the display section, select the option you want. L to play the movie in your site, select Play Inline. L to open a new browser window in which to play the movie, select Play in new browser window. 15 to 8 Placing media. Inserting a QuickTime movie. By default, NetObjects Fusion represents the movie on the page with the QuickTime icon. If you want to use a different icon, you can click the Browse button and select another image LE to represent the movie. The name of the image LE appears in the Launch from Picture eld. 7. Click the HTML button to insert HTML tags and scripts. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. 8. On the Controls tab, set the sound volume for the movie. You can enter a number from 0 to 256. 9. In the Display Options section, select the options you want. L if you don't want to show the movie but want to use it only as background sound, select Hide All. L to display a control bar that the site visitor can use to start or stop the movie, select Controller. This option is not available when Hide All is selected. L to automatically start playing the movie when the page loads, select Auto Start. L to replay the movie when it comes to the end, select Loop. You can replay the movie from the end to the beginning by selecting Back and Forth. Inserting a video file. Placing media 15 to 9. 10. To store the movie in the cache on the site visitor's system, select Keep Movie in User's Cache. If the visitor leaves the page and comes back, the movie doesn't have to be downloaded again because it is already in the system cache. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Inserting a video file. You can add video, such as an animation or a movie, to a site. For example, if you are creating a site for a video rental store, you might include video clips from the latest releases on the site. Site visitors could preview the video clips before they rent or buy the movie. The latest browsers often have video players built in, however, other browsers might require a helper application or plugin. For example, Netscape Navigator includes live video. To ensure that site visitors can view the video, you should provide a link to a site from which site visitors can download a plugin that can play the video live. Using NetObjects Fusion, you can display video live two ways on a page. Use a placeholder icon to represent the video live. When site visitors click the icon, a separate browser window opens and plays the video. Play the video on the page when the page is displayed. You set how video is displayed on the Video Properties palette. NetObjects Fusion supports these popular video live formats. Moving Pictures Experts Group, MPG, MPEG, MPE, MPV, supported by Windows and the Macintosh with browser plugins. Microsoft Audio Video Interleaved, AVV, supported by Windows. Vivo Active Producer, VIV, supported by Windows and the Macintosh with browser plugins. Rapid Prototyping Module, RPM. 15 to 10 Placing Media. Inserting a video file. To insert a video live. Video tool. 1. In page view, select the video tool from the media view on the advanced toolbar. 2. Click where you want to position the video placeholder. A box with handles appears on the page, and the open dialog appears. 3. Select a video live from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 4. Click Open. The video icon appears on the page, and the Video Properties palette appears. The selected live name appears in the file on the General tab. 5. To provide text that the browser displays if it cannot display the video, enter the text in the alt tag eld. 6. In the display section, select the display option for this video. To display the RST frame of the video inside the browser window. Click Inline. The image is the placeholder for the movie. The site visitor can start the movie by clicking the image. To select a different NetObjects Fusion image to represent the video. On the page, select Icon, then click the image you want. Inserting a sound file. Placing media 15 to 11. To use another image you previously created, such as a GIF or JPEG to represent the video, select File. Click Browse and choose the image to use. 7. Click the HTML button to insert HTML tags and scripts. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Inserting a sound file. Sounds are either digital or synthesized audio that a browser with a built-in player or helper application can play. To play sounds, a system must have a sound card and speakers. On any system, the visitor's browser must be capable of playing sounds, either through a built-in player or helper application. Typically, site visitors must download and install these applications, but most popular browsers have Soundly. Players built in. For example, live audio technology is built into Netscape. Navigator. Visitors can also download helper applications from sound technology developers and install them in their browsers. Some sound formats also require support from the web server. NetObjects Fusion supports the following popular audio-li formats. Windows Wave format soundlet that play on Windows and Macintosh. For Macintosh, site visitors must have Netscape 3x or later. Audio Interchange File Format, AIFF, with browser plugins can play on Windows 95 and Macintosh. Musical Instrument Digital Interface, MIDI, MID, can play on almost all types of operating systems. The most common sound format found on the web, is used in Java applets, and can play on Sun Microsystems and Next systems. 15 to 12 Placing media. Inserting a sound file. Real Audio Trademark, RAM, can play streaming audio on all systems, requires Real Audio web server resident software, and sometimes includes video. Site. Visitors must install the Real Audio Player browser plugin. Rich Music Format, RMF, is a soundly format that enhances the use of music and sound in interactive environments, such as the web. You can also add any of these formats as a background sound that plays when a visitor views your page. For more information, see Setting Layout Background Properties on page 7 to 11. Because an audio-li has no visual object, NetObjects Fusion represents the audio-li with a graphic, usually an icon or an inline player control bar the browser recognizes. When a site visitor clicks the icon or the play button on the inline player control bar, the browser either plays the soundly or opens a helper application to play it. To insert a soundly sound tool. 1. In page view, select the sound tool from the media view on the advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page to indicate the location of the soundly. The open dialog appears. 3. Select a soundly from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. 4. Click Open. Inserting a sound file. Placing media 15 to 13. The default sound icon appears on the page, and the sound properties palette appears. The name of the li you selected appears in the file eld. On the General tab, you can use the Browse button to select a different sound li. 5. To provide text that the browser displays if it cannot play the sound, type a description in the alt tag eld. 6. In the display section, set the display options for this sound. To use the audio player for your browser, select Inline. If site visitors have Headspace Beatnik installed on their system, the browser will use that player to play the sound. To change the sound icon, select Icon and click one of the 3 images. The selected image represents a link to the sound on the page. To use another image li as an icon linking to the sound, select File. Click Browse, and select an image li. 7. Click the HTML button to insert HTML tags and scripts. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. 15 to 14 Placing Media. Inserting other types of files. Inserting other types of files. Although NetObjects Fusion supports a wide variety of media, you might have other formats, such as Adobe Acrobat PDF, that you want to include on your site. You can place other on your site, including an Adobe Acrobat, VRML, RealSpace FlashPix, and Headspace Beatnik. When a site visitor clicks the documents icon, the LI displays it in the visitor's browser or downloads to the visitor's system. When you insert a LI using the plug-in tool, site visitors need the appropriate plugin for their browser and platform to use the LI. To insert a LI using the plugin tool. Plugin tool. 1. In Page View, select the plugin tool from the media view on the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box where you want to place the plugin. The open dialog appears. 3. Select a LI from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. To display the various LI types that NetObjects supports, use the Files of Type drop-down list. To insert a plugin that is not explicitly supported by NetObjects Fusion, choose all files in the Files of Type drop-down list, then select the plug-in LI. 4. Click Open. Inserting other types of files. Placing media 15 to 15. The plugin placeholder image appears on your page, and the plugin properties palette appears. The name of the LI you selected appears in the file eld on the General tab. 5. To provide text for the browser to display if it cannot display the LI, enter a description in the alt tag eld. 6. In the display section, select the option you want. L to display the LI on your site, select Play Inline. L to open a new browser window in which to display the LI, select Play in New Browser Window. NetObjects Fusion launches the LI when the site visitor clicks the plugin icon. By default, the plugin GIF icon represents the LI on your page. If you want to use a different image, you can click the Browse button and select another image LI. 7. Click the HTML button to insert HTML tags and scripts. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. 8. Select the Advanced tab. The advanced options appear. 15 to 16 Placing media. Inserting other types of files. 9. Set the parameters. Because you can add different parameters for different LI, see the associated user guide. L to edit parameters that appear in the Parameters section, double click the parameter. Enter the value in the Add Plugin Parameter dialog. L to add a parameter, click the plus button and enter the parameter name and value in the Add Plugin Parameter dialog. L to remove a parameter, select it and click the minus button. L to change the order of the parameters, click the up or down arrow buttons. The selected parameter moves up or down in the parameters list. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Use the Parameters section to add custom settings to the plugin. You cannot change the plugin's standard parameters, such as height and width, replacing a media file, placing media 15 to 17, replacing a media file. Sites are constantly changing and evolving as you build your site or after using it for some time. You might want to change a media that you used in a specific location. You can replace one with another. To replace a media with a new 1. In Page View or Assets View, double-click the media placeholder on your page. The Open dialog appears. 2. Select the new and click Open. Editing a media file's properties. When you place a media on your page, you can set the properties for that in the Properties palette. The properties determine how the media looks and works on your page. After previewing a page or from site visitors' feedback, you might want to change the properties for a particular To edit a media's properties. 1. In Page View, click the media's placeholder. The Properties palette for that appears. 2. Change the options you want. 3. Save the site. 15 to 18 Placing media. Editing a media file's properties. Chapter 16. Adding Java and ActiveX 16 to 1. Adding Java and ActiveX 16. You can make your site more interesting and interactive by adding special applications, such as Java applets or ActiveX controls. The tools in NetObjects Fusion make it easy to insert a Java applet, Java Surflay, or ActiveX control and set its properties. To choose appropriate properties settings, you should be familiar with Java or ActiveX before you add these types of application to your site. This chapter describes how to add the following to your site. L Java applets and servlets. L ActiveX controls. 16 to 2 Adding Java and ActiveX. Inserting a Java applet or servlet. Inserting a Java applet or Surflay. Java applets and servlets are an efficient way to add sound and animation, such as scrolling messages and color cycling buttons, to a page. Java applets and servlets are platform-independent applications with compact sizes. Usually, Java applets and servlets run on the client platform, which means site visitors download and run them from a web browser. Most browsers are Java compatible, so site visitors don't need special plugins to run a Java application. When you embed a Java applet or Surflay on a page, NetObjects Fusion displays the LI's parameters on the Java Properties palette if the LI conforms to certain standards. If the Java applets and servlets meet the appropriate standards, you can edit their parameters without leaving NetObjects Fusion. Visit the NetObjects Fusion site, www.netobjects.com, to learn the details of using Java applets and servlets, and the standards that NetObjects Fusion uses to display the applet or servlet parameters. To insert a Java applet or servlet. Java tool. 1. In Page View, select the Java tool from the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box to indicate the position of the Java applet or servlet. The open dialog appears. 3. Select the appropriate Java LI from your hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN. The extension for a Java LI is class. A sample Java applet is available in the NetObjects Fusion 30/samples/content/Java applets folder. 4. Click Open. Inserting a Java applet or servlet. Adding Java and ActiveX 16:3. The Java placeholder image appears on the page, and the Java Properties palette appears. The name of the LI you selected appears in the class eld on the General tab. 5. Select applet or servlet depending on the type of LI you are inserting. 6. To provide text for the browser to display if it cannot display the LI, enter a description in the alt tag eld. 7. Set the parameters. This guide assumes you are familiar with Java and know how to set these parameters. In some cases, Java developers do provide documentation that explains the parameters. L to edit parameters that appear in the Parameters section on the General tab, double-click the parameter. Enter a value in the Enter Value dialog. For servlets, you can specify that the value is an initialization value for the parameter by checking the value is an initialization option in the Enter Value dialog. L to learn more about each parameter, check the Parameter Info section on the General tab. L to remove a parameter, select it and click the minus button. L to add a parameter, click the plus button and enter a name and value in the Enter Value dialog. 16:4 Adding Java and ActiveX. Inserting a Java applet or servlet. Typically, you can add more instances of a parameter than already exists. For example, if text1 and text2 already exist, an applet will probably recognize a text3 parameter you create. If you add a parameter the applet doesn't recognize, the parameter is ignored. L to change the order of the parameters, click the up or down arrow buttons. The selected parameter moves up or down in the parameters list. 8. To provide text that the browser displays if it cannot launch the applet or servlet, enter the text in the alt tag eld. 9. If your applet or servlet uses more than one class LI and you need to add others, click the List button, then click Add in the Java Applet Files dialog. 10. Select another class li from the Java Applet Files dialog, and click Open. Click OK to add the selected li. To delete a class li from the class list, click the List button and select the appropriate applet in the Java Applet Files dialog. Click Delete, then click OK. You can drag a Java class li from a folder onto your page. The Java placeholder appears on the page, and you can set the Java properties for that li. Note, after you place a Java object, you cannot change the applet or surflay it. Embeds. If you want to replace one object with another, you must delete the original Java object. This list shows all the class .NET objects. Fusion detects in the chosen class li. Inserting an ActiveX control. Adding Java and ActiveX 16 to 5. Inserting an ActiveX control. ActiveX controls are small applications designed with a specific purpose, such as playing an animation. Microsoft Internet Explorer 3.x or later supports ActiveX controls with which you can add custom capabilities such as audio and movie players, calendars, custom buttons, and forms to your pages. You can view documents such as Microsoft Office in Internet Explorer without launching the associated program. Site visitors must use Internet Explorer 3.x or later to view content created with ActiveX controls. To view the content in Netscape Navigator, site visitors must install special plugins. If you use an ActiveX control that references an external li, such as a PDF li, you must type in the relative path of the li as it will be in the null published website. First you must add the li as an asset of the site and set it to always publish. See Adding file assets on page 25 to 4 for information. Then you can determine the li's relative path in the null website by looking at the publish directory structure listed in Publish view. Because ActiveX requires that you install Microsoft ActiveX controls on your system, you can get ActiveX controls from the Microsoft site. You can also check at www.netobjects.com and www.microsoft.com for links to archives of free, ready-to-use ActiveX controls. To insert an ActiveX control. ActiveX Control Tool. 1. In Page View, select the ActiveX Control tool from the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box to indicate the position of the ActiveX control. 16-6 Adding Java and ActiveX. Inserting an ActiveX control. The Insert ActiveX Control dialog appears, listing the ActiveX controls currently installed on your system. The bottom section shows the selected ActiveX control, which has an OCX extension. 3. To display the li name of the control in the codebase eld of the ActiveX Properties palette, select Set Codebase. 4. Select the control you want and click OK. The ActiveX placeholder appears on your page, and the ActiveX control Properties palette appears. The General tab displays the options for the selected control. If you selected Set Codebase, the path name and li name of the ActiveX control appear in the codebase eld. Inserting an ActiveX control. Adding Java and ActiveX 16:7. Because the options vary depending on which ActiveX control is selected, this guide does not describe all the options. Step 6 explains how to change them. 5. To provide text that the browser displays if it cannot launch the ActiveX control, enter the text in the alt tag eld. 6. To change an option, select it, then edit the text eld at the top. L to accept any text you enter, click the check mark. L to cancel the change, click the X. L to change the native property page for the ActiveX control, click the Properties button. You can change the control settings using the native property page instead of in the NetObjects Fusion properties. L to insert HTML tags and scripts, click the HTML button. 4. Information about HTML in NetObjects Fusion, see Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly. 16-8 Adding Java and ActiveX. Inserting an ActiveX control. Chapter 17. Designing and implementing forms 17-1. Designing and implementing forms. 17. You can add forms to your site to collect information from site visitors, for example, to survey potential customers, conduct credit card transactions, have customers register products, or otherwise process information visitors submit. Using forms, visitors can type in text elds, and select options in checkboxes, radio buttons, and combo boxes. You can use NetObjects Fusion's form handler component to have responses posted in an email or copied to a textly on your web server. Or, you can assign a common gateway interface, CGI, script to further process responses, for example, by summarizing them on a confirmation page. Creating forms involves L. Creating one or more forms on a page. L. Adding text elds, check boxes, radio buttons, and combo boxes. L. Adding submit, reset, and custom buttons. L. Submitting data via email or to a textly. L. Processing data with a CGI script. L. Adding hidden elds for client-side parameters. You can also use JavaScripts or Visual Basic routines with forms, for example to do client-side processing before sending data to the server. For information on attaching script to forms, see Chapter 22, Working with HTML directly. Note: don't publish pages containing forms using the CSS and layers HTML output option, or the forms won't display properly. 17-2 Designing and implementing forms. Creating a form. Creating a form. With NetObjects Fusion, you can create one or more forms on a page. Devote an entire layout area to a detailed survey, or create one or more forms in a layout region, table, or text box. One form might log product registrations, for example, while another emails customer comments to a product manager. You can also add a form to the master border to appear on each of several pages. Form Area Tool 1. In Page View, select the Form Area tool from the standard toolbar, and draw a rectangle in the layout area or master border. The Create Form dialog appears. 2. Select a type of form. Create Position-Based Form. Use this option to create a form in a layout region that you can resize and drag anywhere on the page. When you add form objects, text boxes, and other objects to the region, you can freely position and align them, just as you do objects in a layout area. Create Text-Based Form. Use this option to create a form in a text box. Text you type and form objects you add appear sequentially inline, just as when you type. This is a good choice for forms that have a lot of text, where objects appear inline, or that have a simple layout, like a row of check boxes or single column of ELDs. A text box form usually generates less HTML when you publish than a layout region form. Provides accessibility in arranging form objects. Good for forms that include a lot of text or have a simple layout. Useful for forms with a rigid tabular layout. Use if this is the only form on the page. Option. Not available when you create a form in a master border. Creating a form. Designing and implementing Forms 17-3. Create form in a table. This option creates a table where you can line up form objects by inserting them in table cells. Each cell acts like a text box, where you type and add objects just as you add other objects to a table. Dean layout as a form. Use this option to LL your entire layout area with a form. You can't use this option if there's a form in the page's master border. You'll also notice it's not available in the Create Forms dialog when you use the Form Area tool in a master border. 3. Click OK. 4. Add ELDs, check boxes, and other objects to your form, along with images and other content, as described in Adding Objects to a Form. You can also turn an existing layout or object into a form. Click the Layout area, Layout region, text box, or table, and select the Form option on the Properties palette. For example, text box is a form. Form in a table. Another form in a layout region. 17-4 Designing and implementing forms. Adding objects to a form. Adding objects to a form. You can add any standard form objects to a form, including single and multiple line text ELDs, check boxes, radio buttons, scrolling lists, and drop-down lists. You add objects to a form using the Form toolbar. This toolbar appears when you create the form, or you can open the toolbar from the View menu by choosing Toolbars, Form Tools. Arrange and align the ELDs, check boxes, and other objects in a form, just as you would objects in a layout area, table, or text box. You must place form objects inside a form to make them work as part of the form. To minimize the amount of HTML generated by a layout region form, align its objects by selecting them and using the multi-object palette. Browsers display form objects differently, so test your form on all the browsers and platforms you plan to support. Edit ELDs. Radio buttons. Multi-line text ELD. Form buttons. Check boxes. Drop-down list. The form toolbar appears when you create a form. Adding objects to a form. Designing and implementing forms 17-5. Naming form objects. When you add objects to a form, you provide a name or argument for each object. That's passed to the form handler component or CGI script processing responses. These names can then be used to output or otherwise process the text typed in each ELD or the state of each checkbox, radio button, or combo box. If you're using the form handler to output responses, you must name each form object with a sequential number, beginning with 1, and continuing with 2, 3, and so on. Don't use text characters, or punctuation, as in one radio button. In addition to names, you might also provide a value to be sent when a site visitor selects a checkbox, radio button, or item in a combo box. For example, a checkbox named yellow with a value of yes might be sent to a CGI script as yellow = yes. Depending on the script, actions you add with NetObjects Fusion can also use form object values to manipulate a site visitor's response. For information on using actions with values, see Scripting JavaScript Expressions on page 21-23. Note: avoid associating an action with an object that's inside a form. Problems with some browsers can keep the form from displaying. You can, however, use an action with an object that's outside the form. If you're using a CGI script, you might need to coordinate the names and values you enter with those used in the script. Also, each CGI script has its own naming conventions, but in general, names can include spaces or punctuation. Check with your web administrator or ISP for more information. Adding a single-line text field. A single-line text ELD can accommodate just a few words, such as a name or phone number. 17-6 Designing and implementing forms. Adding objects to a form. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Edit Field Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Form's Edit Field tool from the Form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 3. On the Form's Edit Field Properties palette, deem the ELD's size, content, and name passed to the script processing the form. ELD name. Type the argument for this ELD that's passed to the CGI script processing the form. Ask your web administrator or ISP if you're not sure what's required here. If you're using the form handler, use a number indicating the object's order in the output text. For example, a ELD with the name 2, where a visitor has typed street Louis, might appear as 2 = street Louis. L text. Type text to appear in the ELD by default. This text is submitted as the response if the site visitor doesn't replace it. Password ELD. Select this option if the ELD is for sensitive information like a password or credit card number. Characters site. Visitors type are submitted to the script, but depending on the browser, visitors see asterisks, bullets, or nothing at all as they type. Visible length. Enter a number denning the text ELD's width in characters. Text ELD width, measured in characters. Maximum number of characters that can be entered in the ELD. Select to hide the site visitors typing. Type text to appear in the ELD by default. Argument passed to the script processing the form. Adding objects to a form. Designing and implementing forms 17-7. Max length. Enter a number denning how many characters can be entered in the ELD. When typing exceeds the ELD's width, text scrolls up to this number of characters. 4. To label the ELD, use the text tool on the standard toolbar to insert text next to it. Adding a multiple line text field. To provide a place for long comments or descriptions, you can add a multiple line text ELD. Site visitors can type as much as they want, and text scrolls as necessary. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Multi-line tool. 1. In page view, select the form's multi-line tool from the form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 3. On the form's multi-line properties palette, deem the ELD's height, content, and name passed to the script processing the form. Name. Type the argument for this ELD that's passed to the CGI script processing the form. Ask your web administrator or ISP if you're not sure what's required here. If you're using the form handler, use a number indicating the object's order in the output text. For example, a ELD with the name for that a visitor has typed in might appear as for equal your web site is really great. Type text to appear in the ELD by default. Argument passed to the script processing the form. 17-8 Designing and implementing forms. Adding objects to a form. Text. Type text to appear in the ELD by default. This text is submitted as the response if the site visitor doesn't replace it. Visible length. Enter a number denning the text ELD's width in characters. Visible height. Enter a number denning the ELD's height in lines. Up to 16. When typing exceeds this height, the text scrolls. 4. To label the ELD, use the text tool to insert text next to it. Adding radio buttons. Use radio buttons when you want site visitors to choose one option from a group. Clicking one radio button deselects all others in its group. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Radio button tool. 1. In page view, select the radio button tool from the form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 3. On the form's radio button properties palette, deem the button and Group names passed to the script, processing the form. Value passed if this button is selected. Argument passed for the group to the script. Processing the form. This should be the same for all buttons in the group. Adding objects to a form. Designing and implementing forms 17 to 9. L group name. Type the argument for this group of buttons that's passed to the CGI script processing the form. Ask your web administrator or ISP if you're not sure what's required here. If you're using the form handler, use a number indicating the button's order in the output text. L value sent. Type the argument passed for the button if the site visitor selects it. If you're using the form handler, and a visitor selects a button named large in a group named for, the output text might appear as for equal large. L default. Choose either selected or not selected to set the buttons initial status, which is returned as the response if the site visitor doesn't change it. Remember that only one radio button in a group can be selected at a time. 4. To label each radio button, use the text tool to insert text next to it. Adding check boxes. You can provide check boxes for making one or more selections from a group of options, or to turn a single option on or off. Unlike radio buttons, any number of boxes in a group can be selected at the same time, or site visitors can leave them all unselected. After creating the form as described on page 17 to 2. Checkbox tool. 1. In page view, select the Forms checkbox tool from the Form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 17 to 10 Designing and implementing forms. Adding objects to a form. 3. On the Forms checkbox properties palette, deem the name for this box that's passed to the script processing the form. L name. Type the argument for this box that's passed to the script processing the form. Ask your web administrator or ISP if you're not sure what's required here. If you're using the form handler, use a number indicating the box's order in the output text. L value. Type the argument passed for the box if the site visitor checks it. If you're using the form handler, and a visitor checks a button named 6 that has the value email, the output text might appear as 6 equal email. L default. Select either checked or unchecked to set the box's initial status, which is returned as the response if the site visitor doesn't change it. 4. To label each checkbox, use the text tool to insert text next to it. Adding a combo box. If a long list of checkboxes or radio buttons takes up too much space in your form, you can list options in a combo box instead. Use a scrolling list if you want site visitors to be able to select more than one option, which is a space-saving alternative. Value that's passed if this box is checked. Argument passed to the script processing the form. Adding objects to a form. Designing and implementing forms 17 to 11. To a group of checkboxes. or use a drop-down list for selecting only one option, which is an alternative to radio buttons. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Combo Box Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Form's Combo Box tool from the Form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 3. On the Form's Combo Box Properties palette, deem the type of list, its options, and names that are passed to the script processing the form. Name. Type the argument for this combo box that's passed to the script processing the form. Ask your web administrator or ISP if you're not sure what's required here. If you're using the form handler, use a number indicating the combo box's order in the output text. Type. Select whether you want a drop-down list that displays one item at a time, or a list box that can display several items in a scrolling list. Visible height. For a list box, enter a number denoting the list's height, in lines. Allow multiple selections. For a list box, select this option if you want site visitors to be able to select more than one item in the list. Argument passed to the script for the combo box. Names and values passed for each item in the list. 17-12 Designing and implementing forms. Adding objects to a form. 4. For each item in the list, click the plus button and, in the Enter Values dialog, type a name and the value passed to the script for the item. Name. Type the name passed for this item, which is also the name that appears in the list. Value. Type the value passed if the item is selected. Selected by default. Check this option if you want this item initially selected. Unless you're creating a list box and you select Allow multiple selections, only one item in the list can be selected. 5. To give the list a label, use the text tool to insert text next to it. Adding Submit, Reset, and Custom buttons. After adding objects for collecting data from site visitors, you need to add a Submit button to send the data to your web server. You can also supply a Reset button so visitors can clear the form if they want to enter responses from scratch. And you can add a custom button that runs a script on the visitor's browser, for example, to calculate shipping for a purchase or to validate that the right information is entered in a LD. Note, if you're using the form handler component to send form responses in an email or to a text li, create your Submit button as described in Submitting Data to a text file on page 17-14. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Name that appears in the list. Value passed if this item is selected. Adding objects to a form. Designing and implementing forms 17-13. Button tool. 1. In Page View, select the Forms button tool from the Form toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle on the form. 3. On the Forms button Properties palette, choose the type of button you want to create and give it a label. Name. Use the name your CGI script references. L text. If you want a different text label, select text and type the label. In the LD. L image. To use a picture as a label, select image, click browse, and choose an imagely from the open dialog. L type. Choose the type of button you want to create from this drop down list. Choosing Submit creates a button that sends the site visitors responses to the form handler or CGI script on the web server. Choosing Reset creates a button that reverts to the form's initial settings. And choosing Button creates a custom button that runs the script you add using the HTML button. LHTML. Click here to open the Object HTML dialog and add a script that runs on site visitors' browsers when they click the button you're creating. Do this for a custom button to deem what it does. For more information, see Accessing an Object's HTML on page 22-6. The button's label can be text or a picture. Selecting Button creates a custom button. Click here to attach a script defining what your custom button does. 17-14 Designing and implementing forms. Submitting responses as plain text. Submitting responses as plain text. You can have responses submitted as plain text in an email or to a LE on the web server using the NetObjects Fusion Form Handler component. When you use the form handler, you don't have to provide your own CGI script. Note, using the form handler component might require configuration of your web server, which some administrators or ISPs might not support. To ND out what's required, see the usage note at www.netobjects.com/support. Submitting data to a text file. To use the form handler component to copy site visitors' responses to a text LE on your server, use the Components tool to create the form's Submit button. After creating the form as described on page 17-2. Form Handler Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Form Handler tool from the Component toolbar and draw a rectangle on the form for the Submit button. 2. On the Form Handler Properties palette, identify the type of server, and rename the Submit button if you want. Click each row in the palette and enter information as follows. L button name. Type another name for the button's label, or use the one that's there. Click a form handler property here to enter its value in this LD. Submitting responses as plain text. Designing and implementing forms 17-15. L publish to. From the drop-down list, choose the type of web server you're publishing to, Windows, Mac, or Unix. L success URL. Double-click this row and, in the link dialog, select the page to display when a site visitor accurately completes the form. Click the link button when you're done. L error URL. Double-click this row and, in the link dialog, select the page to display when the submission fails, for example, if the site visitor doesn't LL in a required LD. L output file. Type a name for the li you want responses copied to. Don't specify a path. L required fields. For each eld, choose whether a response is required, true, or not, false, for a submission to be successful. If you mark a eld true, and a site visitor doesn't LL it in, they see the error URL when they submit the form. Note, if any object in your form isn't listed in the form handler properties palette, you might have named it incorrectly. For information, see Naming Form Objects on page 17-5. 3. If you're publishing to a Unix server, enter the following. You might need to consult your web administrator or ISP for this information. L Perl path for Unix. Type the path to the Perl application on the server. Note that Perl 5 is required on the server. L CGI bin directory. Type the path to the directory on the web server where CGI scripts should be copied. L storage directory. Type the path to the directory on the web server where you want NetObjects Fusion to put the output li. 17-16 Designing and implementing forms. Submitting responses as plain text. Submitting data in an email. You can also use the NetObjects Fusion form handler component to copy site visitors' responses into an email to any address you specify. Form Handler Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Form Handler tool from the component toolbar and draw a rectangle on the form for the Submit button. 2. Enter the email address, and relabel the button if you want. L Button Name. To change the button's label, click in the button name row and type a name in the form handler text eld. L Publish To. Click this option and choose email from the drop-down list. L Email. Click this option and type the email address to which responses will be sent. L Required Fields. For each eld, choose whether a response is required, true, or not, false, for a submission to be successful. If you mark a eld true, and a site visitor doesn't LL it in, they see the error URL when they submit the form. Note, if any object in your form isn't listed in the form handler properties palette, you might have named it incorrectly. See Naming Form Objects on page 17-5. Click a form handler property here to enter its value in this eld. Processing data with a CGI script. Designing and implementing forms 17-17. Processing data with a CGI script. To process form responses other than by outputting text, use a CGI script. A CGI script is a program that controls a program on your web server. Using a CGI script, you can format responses for a particular application, summarize them on a page that's returned to the site visitor, or do practically anything else with the data. For more information about the benefits of CGI scripts, talk to your web administrator or ISP. Note, not all web administrators let you install CGI scripts on their servers. Some provide standard CGI scripts for you to use, and a few don't support CGI at all. 4. Information on CGI support for your web server, consult your server administrator or ISP. 1. In page view, click anywhere in the form except on a form object. 2. On the Form's Properties palette, click the Settings button. For a text box form, look for the Settings button on the Text Box tab. 4. Other forms, look on the General tab. The Form Settings dialog appears. 3. In the top half of the dialog, specify the CGI script. L form name. Type an arbitrary name for the form. This is required by some browsers. L action. If the CGI script is already on the server, enter its URL here. For example, 17 to 18 Designing and implementing forms. Processing data with a CGI script. http://www.host.com/myaccount/fusionproject/assets. Script CGI. Note: normally, NetObjects Fusion publishes CGI scripts to the CGI bin folder on the web server. If your server's configuration requires publishing scripts somewhere else, you must use the Advanced Settings dialog to specify that location in the CGI script eld. C. Creating aliased folders and setting the CGI bin directory on page 26 to 17. If the CGI script isn't already on the web server but needs to be published along with your site's assets, click Browse and select the script to be published from the Open dialog. This appears in the action eld. When visitors click Submit, their web server executes the CGI script at this URL. Note: if the URL isn't to your server's CGI bin folder, you also have to customize your site's published directory structure by renaming CGI bin appropriately. See Customizing your directory structure on page 26 to 21. L method. Select the method for sending form data to the web server. Select Post, which is the preferred method, to send data as a standard stream of name equal value pairs, separated by an ampersand. And select Get to send data using environment variables. Use Get with care, as some web servers truncate data sent via this method. L encoding type. If your web server requires data to be encoded in a particular format, such as MIME or bin hex, type the format here. 4. Click OK. Adding hidden fields. Designing and implementing forms 17 to 19. Adding hidden fields. If a CGI script is processing your form, you probably need to use hidden elds to pass additional information to it, such as which elds must be LLED out to display the success page or where to return data once it's been processed, for example, to your email address. Site visitors don't see these elds, but their values are submitted to the script along with form responses. Note: if you're not sure what hidden elds a CGI script requires, ask the script author, or your web administrator, or ISP. 1. In page view, click anywhere in the form except on a form object. 2. On the Properties palette, click the Settings button. For a text box form, look for the Settings button on the Text box tab. For other forms, look on the General tab. The Form Settings dialog appears. 3. Add names and values for each hidden ELD in the bottom of the dialog. To add a ELD, click the plus button, then enter a name and value for the ELD in the Enter Value dialog. To remove a ELD, select it and click the minus button. To reorder ELDs in the list and in their order in the submitted data, select a ELD and click the up or down arrow. 17 to 20 Designing and implementing forms. Adding hidden fields. 4. Click OK. Note, if you're using the Form Handler component to process a form, don't enter hidden ELDs yourself. The Form Handler enters the ELDs it needs for you. Chapter 18. Using NetObjects Fusion Components 18-1. Using NetObjects Fusion Components. 18. NetObjects Fusion Components are pre-built mini applications that add sophisticated interactivity to your site with no custom programming or scripting required on your part. NetObjects Fusion includes 9 pre-built components and 1 tool for adding new components. You place components on your pages using the tools on the component toolbar. Some NetObjects Fusion components require setup on the server side. You can ND information about server-side setup in usage notes at www.netobjects.com. Support. If you are a software developer and want to create your own NetObjects Fusion components, sometimes called NFXEs, you can use the NetObjects Component Development Kit, CDK, available for free from NetObjects. You can download the CDK from the NetObjects site at www.netobjects.com. This chapter explains how to work with NetObjects components on your pages, including learning about each NetObjects Fusion component, adding NetObjects Fusion components to a page, setting component properties for the client site, adding new components to NetObjects Fusion. Note, you cannot preview components in NetObjects Fusion. When you add a component to a page and preview, you see a placeholder graphic. To see how components work, you must publish the site locally or remotely. 18-2 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding Dynabuttons. Adding Dynabuttons. Dynabuttons are Java buttons that link to another page on your site, other sites, or a specifically. You can place Dynabuttons anywhere on your pages and assign up to 20 buttons to a Dynabutton bar. In addition, you can assign up to 20 sub-buttons to each Dynabutton. You can create sub-buttons for navigating from a main page to pages at a lower level. When you publish the site, each button appears in the browser in the primary button style selected for the site and displays the name of the page to which it is linked. You cannot assign custom images to Dynabuttons. The button style is determined by your site style. To use custom images for buttons, use the picture Rollover tool. Because a Dyna button is an active link, the button appears active when a site visitor moves the mouse pointer over the Dyna button or clicks the button. The site visitor can click the Dyna button to go to the appropriate link. Adding Dyna buttons. Using NetObjects Fusion Components 18.2.3 to add Dyna buttons and set properties. Dyna buttons tool. 1. In page view, select the Dyna buttons tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page to indicate the Dyna button's location. A button placeholder labeled Dyna buttons appears on the page, along with the Dyna buttons properties palette. 3. Select the button's orientation, vertical or horizontal, from the drop-down list. 4. Double-click the number of buttons row, specify how many buttons you want, and click the check mark. 5. Double-click the number row, such as button 1. The link dialog appears. You can link this button to another page, Smart Link, or external link. For information about adding links, see Working with links on page 14-2. 6. Create the link for the button and click Link. The details of the link appear in the right column of the button row. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. 18.4 Using NetObjects Fusion Components. Adding Dyna buttons. Adding sub-buttons. If a Dyna button contains sub-buttons, the sub-buttons appear when a site visitor clicks the Dyna button. The sub-button shows information about the link associated with the button. For example, if the sub-button is linked to an external link, the sub-button displays the asset name for the external link. To add sub-buttons and set the properties. 1. In page view, create a Dyna button as described in Adding Dyna buttons on page 18-2. 2. Double-click a Use Sub-Buttons row, and Yes appears in the right column. NetObjects Fusion adds a Number Sub-Buttons row under the Use Sub-Buttons row. 3. To specify the number of sub-buttons, select the Number Sub-Buttons row, enter the number of buttons, and click the check mark. The limit is 20 sub-buttons. The appropriate number of sub-button rows appear, numbered in sequential order. 4. To deem the link for each sub-button, double-click the appropriate sub-button row, such as sub-button 1, 2. The RST number, in this case, the 1, identifies the button for which the sub-button was created, and the second number is number of the current sub-button. Using ticker tape. Using NetObjects Fusion Components 18-5. The link dialog appears. For information about adding links, see Working with links on page 14-2. 5. Create the link for the sub-button and click Link. 6. Repeat steps 3-5 to create and deem each sub-button. Using ticker tape. Often, you want to announce a special promotion or event on your site. You can use the ticker tape component to add a scrolling message to a page and set the colors and speed that are used to display the message. 2. Add a ticker tape display and set its properties. Ticker tape tool. 1. In page view, select the ticker tape tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a rectangle to indicate the location of the ticker tape display. Make the rectangle the size you want for the message background. The ticker tape placeholder appears on the page, and the ticker tape properties palette appears. 3. To display multiple messages in the ticker tape display, double-click the Number of Messages row, specify the number, and click the check mark. You can specify up to 50 messages. A new text for message and URL for message row appears for each message you specified. 4. Double-click the text for message row, and type the message in the ticker tape text entry ELD. Click the check mark. 18-6 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding a sitemap button. 5. Double-click the URL for message row. The link dialog appears. For information about creating links, see Working with links on page 14-2. 6. Create the link for this message and click link. 7. Repeat steps 4-6 for each message in the ticker tape display. 8. Click the speed row, and specify the scrolling speed, 1-50, of the message. Specify a higher number to make the message scroll faster, a lower number to make the message scroll slower. 9. To set the frame, background, and LED colors, click the appropriate row. Then select the color you want from the drop-down list. L frame color determines the border color of the ticker tape display. The default is gray. L background color determines the background color of the ticker tape display. The default is black. L LED color determines the color of the message text. The default is green. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Adding a sitemap button. Sitemapper is a Java navigation applet that site visitors can use to create an interactive map of a site. If your site is large, Sitemapper simplifies navigation by providing a detailed view of the site's levels. Using the sitemap, visitors can jump directly from page to page without using the page navigation controls. The sitemap button provides 3 ways for visitors to view the site. L by structure, similar to the site view in NetObjects Fusion. Adding a sitemap button. Using NetObjects Fusion components 18-7. L in an outline view. L by searching for certain words. 2. Add a sitemap button and set its properties. 1. In page view, display the page of your site where you want to include the sitemapper component. Sitemapper tool. 2. Select the sitemapper tool from the component toolbar. 3. Draw a box on the page to indicate the location of the sitemap button. This sitemap shows a site by structure. The site visitor can use these buttons to view the site 3 different ways. display 2, 3, or all levels of the site. 18-8 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding a message board. The Site Map button appears on the page, and the Site Mapper Properties palette appears. 4. To change the image displayed for the Site Map button, double-click the image row, then select the image you want from the picture file. Open dialog. For information about placing an image, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. The selected image appears on the page. You can add an action to a NetObjects Fusion object using the Actions tab. 4. Information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Adding a message board. You can create a message board on your site by adding the NetObjects Fusion message board component to a page. The message board component is also called the BBS or BBS component. When site visitors click the message board button, the browser opens a new browser window displaying the message board. Visitors can use this message board to read messages organized by thread, subject, author, or time, expand or collapse the view, post new messages, and reply to messages. Adding a message board. Using NetObjects Fusion components 18-9. You can have only one message board per site. For the message board to run properly, your web server must be able to run CGI scripts, and the site visitors' browser must support the Netscape JavaScript standard. Before you can view the message board, you must complete the server-side setup described in usage notes. Available at www.netobjects.com/support. Some components, such as the message board and form handler, generate LE when they are used by the client. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion attempts to set up the proper LE and directory permissions using the chmod command. Some servers do not allow this permission change. The message board will not work if it cannot write to certain LE and directories. This situation is more common with Unix servers. You can contact your internet service provider to ND out if chmod is implemented on the server. To add a message board and set its properties, site visitors can select how to display messages. 18-10 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding a message board. Message board tool. 1. In page view, select the message board tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page to indicate where you want to place the message board. The message board button appears on the page, and the message board properties palette appears. 3. To specify where message board LE are stored, double-click the subdirectory row, type the new location in the message board ELD, and click the check mark. The default is BBS. NetObjects Fusion creates the directory in your site's base directory, which is the directory where you want to publish the site. 4. To specify the title that appears in the title bar of the message board window, double-click the page title row, type the title, and click the check mark. The page title cannot include a single quote. 5. To select the operating system platform on which the server is running, click the Publish to row, then select the platform from the drop-down list. This option determines if the PERL5 CGI script or NT-CGI binaries are uploaded to the server. Adding pictures that roll over. Using NetObjects Fusion Components 18 to 11. Note, if you are publishing your site to a Macintosh web server, message board Macintosh CGI requires a WebStar 2.0 web server, running on a PowerPC computer with Mac PERL5 installed. 6. If you are publishing to a Unix server, PERL5 must be installed on the server. Click the Perl path for Unix row, then type the path name to the Perl 5 interpreter. The path name is relative to the base publishing directory. You can obtain the path name from your Internet service provider. Or, if you want to get the PERL5 path yourself, you can type which Perl or which PERL5 at the Unix command line prompt. 7. To specify the CGI bin directory where the BBS CGIs are to reside, double-click the CGI bin directory row, type the path name for the directory, and click the check mark. You can obtain the path from your Internet service provider. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. Adding pictures that roll over. You can use the Picture Rollover component to create JavaScript rollovers for any image on your site. Because this component uses JavaScript, the colors of your images are not compromised in any image. To view a rollover picture, site visitors must use Netscape Navigator 3x or 4x or Microsoft Internet Explorer 3x or 4x. You can also create rollovers for any image by using NetObjects Fusion Actions, however, this only works in Netscape Navigator 4x or Microsoft Internet Explorer 4x. 18 to 12 Using NetObjects Fusion Components. Adding pictures that roll over. To add pictures that roll over. Rollover Picture Tool. 1. In Page View, select the Rollover Picture tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page where you want to locate the pictures. A picture placeholder appears on your page, and the picture rollover properties palette appears. 3. To specify the RST image to display, double-click the initial image row. Select the image from the Picture File Open dialog, and click Open. The Picture Rollover Properties dialog changes and displays two new rows: Mouse Over Image and Mouse Out Image. 4. To specify the image to display when the mouse pointer moves over the image, double-click the Mouse Over Image row, select the image from the Picture File Open dialog, and click Open. Adding time-based pictures. Using NetObjects Fusion Components 18 to 13. 5. To specify which image to display when the site visitor moves the mouse pointer off the picture, double-click the Mouse Out Image row, select the image from the Picture File Open dialog, and click Open. 6. To link the image to a specific URL, double-click the link URL row. The link dialog appears. Because the entire image is treated as one object, you can link it to another page, smart link, or external link, such as another site. For information about adding links, see Working with links on page 14-2. 7. Create the link for the image and click Link. The details of the link appear in the right column of the button row. Adding time-based pictures. You can use the time-based picture component to display different pictures at the same location on your page at different times. You select the image to display and specify the hour at which to display it. The browser automatically displays the picture at the specified time. The picture remains on the page until it is time for the next picture to be displayed. NetObjects Fusion supports the most popular graphics formats used on the web, including GIF and JPEG. For information about these formats, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. To add time-based pictures and set the properties. Time-based picture tool. 1. In page view, select the time-based picture tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page where you want to locate the picture. A picture placeholder appears on your page, and the time-based picture properties palette appears. 18-14 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding time-based pictures. 3. Double-click the number of images row and specify the number of images you want to rotate. You can use up to 24 images. NetObjects Fusions adds an image, start time for image, and URL for image row for each image. 4. To select an image, double-click the image row, select the image from the Picture File Open dialog, and click Open. For information about adding an image to your site, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. 5. Double-click the URL for image row, then select the type of link. For information about creating links, see Working with links on page 14-2. 6. Specify the link information and click Link. 7. Double-click the start time for image row and select a starting time from the drop-down list. The start time determines when the image is displayed on your site. You can select 1-hour increments from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. The image is displayed until the next image's starting time. 8. Repeat steps 4-7 for each image you add. The number of images is 3 by default. Loading pictures onto your site. Using NetObjects Fusion components 18-15. Loading pictures onto your site. Use the NetObjects Picture Loader component to load an image from a site other than your own. You can use this to place advertising banners if the banners are located on a server other than your web server. To load a picture from an external source. Picture Loader tool. 1. In page view, select the Picture Loader tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page to indicate where you want to place the picture. A picture placeholder appears on your page, and the picture loader properties palette appears. 3. Double-click the image URL row and type the URL where the picture is located. Type the complete URL. For example, http://www.netobjects.com. Announcements/assets/images/homepage Maynard GIF. 4. Click the check mark. 18 to 16 Using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding rotating pictures. Adding rotating pictures. You can use the NetObjects Fusion rotating picture component to display different pictures in succession in the same place on the page. For example, you could rotate among several images that advertise new products or current sale items. To add a rotating picture, you specify the image to display and the number of seconds to pause before displaying the next picture in the sequence. You can also assign a link to each picture. NetObjects Fusion supports the most popular graphics formats used on the web, including GIF and JPEG. For more information about these formats, see Choosing an image format on page 10-2. Note that if you want to use animated GIF-LE, you can create an animated GIF-LE outside NetObjects Fusion in several popular image editing applications. After creating the animated GIF-LE, use the Picture tool to place the LE. To add pictures that rotate and set their properties. Rotating Picture tool. 1. In Page View, select the Rotating Picture tool from the component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page to indicate where you want to place the picture. Adding rotating pictures. Using NetObjects Fusion components 18-17. A rotating picture placeholder appears on the page, and the rotating picture properties palette appears. 3. To set the number of seconds each picture is displayed before moving to the next one, double-click the pause time, seconds, row, specify the number of seconds, and click the check mark. 4. To set how many different images to display in the rotating picture, double-click the number of images row, specify the number of images, and click the check mark. You can display up to 50 images for your rotating pictures. An image row and URL for image row for each image you specified appears. 5. Double-click an image row, select an image LE from the picture file. Open dialog, and click Open. For information about placing images, see Adding Pictures on page 10-3. 6. To create a link for this image, double-click the image's URL for image row, then select the type of link. For information about creating links, see Working with Links on page 14-2. 7. Specify the appropriate information for the link and click Link. 8. Repeat steps 5-7 for each image. You can add an action to an object using the Actions tab. For more information about adding actions, see Chapter 21, Building Dynamic Pages. 18 to 18 using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding other NetObjects Fusion components. Adding other NetObjects Fusion components. NetObjects Fusion components extend a site's functionality. Many third-party developers create components that make external database connectivity, electronic commerce, and dynamic data publishing possible. Dynamic data publishing, for example, refreshes data each time a visitor goes to the site. You can publish data dynamically on your site by adding a third-party component, such as Allaire Cold Fusion and Fusion 2 Fusion components, available at www.allaire.com. Selective Server from Fundera, available at www.fundera.com. Lotus Domino and NetObjects Fusion Connector, available at www.lotus.com. For information about static data publishing, see Static and Dynamic Data Publishing on page 22. Other third-party developers, such as Cool Maps, provide many useful components. You can purchase components from Cool Maps to create special rollover buttons, add pull-down menus of links, or put a vicinity map on your page. Visit the Cool Maps site at www.coolmaps.com for information. Because the number of NetObjects Fusion components is constantly growing, the NetObjects web site at www.netobjects.com is a valuable resource for learning. When new components become available. The many ways to enhance your site with NetObjects Fusion components. How to develop your own NetObjects Fusion components using the CDK. You can add a component to your site by dragging the component li, NFX extension, and any associated LAN folders into the components folder in the NetObjects Fusion folder. Using the NetObjects Fusion Components tool from the component toolbar. Adding other NetObjects Fusion components. Using NetObjects Fusion components 18 to 19. To add a new or third-party NetObjects Fusion component. NetObjects Fusion Components tool. 1. In Page View, select the NetObjects Fusion Components tool from the Component toolbar. 2. Draw a box on the page where you want to place the component. The Installed Components dialog appears and displays a list of installed NetObjects Fusion components. 3. Click Add. The Install Components dialog appears. 18 to 20 using NetObjects Fusion components. Adding other NetObjects Fusion components. 4. Select the component to add and click Open. Components have the extension NFX or class. You cannot add components that come with NetObjects Fusion, such as Dynabuttons or the message board. Any other components appear in the list in the Installed Components dialog. 5. To add the component to your page, select the component in the Installed Components dialog and click OK. The new component appears on your page, and the Components Properties palette appears. 6. Specify the properties for the component. Because each component has different properties, check the information included with the component for help. Chapter 19. Referencing and editing external HTML 19:1. Referencing and editing external HTML 19. In addition to content you create and maintain in page view, your site might also include pages that require special, hand-coded HTML. Instead of importing and converting this HTML, you can reference HTML externally and place them anywhere in your site. NetObjects Fusion doesn't parse the HTML when it publishes your site, ensuring that your HTML is kept pure. You can edit referenced externally using any HTML editor, such as Allaire. HomeSite 3.0, which is included with NetObjects Fusion. Plus, you can manage external assets in Assets view, and apply a consistent look to the published pages by assigning a master border. This chapter describes how to work with external HTML by referencing HTML from site view, referencing HTML from page view, referencing HTML as an object, managing referenced assets, publishing native HTML, previewing and publishing unmanaged assets, editing referenced HTML. Note, you can reference located on a hard disk, CD-ROM, or LAN, but not from a remote web server. Also, links in the original HTML should point to other HTML and anchors within those using relative rather than absolute path names. See Managing Referenced Assets on page 19-9 for information. 19-2 Referencing and editing external HTML. Referencing HTML from site view. Referencing HTML from site view. You can reference an entire site or section of a site from site view. For example, you might reference an existing site you want to manage with NetObjects Fusion now and import later. Or, reference you prefer to maintain in their native code, such as containing the HTML tags ROWSPAN or COLSPAN. Note, for links to work between the HTML you reference, use relative path names in the original tags, keep all HTML in the same directory, and publish using the same directory structure as the original site. See Managing Referenced Assets on page 19-9 for information. When you reference HTML from site view, NetObjects Fusion publishes the content from the original along with content it generates. 1. In site view, select the page to be the parent of the pages you reference. 2. From the File menu, choose Reference HTML, or right-click the page icon and select Reference HTML from the shortcut menu. The Reference HTML dialog appears. 3. Click Browse. The Open dialog appears. 4. Select the top-level HTML you want to reference, and click Open to return to the Reference HTML dialog. 5. Choose which to reference, and assign a master border. NetObjects Fusion adds the top-level page you're referencing here, and its children below. Select an existing page and choose the Reference HTML command. Referencing HTML from site view. Referencing and editing external HTML 19-3. L. Assign master border. Choose a master border from this drop down list. Each HTML LEU reference occupies the layout area of a page, while the master border gives pages the consistent look of your site. To display external content with its original look, choose zero margins. Note, if any external HTML you're referencing contains frames, you must choose the zero margins master border. L. Limit number of pages to. You can select this option to enter a number of let to reference. NetObjects Fusion begins with the home page you select and stops referencing when it reaches the end of the site or the number of pages entered here. L. Down to structural level. Select this option to enter how many levels of your site structure to reference. NetObjects Fusion references as many pages as possible at a higher level before going to a lower level. L. Do not manage or move assets. If you select this option, NetObjects Fusion doesn't copy external assets into Assets view. Do this if you prefer that path names in the published HTML not be edited from your native code. However, you then have to manage images and other assets yourself. See Publishing Unmanaged Assets on page 19-13. NetObjects Fusion references this li and child la in the domain you specify. Display referenced HTML on pages with your site's master border, or choose zero margins to publish external content with its original look. If you check here, NetObjects Fusion doesn't edit path names in the published HTML, but you have to manage images and other assets yourself. You can limit how many le to reference, or how deep into your external site to reference. 19-4 reference